Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Welcome. I'm the chief host of College Genesis. You can call me Collar Rumble. You can call me anything you want. Just don't call me late to dinner and call me out my name. Well, tonight we have a good explosive show building on this theme that I've been dealing with for a while. And it goes to my overall thing of people trying to discredit Black America. There's this global dismantling of Black America that's going on. There's a global fight and discrediting of Black America that's going on, and people are using history. They're rewriting our history. They're rewriting our accomplishments. They're rewriting everything. I don't know. I can't tell you what I do. I have an idea of why they're trying to do that, right? But what I don't understand is why does it seem like there's people who don't really have anything to gain that's participating in this, like other minority groups and stuff like that. What is the idea of that you're trying to constantly discredit Black America, right? Is it because some people think they're going to get closer to the white man, or they're going to be chosen, or they're like going to be picked, or whatever like that by the white man? If they basically go against us, I don't know what it is. So, but we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about why there is this anti-Black American sentiment going on right now. And tonight's topic is about hip hop. I'm going to talk about the origins of hip hop. I'm going to talk about how it started. I'm going to talk about how it got influenced the world. I'm going to talk about my early experiences of hip hop, and also this controversy about whether hip hop was started by Caribbeans. Before I get started, I want to say something. Have you ever noticed that when we talk about, every time I mention Black success in America, any place, right? I say, look, yeah, I put a video about Black people winning, just striving in America. Right away, Black people from other backgrounds say, yeah, but those are African immigrants and Caribbean, they're striving too. And that. So in other words, you agree that Black people are coming up in this world, right? But they always want to be included in on the success. They want to get it on the good side of Black America, right? Then when the subject goes about crime and welfare and Section 8 and stuff like that, they try to make it seem like, oh no, those are all Black Americans. Caribbeans are homeowners and everything like that. You ever notice that? So like I said, we're going to deal with these people. And this is what is fueling the so-called ADOS FBA movement. I'm starting to see now how this is angering a lot of people, and basically people feel like their existence is being diminished and dismissed and everything. And that's what in my opinion, this is what's causing all this ADOS because it wasn't like this years ago. But when you basically constantly telling somebody that there's something wrong with them because they're Black American and whatnot, and you constantly glorifying another group of people, that's not Pan-Africanism. That's not Pan-Africanism. And we're going to get rid of this fake Pan-Africanism, which it's become what I call predatory Pan-Africanism. And it's not always basically immigrants versus Black America. It's also Black America versus other Black Americans, right? I'm watching as I'm looking around, I'm seeing a lot of so-called people who call themselves Pan-Africans seem to be predators. They prey on the weak in our community, right? They play on the vulnerable. They play on the friggin' women. They basically just basically showboat and tell people anything they want to hear, stuff like that. And all basically though is telling you there's something wrong with you if you have a normal life in America, you made it in America, you have this, you have family and everything like that. Let's say you are gonna go see your family for the holidays this year, right? You're gonna go out there and you're gonna enjoy Thanksgiving, you're gonna enjoy Christmas and New Year's, and the Super Bowl, and you're saying it, and there's always some Pan Africans telling you, "Oh man, you're gonna go to the white man's holidays when I." They see, you gotta say something. Misery loves company, right? And what you have with a lot of Pan Africans is miserable people who want you to be their company, want you to be their company. So they basically sit back and tell you while you're having a good time, while you're building and all stuff like that, that there's something wrong with you for having a good time, having fun, and doing what you got to do. Living your life and everything. So that's what it is. So wherever you do that. So that's what it is. So we're gonna deal with that issue right there, because I like I said, I'm walking away from the so-called the way Pan Africanism is practiced today. I can't deal with it. Now, if you want to get back to old school Black nationalist stuff, we're not and Black centered and Black Afrocentric power and whatnot. Yeah, I could deal with that. But this New Age Pan Africanism, where every goofball comes up and says we're all Africans or not, but the bottom line is, wait a minute here. You know, being me, I'm being an African don't mean you get to rule over me. You get to erase my history. You get to steal my achievements. And you basically say, oh, no, I can't. See, I can't be proud that my people did something in America. I have to give it all to Pan-Africanism, right? I got to say the first, even though, look, let me tell you something. I seen a guy, African guy, man. I love this brother, man. He did a TikTok video, and he was talking about Black achievement, right? He said Madam C.J. Walker, so he embraced the achievements of Madam C.J. Walker as his own. That part, that's what Pan Africa should look like. When you see another Black person, you embrace that person and say, "I'm part of that. That's part of me." That's real Pan Africanism, right? Not people sitting there running around always, basically, and people who do this know who I'm talking about, right? Always trying to, oh, look what that person was Caribbean. That person was Nigerian. Always pointing out and comparing and contrasting where they come from to Black America. And that's where the tension is coming from. It's like, look, if somebody does something great and he's from Grenada and he's Black, well, I embrace that. Hey, look, it's good. One for us. We're all like winning. But they want to covet with their little achievements they have on the islands or whatever, Africa or whatever like that, their own. But they basically want to always include themselves in America. They always find some reason. You say, something, there was a Black community in Wisconsin. They did this, they got successful at. They'll find somebody, let's say somebody basically was working as in the shipping industry. Let's say he was shipping goods to the Caribbean, right? And maybe spent 4 or 5 years in it. Oh, that's good enough for them to say, see, he came from the Caribbean, just to include themselves and make it seem like they were part of whatever we do. That's what gets annoying. You can't do anything without somebody trying to include themselves. We were there too. New Orleans, we were there. That was the jazz and all in New Orleans. That was the Haitians. Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't. Same thing with hip hop in New York. Just because there was some Jamaicans in the Bronx do not mean they created hip hop. You understand? There's always this rush to discredit and steal from Black America. Everything. If they could basically take all the Black achievements in America, attribute that to Black immigrants. That's the whole thing about this. The world wants to make it seem like Black Americans, the African Americans, the majority of us, are just bums, lazy. We never did nothing, can't do nothing, whatnot. And all the Black success are people coming from Aruba, people coming from Bahamas, people coming from Puerto Rico, people coming from the Dominican Republic, people coming from Haiti, Jamaica, and whatnot, Nigeria. You got to be from someplace else. Like I walk around, I'm a successful businessman, and people are like, where are you from? From fucking here. No, where are you from? What island you come from? No, okay, I was born here. Where was your mother born at? She was born here too. Your father, he was born here. Your grandfather, he was born here. Your great grandfather, they were born here. You mean to tell me that you're a normal black person and whatnot, you think normally, you're successful, hardworking, and you don't have any sort of background that came from someplace else. No, how could that be? I always thought that racism, white supremacy had you guys all fucked up and whatnot. And like we always say, we don't care how much racism, white supremacy you throw at us, we're still gonna beat you. We still come out on top. So this is a bail attempt to try to steal one thing. And I don't, something. I don't even think hip hop is even worth arguing about, to tell you the truth, right? But I just want to set the record straight. Hip hop is a big genre of music that influenced the world and whatnot. Because of hip hop, we have K-pop. We have also, so therefore, yes, it is important to get the narrative straight. Because if you basically say that hip hop started in the Caribbean, right? Then you could basically say, yeah, we're doing K-pop. Yeah, we got all these dance moves and everything that mimic black hip hop artists, but that doesn't belong to you. It was created some island somewhere, and so what they do is just like they did the Khoisan and the Bantus of South Africa, right? They separate the Khoisan and say they're a separate entity, and they'll say we settled on Khoisan land, not on African Bantu land, right? Before that, no one made a distinction between Khoisan and Bushmen and all that stuff like that with the other black people, right? The Europeans came and divided, right? So because they could basically say we're coming on this side, and they cause a division. Same thing they're doing, try to do with hip hop, right? If you could say it was Jamaican, then basically then you don't have to give homage to the black people that you hate so much, right? You can say, well, these were Jamaicans. Not that you're going to give Jamaicans any respect, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know the fact that Black America is going to constantly keep reminding you that while you hating us so much and whatnot, you got rappers out there, white rappers, racist rappers out there. They're singing neo-Nazi lyrics, rapping. Now you say to them, to us, it's like, why are you doing rap? Well, hip hop don't belong to black people in America. Well, how do you mean that? Because I heard it came from Jamaican immigrants who hated black people in America. You see where this is going? You see why they call me the College Genesis? You see why I'm the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show, and why I'm on you back on YouTube or not? Because I say the things nobody else is gonna say. I say things nobody dare is gonna say. Nobody basically has the balls to say. The whole idea of taking hip hop from Black America, right, is to basically, so therefore, something that white people want, they can't get enough of, whatever. They try to imitate and everything like that. They just don't want to say it came from black people, the black people in America. They're gonna say it came from, saying it came from Jamaica is like saying it came from Mars. That's how far removed the Jamaican culture is from American culture. You might as well say the thing hip hop was created in Antarctica. There's no connection between the Jamaican culture and Black American culture. So therefore, so when you say something it was it's Jamaican, you just basically said that the music has nothing to do with Black America, so I can do whatever I want to do. You might as well say it was created in Japan. That's a difference. Now, if you have Jamaicans that are pro-black and black nationalists like Garvey, whatnot. But that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about when they talk about Jamaica, they talk about those dudes with dreadlocks that chase fat white women on the beach, and whatnot. They go down to the Jamaica, and Jamaicans don't see color and race, and they make their money catering and buck dancing for white people during holiday season or vacation season. When something's connected to Black America, that's the white people know that they have there's a different energy that they got to come with. Like, yeah, well, damn, man, how can we basically call these people inferior and we're acting like them? People have forgotten the fact that which we call rock and roll was actually created by black people, right? People don't even know that the Hank Williams Jr. and Senior and Johnny Cash Kenny Rogers and all these other people like that. The whole honk Nashville music scene, the Grand Ole Opry and the rock and roll and whatnot, like that, all came from them watching black people perform at these juke joints and whatnot. And it was they tried to, the whole honky tonk was basically a ripoff of like the black blues. White boys tried to do the blues. Elvis and all these other people learned their move from going to black churches. They literally would sit in black churches and go to black juke joints and get the feel of these people and try to duplicate our music and everything. That's what they did, you know. So therefore, at least back in the days, they basically admitted it, with the rock and roll. I remember the movie, what was that movie, Roadhouse? Remember the one part Pastor Swayze said, "Oh, you playing good for a blind white boy." That's Memphis. The whole idea of singing the blues and whatnot, that's Memphis blues. That's black people, you know. But you got a lot of white blues players and whatnot, and people that do country music is rooted in black culture. So therefore, everything like Bruno Mars said, everything is rooted in the African American experience. Whether it's P Funk, electronic beats, everything comes from Black America. Parliament, Funkadelic, funk music, P Funk, everything, disco, all of the band music and whatnot. It's like all that comes from the house music, all that comes the bass, house, bebop, all that comes from Black America. So why do people will say something stupid like, "Oh, hip hop was created by Jamaica"? This is stupid. It's a ripoff. And it's time that people basically just acknowledge that, and let's basically move forward. Hip hop was not created by friggin' by Jamaicans in New York. That's a lie. That is a lie from the pit of hell. And why this is important, because the whole thing is this. Like I said many times, if you take hip hop from Black America, then what you're doing is you're basically delegitimizing, saying it's all right to culture vulture and whatnot, because I remember back in the days, you can culture vulture reggae, you had that do Snow and Farm Up. And basically, you got white people wearing dreadlocks and whatnot, I mean, Bob Marley was half white himself, Reggae is not as racialized as hip hop. It's not dance hall and all that stuff like that. It basically has a more transcendent, in its origins than hip hop does. When you talk about hip hop, you're really talking about probably the blackest form of music, In fact, hip hop was so black it was beyond black, I mean, hip hop was also, but in its origins, that was done all throughout the United States. The sort of hip hop, the beats, the scratching, the cutting, the dancing, whatnot, and all stuff like that. That was probably blacker than most of the black culture that we had at the time. So the movie, when the song "Rappers Delight" came out, people embraced it. People didn't know how to, at first. People were not used to listen to something with such a fast beat. Hip hop had a fast rhythmic beat. And so therefore, when hip hop first came out, and also the first time where someone was actually rhyming on a record, telling you a story and giving you lyrics and communicating with you, besides just a love song, they're telling stories, they're talking, they're rhyming and stuff like that, and they're basically doing over a beat over a long period of time. Remember, early hip hop album records went like 9 minutes over a continuous beat. So therefore, it was something new in our culture. And then over the years, they modified it where you had actual lyrics, and you had ballads, you had songs, chorus and stuff like that. They started putting together hip hop songs like regular music when that was just somebody just rapping for like an hour over a beat. They started putting together actual songs and whatnot, okay, boom, boom, clap your hands, everybody, boom, boom. Now I want to tell you, like Curtis Blow song, perfect example. I'm Curtis Blow, and I want you to know that these are the breaks. Break it up, break it up, break it up, get down. They go into a story. One time, mine, blah 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 blah. And then he goes back into a chorus, like a repeat beat chorus, and like that. And then blah blah blah, break it down to the beat. Then start it all over again with another verse. The idea of verses and beats and verses and stuff is as opposed to just friggin' rhyming straight through for friggin' like 10 minutes or whatnot over a beat, but having verses. I mean, you stop here, you pause, and say attraction, and then go back to the verses, with some more new verses. Break it up so you're not just rambling. That was something new. That came up over years. But imagine that you just sitting there listening to for early hip hop, and a lot of times people didn't know. You sit there listening to a song like "Rappers Delight," where they're just talking over a beat for like minutes and minutes at a time, but like no break. So hip hop was definitely something different, in our culture. It's definitely something different. Then you got hip hop songs that did not even talk. There's like the beat. It was just like nothing but beat. Very few words and whatnot, just a strong beat, that got you up and amped and whatnot, So we're gonna talk about that tonight, man. I know I'm gonna have some detractors in here tonight, and I'm ready for them because this is a Collar Rumble show. And a Collar Rumble show, we rumble, we get down, we slug it out, So we're gonna rumble tonight. We're gonna rumble like we've never rumbled before. I want to put this video up there. I can't find it. I don't know what's going on with my friggin' my thing. Why is it not popping up live? I can't find this show. Let's see, colonization. Let's see, we're on live. Okay, here we go, live. Okay, live. I'm gonna share this. Okay, share. Telegram. All right, I'm gonna share this more often. Let's see where I can share this at. I'm not even on Facebook anymore. Let's see. Let's see if I can find. Oh, Messenger. WhatsApp crashed. WhatsApp crashed. Let's see. Well, it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. So we're gonna have a good show tonight. Like I said, we only got a few viewers here tonight, but we'll basically keep doing what we're doing. The message must go on. We're talking about hip hop tonight, the origins of hip hop. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room in a minute, and if you want to call in and discuss this, hey, we can. You want to bring some more people in, fine. We'll get to the bottom of this. Why are people look? This is not just hip hop, right? It's not just hip hop, right? It's not just hip hop. It's a whole bunch of stuff where people think Black America is up for grabs, and Black America is simply just not up for grabs. It's not. Black America is not up for grabs. You can't just. It's not one big grab bag. You come and just pick like you're picking apples out of an orchard and whatnot, and going home. No, it don't work like that. We will defend our culture and defend what we built and everything in America and the world. If you think you're just gonna come here and be like, "Oh man, these people are just useless, man. I come in here to save them from themselves and whatnot." Yeah. What will Black America be without 1804? Oh my God, we liberated. Get the fuck out of here. One thing about Black America you have to understand is nobody gave a damn about us. Nobody. No Africans ever sent a ship. Nobody ever sent an army. We had to deal with this white devil ourselves. So when people, everything we created, our music, everything we created on our own. Our success, our institutions, our millionaires, our billionaires, everything like that, we created on our own with no help from any other black people in the world. None. And we're still gracious enough to include other black people in our culture and say, you could be part of us. But instead of them coming here and being a part of us, they want to try to take from us and be dismissive of us. And we're just tired of it. And I'm not no damn ADOS FBA. We're not, I'm not no ADOS FBA. I basically am somebody who be like this. Kool Herc did not create hip hop. Chukwo. And first of all, let me break it down to Chukwo and all these other goofballs and whatnot. Kool Herc was a Jamaican American. He had his Jamaican heritage, right? He didn't tell nobody, right? And also, if you know anything, right? I know the Bronx, Bronx or not. What he did was he created this idea of what we call hip hop. Before that, black people were doing rapping. They were doing graffiti here and there. They were doing break dance. Some of them doing break dancing, popping. Remember rerun from What's Happening? Used to do the pop, lock, and dance. That shit was always in Black America for decades. Cutting, mixing, and whatnot, funk music, whatnot, all that shit like that is tied to what we call hip hop. So anyway, what he did was said, okay, we're going to create these so-called 5 elements, right? Think about it, 5 elements, right? He said you got DJing, MCing. He said you got the graffiti artists, break dancers, and whatever. I forget what else. 5 elements, right? Here's the thing, though. That was just his idea. And I would say maybe the movie Star Wars came out in 81 and Wild Style in 82. That showcased that. That was only something Chukwo unique to Bronx River projects. I remember those days back in the days. That sort of thing that they call hip hop was just confined to that area right there in Bronx River. Outside the Bronx in the concourse, the hip hop looked different, sounded different. In Queens, it sounded different. In Brooklyn, it sounded different. In Staten Island, it sounded different. What they did was they took that, and since they were the first ones to like make it to a magazine, they just named their version of hip hop. And everybody's went around, okay, we were just calling it rap music at the time. He named it hip hop, and hip hop was just something unique to the Bronx River. Nobody did hip hop. We did the music and everything like that, but nobody called it hip hop, Chukwo. Hip hop is something Bambaataa and these Kool Herc created to describe their version of the music that was unique to the Bronx River. I would say go listen, go get the movie Wild Style, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Watch the movie Wild Style. That was something unique to the South Bronx. When you went to the subway, went to Queens, none of that sort of hip hop did not exist. It's almost like, let me tell you something. They always say the Queens and the Bronx are a million miles away. It was. Even though we had our own block parties, jams, everything like that in Queens, right? When you went to the Bronx, it was almost like you went to a whole new universe. The Bronx was completely different from Queens and Brooklyn. So when they say hip hop, they talk about, and also you talk about the Bronx, you're talking about the poor section of the city. These are the poorest people in New York with nothing. Queens and Brooklyn, people had a little more. Even in the North Bronx and the concourse and all that, they had a little more and stuff like that. So it was the music was different. Hip hop was just hip hop as you're calling Kool Herc and Bambaataa and all these other Flash and all them was something unique to the South Bronx. The Busy Bees and all these people. That was something unique, not just the South Bronx, right? I wouldn't say the South Bronx, just Bronx River projects. Because not all South Bronx hip hop sounded, even the South Bronx sounded the same. That was something unique to Bambaataa and people in the Bronx River projects. My cousin grew up there. They basically had a different style than the people in Queens. The North Bronx and Westchester and all the stuff like that. So what it is. Cuba don't know nothing. All he knows is what fucking that idiot what's his name Kwame says and whatnot. Hip hop was not created by no damn Jays. That's the whole thing. Is that, let me tell you something, Mr. Cat. Anytime something is worth something, these tethers, these people like Chukwu and Kwame, they want to attach themselves to it. Now, when I start talking about welfare and crime, and look, right now, people are starting to California starting to say, look, man, there's an awful lot of immigrants, black immigrants that are committing crimes, and they get listed as Black American. Now, when we start talking about crime, the welfare dependency, and all stuff like that, suddenly they're not black no more. Suddenly they don't want nothing to do with that. But when I talk about Black America is like thriving right now, the record numbers of Black millionaires, the record numbers of Black billionaires, they want to attach themselves to that. But those some immigrants too. Those are immigrants too. But when I start talking about the freaking Black people that are effing up with crime and everything, oh no, those are all you guys. Those are all you guys. Did you see what I'm talking? See what I'm coming with this? That's what's making people hate. A lot of our people hate these people. Really starting to hate these people, not just dislike, but really hate these people. They want to jump in the bandwagon when things are going good. They want to eat, but they don't want to clean up. They want to eat, but they don't want to pitch in. They don't want to put your hand and lend a hand and help it. Like I said, everything we did, we created all this shit. Every genre of music, we created. But when something takes off or whatnot, next thing they're gonna tell us how they created house music, how they created P-Funk, how they created R&B. All that's Black music. So basically, they use this idea of one man, Kool Herc. Like hip hop existed way before Kool Herc, bro. And all Kool Herc did was have this one style of hip hop that was in the Bronx, and his style didn't even really sell. Kool Herc never had an album. None of these people in the South Bronx, not even KRS-One, ever went platinum. Never sold anything. Why they bragging about hip hop? Why did Boogie Down Productions never outpaced the Juice Crew and all these other hip hop genres came out? Yeah. So Kool Herc was just somebody just. Kool Herc when that's what. So please stop it, man. All of us who grew up during that time period know the deal. We know the fucking deal. I was there. You don't have to tell me. I was there. I was alive during that time period. But we're gonna have a good time tonight. As we continue this discussion. We are going to talk, until I get it through your thick heads. Like I said, I would like to know the question, right? Before I open up the lines, before I open up the lines, by the way, those of you who are still interested in the tour, we're still doing a tour in February to Liberia, February 12th to 23rd. Monrovia, Liberia, be there. It's going to be a dynamite tour all the time. Look, let me tell you something, folks. This colonization movement is going to take off. And I predict we're going to be the number one. Like I said, don't look at the low numbers of viewership. The numbers will come, they'll come. We're only 3 days back. The numbers will come. We're going to basically be the number one show on YouTube. We're going to be I want to be number one on YouTube, right? I want to be number one because I want to, with Dynas not doing shows no more, and Brandon took the MAGA route. There's nobody left. There's nobody left but me. So I want to basically build a show, but I don't want to build a show on buffoonery, I can't do buffoonery. I can't. You know me. I can't do buffoonery. I like people. If you're smart, you're intelligent, you're more than welcome. Come up on the show, give us your insight. But I'm not gonna deal with hard-headed people. Just freaking. You tried telling Elvis last night. I mean, that was just a freaking a joke. Okay, what's this fucking clown says? You are in Native American country, caller. Virginia's not no land of the damn Cherokee. I don't know what the hell you talking about. You know, fuck the Cherokee. How about that? You know, I mean, I hate to say this, but I don't want to get banned for saying something. Let me stop. Don't let me tell you what I really think about fucking Native Americans, Cherokees, these other people. Because they'll throw me off YouTube, man. I guess they're a protected, vulnerable group, so I don't want to say nothing about the so-called Cherokee. But Native Americans, I have no idea why. Are you a black man trying to say you was a fucking Native American? That's what you're trying to say. I'm a black man. I'm proud of it. I'm not no goddamn Indian. I don't care about Indian. Don't give a damn about Indians, right? I don't claim Indians. But I wish them all the best of luck and everything. Don't tell me the Mongo Slade. Something? Mongo Slade coming here calling me a tether? Man, geez, I'm a tether now. Okay. I was just thinking about, dude, because I was watching Let's Do It Again. I was just watching that today, man. Mongo Slade. And then when they ran up to him in Atlanta, and when Bubba Top, I'm gonna kill him. He started hitting him with that hat. Don't you look at me like that, boy. Don't look at none of my boys like that. Mongo Slade. Bill Cosby. That shit was look, let me tell you, they don't make movies like that again anymore, man. That was just pure genius and talent. So much that Black America is just so full of talent, man. I remember, man, like I said, being Black in America is such a joy and a treasure. We had the best movies, we had the best everything growing up. We had everything we wanted. We had the best comedians, we had the best music, we had the best food. We had the best of everything. Black America is like the freaking paradise. I don't think anything compete with Black America. Nothing. But people want to come here and steal our joy. You shouldn't be proud to be Black American. You should be proud to be African American. Kool Herc was a clown. He didn't make one mixtape, man. Kool Herc. He did one show and whatnot. And Bambaataa was the one. There was a look. That whole idea of him being the origin of it came from article in the Source magazine. This one guy did this thing. He said they invited him to do a shoot, right? And he said, let's do the shoot. And he had, I think, Herc and Bambaataa and whatnot. And he didn't know what they were using it for, right? He was on the cover with them, right? And he says, the founders of hip hop, right? He said, no, that's not what happened. But since that went out there on Source magazine, everybody starts saying the founding fathers of hip hop was Afrika Bambaataa, Kool Herc, and somebody else, right? And they were basically saying, "No, that's not what happened." And they said that's not exactly what happened. Bambaataa put that in there. That Kool Herc was one of the founders. No, that's not what happened. Hip hop was around in Black America and the New York area particularly for decades, before the 70s, that idea of bebop music, bebop, hip hop, cool bebop music, but nobody had a name for it, nobody. And that's another thing. Here comes a Chukwo, right? Listen, Dr. Corey Anderson is broke, Dr. Corey Anderson basically, the reason why he's on the internet and not in academia is because he's really not really credible. And said this idea of a permanent, I'm not part of the underclass. I'm not part. I know all the Black people I know are making 6 figures or more. So all of us black people that are making it right here, let's all get together and build this thing for the future. And the bottom line, our future doesn't end with what white people tell us, because you know something else, Chukwo? We're coming for the white man. We say the white people are weak. They're vulnerable right now. They're very weak right now, and they're disoriented. They're all over the place. This is the perfect time to strike. You know, my good brother Dave, Focus Dave, was on last night. He says the state of New Jersey, get this, folks, the state of New Jersey only spends of the government contracts in the state of New Jersey, 14 cents out of every $100 is spent with black businesses. But you know what we're going to do? Not complain about it. We're going to get those numbers up. In the end, the U.S. federal government buys $1 trillion a year worth of goods and services from the public. Here in Virginia, we got a lot of black people who sell to the Navy and do contract work with the Navy and stuff like that, whether it's electrical work, cleaning, whatever like that. We got a lot of Navy contracts with the Navy here, black people. They got nice middle-class homes, everything. We want to increase that. If the federal government's giving out $1 trillion worth of contracts a year, we want at least $20 billion of that coming to our community, right? Chukwo, we're going for the broke, man. So you take your Dr. Claude Anderson, put him in a nursing fucking home. This is the age of the collagenesis. Things won't be the same no more. This is the age of warriors. I'm training warriors, economic warriors. I want people to be strong like I am. I want people to be fearless like I am and confronting them. Get that contract. Get that business deal. Go out there and do it. Don't sit there and roll over and talk about, oh, we're going to be a permanent underclass. Man, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, we got to get those contracts up, man. The thing is, our so-called leaders don't steer us to that area. They steer us to waiting for crumbs from the white man, some job, whatever like that. No, let's take over the fucking this shit. Let's take this shit over. They don't want to give it. Let's take it. Do what the hell we got to do. That's the black America that I know. That's the black America of the future. In the end, if we do it right, we could be the most powerful people on the fucking planet. Right here in America. And that's another thing, Chuko. Less than like what? 8% of black people are on Snap and everything. What the hell they got to do with it? And I don't care about those black people, you know? I'm talking about the vast black America, the ones that generate $2 trillion a year. Most black people are in the middle class. Do you want to know why? You want to see why? They said 1 out of every 50 black families in America now have reached millionaire status. You know, but Chuko don't know that. 10% of all black men in America are in the upper middle class. I know this idiot. I know that he's a fucking idiot. You know, he's a fucking moron. All they do is sit around, listen to white supremacists. And that's why they always freaking what you go. That's why they basically what is Mike Olawale talking about in the freaking chat? Sure. That was Mike Olawale chat. Shut up. Shut up, Mike. Shut up, Mike. I'm trying to do a show. It was Mike Olawale. Was he got me blocked? I can't reply to him. Shut up, Mike. Shut up, Mike. Shut up, Mike. Shut up, Mike. It all depends on no damn white man. We're gonna take from the white man. We're gonna put our foot up the white man's ass, Chuko. We're coming for him. This is a fucking war, you know. No, I ain't going back to hunting and gathering. You know, you could, you and Chukwo could go back to hunting and gathering. Take Kwame with you, you know, and he could do his what's his goal? What is Ifa shrine, you know, and do his hunting and gathering and eating bushmeat. Y'all can go ahead and do that, man. I think I want progress, man. You know, Chukwo and all these other people want to go back to hunting and gathering. Go right the hell ahead. I wish you a lot of luck. You know. All of them, man. The hell with all of them. You're white, you're white. I don't give a damn if you got a small hat or you got a goddamn big hat. I don't care if you have a pointed hat, whatever like that. If you ain't black, if you ain't black American, I have what let me stop, you know. It is what it is. Yeah, look, I can see people that is hunting, right? But I don't want to hunt for a living. I think I reached a level of civilization. I mean, I think, animal husbandry, farming and whatnot, and raising livestock and whatnot, and produce and whatnot. I think that's a better option than going out there hunting, and not. I can't worry about her holding a spear and whatnot, and chucking a spear at a poor elephant and whatnot. I mean, when I was a kid, and white boys, man, white boys, man, they was something else, man. They used to be like, every Sunday we used to have this show called National Geographic Wild Kingdom, right? And then every Sunday, right, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna hear from the white boys, right? They would always show Africans as naked. I said, why is it that? Because I remember when I was growing up, you could not get a breast or behind on TV because it was called nudity, right? But when it came to Africans, they just showed them nudity, women all breast out and whatnot. And I used to ask my father, why did they show the black women from Africa naked when not? That's what the culture is. I said, well, why is this on TV? What's going on, Hustle Smart? you know. And so he's like, yeah, well, Africans are different. So why? I said, well, why are you showing a black woman naked? Then there's one episode, these Africans were hunting down, or trying to hunt an elephant, and they'll throw a spear at the elephant. These white boys came in next day as, see, y'all niggers out, your relatives over here in Africa. Your nigger relatives over in Africa hunting down a poor, throwing spear chucking at a poor elephant and whatnot. They're ready to freaking beat me up because of what some African did on National Geographic, not Mutual of My Wild Kingdom. I'm like, goddamn, can't win for nothing, man. I took a lot of ass kickings for Africans, man, growing up, man. Every time when there was African kids were starving in Ethiopia, whatever like that, with the bellies sticking out, whatnot. White boys come in here, man. Why you guys on TV every night with your kids all hungry? I don't have nothing to do with that. I'm way over here in New York. What the hell I got to do with what's going on over there? Why you people always got flies on you? You guys, man. I'm sick of you guys, man, showing these sad images on TV, asking for money and whatnot. I'm like, yo. But no, I didn't let them go. I had fights. That's what I said. I was not letting them call me anything. I was having fights. I had to knuck it up with some of them, right? Because they would see something on television, and next thing you know, they're gonna try to bring it to me. I'm like, man, I ain't had nothing to do with that shit. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good question. Hold up. Am I on? If you can hear me, put someone in the chat room. Okay. If you can hear me, folks, put the one in the chat room. Put the one in the chat. All right, good. All right, great. Y'all can hear me. I don't know what the hell happened. Good question. Why did I marry African woman, right? First of all, love Africa. And my wife is sort of, although she was born in Africa, culturally, she's still Black American, because her ancestors, for the most part, came from the United States, came from the United States. Her culture came from the United States. So we have that in common. So I don't know what else to tell you. You know, I don't know. I would marry. I could have married an African woman, right? Because I met a lot of them in Liberia. A lot of Pele women. They're very modern and classy and whatnot. I could have married an African woman, you know, but just the culture of my wife's family and whatnot, because they were part of the Congo people, and basically she just liked the way I defended the Congo people all the time, and that's why she fell in love with me, because the way I was defending the Congo people, so it is what it is, that's so it happened just like that, you know, but it is what it is. So we're talking about hip hop tonight, right? And it's all about legacy theft, legacy theft. Like, to be perfectly honest with you, right? In the current state of hip hop right now, I wish somebody would just say, "Take it off our hands." I'm embarrassed about hip hop nowadays, but it was once a beautiful art form. It was once a beautiful music that's really influenced the world and whatnot. But the once we lost control over it, and it became crazy. It was like a downhill spiral. It started with the hip hop in the West Coast and the dirty South. See, every region of the country had their own version. This idea that hip hop, the West Coast hip hop, is so different. No, West Coast hip hop was the West Coast, the slang and everything. Black people talk slang and it's called playing the dozens. Just talk saying our beat, our swagger, our style, similar coast to coast, right? When the South is going to become different because South people are just wild. California, they were just more rough, gangster, whatever like that. New York, we're just more cultured and civilized, and it is what it is. South people they like that booty clapping shit, whatnot. So their hip hop was that. That was it. Like they came off the fucking cornfield, that booty clapping, that ignorant shit. California was more like, sun and surf and gangsterism and flashing clothes. Sad it was when we started acting like California dudes with the cars and with the drop tops and all that stuff like that. That's when New York hip hop started going down. We started acting like California people. You know. Uh, Elvis, don't tell me who to have on my damn show, nigga. Dollar Bill, he shows up. He'll be here tonight if he's available. He got things to do. I don't know if he's going to be here tonight. I would love to have Dollar Bill's input on all this because him and I talk about this shit all the time. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I agree. I agree. We talked about this before, Mr. Cat. New York people were pushing dope, but I believe that, be honest with you, real hip hop heads in New York were not involved with drugs. That's when people saw that if you're a gangster, they looked at the West Coast and said, you know something? If I'm a criminal and I'm a thug and gangster, I could sell a lot of records. So people like Poor Righteous Teachers were marginalized. J. Rooter Damager was marginalized. Grave Diggers, 12 o'clock, and all these other people, even Chaos One, were marginalized, right? To the fact that because of the success of West Coast hip hop with gangster culture and everything like that, that's what the demand was. The last holdout was the South. The South was more like partying. And then, then you had South started getting into the real negativities with the invention of Grand Hustle and also Cash Money Records. And sometimes some people would say Master P. But for most of Southern hip hop was just about partying, girls, booty, and all that stuff like that. Yeah, New York hip hop, New York people would go made their money by transporting drugs from on the I-95 corridor from New York and Philly to the South. That's how people got rich. That's how people. I know firsthand. I choose to plead the fifth. I wasn't involved, but I know a lot of shit. Guns and drugs was the main freaking thing being transported back and forth from New York to the South. You know. You know, I'm not saying like, look, the bottom line is hip hop devolved. When hip hop before, when I was doing hip hop, when I was a teenager, when I 90% of the hip hop audience was young black people. You know, it was our form of community. We didn't really have a chance to communicate with each other about what was cool, what was style, what was hip, except for we heard each other on records and whatnot. You know, and mixtapes and stuff like that, right? Then what happened is the thing that basically made hip hop right when Rakim was talking, he was talking to me. We said constant elevation cause expansion. He was talking to young brothers like me. He was communicating with his brothers, his peers, you know. But now hip hop is about them reaching the damn world, you know. There's nobody talking to me anymore, you know. I don't see J. Cole. I don't think he's talking to me. I don't see Kendrick Lamar talking to me. I don't see people, NBA, we young boy, you know. KRS One was overrated, bro. I'm sorry, KRS One was overrated. You know, he basically was the one who started this nonsense about the Bronx being the birthplace of hip hop and all stuff like this. You know, he could not prove it because if that was the case, then why did he blow up? If Bronx was the place of hip hop, the origin of hip hop, why didn't KRS One ever go platinum? Why didn't he ever get the money and whatnot? Why didn't he go nationwide and worldwide and whatnot? You know. So KRS One, you know, he began believing in his own hype. His Boogie Down Productions was a joke. You know, but he said, "Oh, KRS One, I'm the greatest one." You know, KRS One never was that had that respect. You know, he basically tried. Look, his last thing was when he did that thing, he tried to diss Diddy with that catch "Step Into the World," which was a good song. That was the last song by KRS One I ever made. I think he ever did that I know about. And then he was dissing Puff Daddy and the whole change in hip hop from commercial from or lyric based to commercial based, right? And then basically Diddy probably called him up and said, "Look, teacher KRS One, why don't we do a remix of that? Because that song was taken off. Diddy was starting to feel the effects of that song, Step Into a World one night, right?" And I said, "All right, man, KRS, my man, he's fighting back for us. You know, we're gonna take at this. You know, Biggie Smalls was not one of the greatest. Who is this guy? You must be a white guy. You know, Biggie Smalls not one. Biggie Smalls was basically somebody they put a lot of money behind. He had no freaking mixtapes. I remember that time. Biggie Smalls came out of nowhere. You know, he was the first commercial rapper. They just propped him up on MTV and all these other places and whatnot. You know, he was nobody. Nobody knew who he was until you saw him on TV. Anyway, KRS One, he got the KRS One. The KRS One dissed a song, dissing what he said in the first song. He did a remix of "Stepping into the World." You know, that talk about we need the money. You got to study how to bring the money in. So basically, he basically sold his soul, you know, to Diddy. You know, so we're a little ways into the show, almost an hour. Got two more sprints for an hour, then I'll start opening the lines up, you know, and I want to hear some good conversation, some interesting debate, you know, and discussion, you know, and all this, you know. I want to see hear what people got to say. If you don't agree, look, like I said, I don't mind people disagree with me, man, but come with facts. Because remember something, folks, whatever you read, I lived this thing. I was there. I was there in the Bronx, you know, I was there in Queens. I was there in Brooklyn, Harlem, you know. I was there in the early 80s, man. That was I lived and breathed and street the subways in New York, you know, when I was 13 years old, whatnot, you know, 13, 14, in like 81, 82, that time period when I was basically all over the city. You know, that's all we did was go to these block parties and stuff like that, you know. We know what the hip hop was back then, you know. See, he said, as a Kenyan, I know that's why I said they basically put this out there, right? And it went out there because nobody, if DJ Cool Herc started hip hop, he did not start hip hop. Hip hop was already in existence long before Cool Herc started. There was when you say hip hop, right? Hip hop was just something they described a particular style of music in the South Bronx. The music that you know that right now all over and whatnot was always existed. Black music and that sort of music, that beat music, whatnot, the bebop music was all around, was always around. Rhyming and playing it up. We had Dolomite. Dolomite used to rap, you know? These things were always around in our culture. You know, Cool Herc just put a name on it. You know, black people didn't have names for the music, just like they start calling our music rock and roll. No one's ever called things rock and roll. The media labeled it rock and roll. Then they said Elvis was the king of rock and roll. People said, okay, but Elvis, Chuck Berry has something to say about that. Elvis learned his moves from watching Chuck Berry and these black guys. But he was labeled the king of rock and roll. First of all, they named it rock and roll. And then they basically, see, once you name something, right, you take ownership. It's just like, okay, what Bambaataa and Kool Herc did was they created the brand called hip hop. They didn't create the art called hip hop. They created the brand. You know, so therefore it's like you got to pay royalties to them because they own the brand. They incorporated hip hop as a brand, and so everybody around, like this misinformed brother from Kenya says, I heard Kool Herc started hip hop. You know, no, he did not. He created a brand called hip hop that did not exist. They went around with this brand called hip hop and whatnot. They started labeling all our music hip hop. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Do you understand why I'm the culture critic? Do you understand why I'm the culture critic and the geopolitical pundit? Do you understand why the college genesis is the college genesis, you know? Let's see. Let's see. Okay. That's what it is. That's being my lovely wife. But he created the brand called hip hop. He made it a brand, you know, like a product. He made it a product and called it hip hop. And everybody ran with it. DJ Herc, the creator of hip hop. No, he created a brand. Just like if you're out there and you're doing this new sport, whatever like that, and or like look at FBA, right? Tariq created the brand called FBA. Now everybody runs with it. And you say, who's the origin of FBA? You know, even though it's all over the place, right? Tariq is the thing because he labeled this as a brand. Did Tariq create Black America? No. Did he basically create Black history? No. But why does he have ownership? He has ownership over people who subscribe to that ideology of FBA. Now, I don't subscribe to FBA, you know? So FBA has nothing to do with it. You can't put that label on me because I don't subscribe to it. Most people never subscribed to the term hip hop growing up when I was growing up. We never called it hip hop. We just called it rap music. Hip hop was something Kool Herc and Bambaataa said describes their version of hip hop. You know, what they branded it as hip hop. Their things like 5 elements. They said graffiti writing, mixing, DJing, MCing, and stuff like that, breakdancing, whatever like that, and boogieing and whatnot. They just said this is hip hop. They created a brand, but that form of hip hop wasn't even popular throughout the New York area because there were people in the Queens did not do breakdancing. You know. So it is what it is. You know. How am I running the fucking defense of Tariq? I just told you I don't believe in nothing that guy talks about. What are you talking about? I'm just stating the truth. I'm just telling you like it is. I never even seen Tariq's video on hip hop. You know, Mic Check. I never seen Mic Check. You know, all I'm telling you is what I know, and because I was there. You know, I was there when this all started. And I was there. All my friends and whatnot were DJs and stuff like that. Were break dancers. I was there involved in hip hop back in the 80s. As a teenager. So don't tell me you can't just come in here and get all brand new on me. Talking about college trying to do. No, I was there. I ain't just somebody learning this shit. I was there. That being said, all right, folks, don't get my blood pressure up. But here's a link in the chat. You want to come up and talk? You got something to say? Step right up. Step right up. Step right up. Step right up. Here's Baruti with the so-called the so-called should name music styles by what the look, Brody, man, stop with that corny shit, what the fuck has Africa got to do with our fucking music over here, naming it African style, blah blah blah. Shut up, you corny Brody. Jeez, man, jeez. They can do everything but fucking say, something, has 20,000 square miles for the black man in America suffer. Let's be part of Africa. Then we could talk. Until you come up with that, Brody, I don't want to hear anything what anybody got to say. Where's my land? Where's my 20,000 square miles of my ancestral homeland that we lost in the transatlantic slave trade? When am I going to get that back? Can't get that back? Then fuck Africa. Then, that's the way I see it. Do I know Positive Black Soul? That sounds familiar. Is that dude Soul Makosa? Soul Makosa. No, I'm Soul Makosa. Say Soul Makosa. Makosa. Yeah. I like how Bambaataa remixed Makosa, Yeah. He said, we did not call it hip hop. Hip hop is something the mainstream media took off with, Nobody called this shit hip hop. You say Kool Herc created hip hop. Yeah, he did, but we didn't call our music and culture hip hop, Yeah, the MC element. I know the MC element. Yeah, everybody's starting to know the truth. The MC man goes back way deeper than Hurt. You have MCs that I come from New York. I see motherfuckers come there. MCs, man. Look, let me tell you something about what a real MC is, man. A real DJ is. Let me tell you something about a real MC and a real DJ. Right? The MC, man, he may work. A late night shift at the post office. Right? Up there with his army gear and whatnot, but he has his crates, his stuff like that with his DJ, his homeboy, his DJ, and he's nobody on that subway. He was token, go down to the show and whatnot. But when he puts his gear on, he gets on that stage and he grabs that mic. It's like the power of God goes through that mic and whatnot, and he can electrify the room. The energy you felt in those early days of hip hop was something unmatched I've ever seen in my life. The ampness of that hip hop era, right? With the DJ and the MC rhyming, everything like that, getting you hyped up and whatnot, that energy is unmatched anywhere in the world. That right there comes from our culture in Black America. That ain't come from the islands. That's Black America. That's the souls of the spirits of our ancestors. When we got together, young kids, the average hip hopper back in the days were between the ages of 12 and 17. What did these young people? We used to put together complex meets and just energy. Nobody was fighting about nothing. We were just basically like this. We found more fun in hip hop than we did in getting in trouble. The fun that hip hop, we was breakdancing, we was doing all stuff, we was boogieing. The energy we released in that hip hop, man, was just like something that should have been studied. Yeah, we didn't call it hip hop. We just call it rap music. That's what we called it. So I don't know what people are. Oh, DJ Kirk. They created this myth called hip hop that Kirk and a lot of people are trying to be like he's from the island, so Jamaicans. I mean, it's like stop it, stop it, So stop it, stop it. We uh we have to stop this nonsense, right? Look, it's like this. This is what when people say stop the diaspora wars or whatnot. Okay, let's say I want to stop the diaspora wars, right? I want to stop. I want to be a good caller and stop the diaspora wars. I want to stop this, right? Because I don't really rock with FBA, and that's that. These people some of these FBA people just really hate Africans. I mean, they really do. I'm not gonna lie, they really do. I don't know what it is. They just fucking disgusted. They hate Africa, whatever like that. And they hate the fact that somebody like me is involved in Africa, at all. They hate anybody that goes to Africa. They hate being reminded that Africa even exists. They spend all day and night talking about they hate Africa and blah blah blah. I can't. You can't reach those people, right? But the black people you want to reach is the people who are like, well, wait a minute here, man. I had my feelings hurt by some Nigerians a few times, and so I come from a good family, and we basically do the right thing and everything like that. Why is it that every time I turn on there, you got somebody judging me, telling me I don't have no culture, telling me I don't have this, I don't have that, that the racism I feel in America is all in my mind, that I'm always saying victim. Why am I being attacked? Why are these microaggressions happening to me? Those are the people right there. That's the majority of black people who are basically being lured into this dangerous ADOS FBA movement, you know? And I'm telling my brothers and sisters from the diaspora, you are playing with fire, you know? And so that thing reaches critical mass, the next stage is going to be violence. That's coming next. And people say, how can you say that, Colin? Because people used to say that about the East Coast, West Coast. It started as talk. East Coast versus West Coast. People dissing each other, blah, blah, blah. And then guess what? It eventually turned to violence. And people getting shot and killed. Or something stupid as what state you were born in. So therefore, what we cannot do is this. If we put up things talk about, oh wow, look at black success in America, and I'm gonna showcase black success. Let me tell you something. I ain't one of these black people. If you're looking for somebody that's gonna talk about the problems of black people, you got to go someplace else. I want to join with people who want success, trying to get success, have success, and want to maintain success and pass success on. I'm looking for black people who are winning. And so far, we're going to celebrate our success and build together, We're not build together, but I build, we watch each other build and everything like that, give each other encouragement and everything. I will never tell you got to invest in what I'm doing and whatnot. No, you invest in what you're doing. You take care of yourself and your family, not me, FA mindset has always existed. It's not a majority assisted for social media. Stop that. Look, the FBA mindset, yeah, I said that. It's always existed. What I'm saying is it's growing to the point where it's affecting people who would not even think about this stupid stuff a decade ago. And one of the things I think is, I think the version of Pan-Africanism that has been put out there is basically toxic, In other words, basically, I think, and I don't want my Caribbeans or African brothers to get offended by this, right? I think a lot of times when like a lot of Pan-Africanist movements that come in America, they have an awful lot of people from the islands, Caribbean and whatnot, and they're not sensitive to the plights of Black America, right? Look, I'm like this. You cannot live in a country, right? In a land, right? And somebody comes and tell you this is not your country, it's a white man's country. And they're like, well, I was born here just like the fucking white man was. What makes this country more or less mine it is? And a lot of times, a lot of Pan-Africanists basically are dismissive of Black America's claim to this country. And that's what fuels the ADOS FBA movement, you know? Prince P, are you trying to be smart? You trying to be funny? How's if anybody says anything that's not ass munching fucking immigrants and Africans and whatnot, I'm with Tariq Nasheed. No, I think that I am the alternative to dealing with Tariq Nasheed because I tell you like it is, but I still love you. I still love you. The bottom line, Tariq Nasheed's basically somebody I listened to him, and he just, okay, look, if somebody you say you want to delineate, fine, right? But if you have an African, I've seen an African guy really trying to reach out to him and be like, but brother, man, we could be like this. And he's like, well, I'm like, you don't ever be cold hearted like that. I will never basically turn somebody away just because whatever beef I'm going through with anybody right there. If you stick your hand out in brotherhood and friendship, I'm always going to be there for you. I don't like when Tariq does stuff like that. I know he got an audience and whatnot, and all they want to hear is him humiliating Africans and and that's very hurtful, when he humiliates Caribbeans and Africans that probably really don't mean him any harm. That's not right. That's not right. Now you can have your thing when that, but when somebody makes a real serious effort to get to know you or try to understand you, and you're just blowing them off like that, that's not right. I don't stand for that. I don't believe in that. Flex Up says the version of Pan African as y'all are complaining about was not the doing of Africans. Yeah, I agree with that. I think a lot of it has to do with self-hating Black Americans, and I'm not gonna put that on Africans, self-hating Black Americans, right? Because let me tell you something, Flex Up. This is what it is. There's some Black people who do not like the way their lives turned out in America. So therefore, what they want to do is use racism, white supremacy, which we know is there, right? To discredit Black people. And how you discredit Black people in America, who are making it in America, thriving, whatever like that, tell them that you are selling out. America's a white man's country, blah, 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 and all this nonsense and everything. So people feel guilty. It's called middle class guilt, or survivor's guilt or survivor's remorse. They play on that survivor's remorse. I used to have survivor's remorse, right? I don't anymore. Survivor's remorse is when Black people feel, even though they have accomplished and achieved, they feel guilty because somebody else was left behind. And a lot of Pan-Africanists just use outdated Pan-Africans to tell you, yeah, this was the all way the whole time on that. But the thing is, Pan-African has not evolved since the Garvey time. It hasn't kept up with the times, Africa is not the same as it was back during colonial times. You got new governments on the continent. Africans don't see the world the way they did 100 years ago. They're still going by Garvey's version of Pan-African, where Africans are just groping in the dark, waiting for us to come there and deliver them. Now you got people, power bases on the continent. People are becoming millionaires and billionaires on the continent. They don't need Black America or the diaspora to liberate them anymore. So Africans should state that they are U.S. citizens, not Americans. What's the difference? American is a U.S. citizen. Africans, afterwards, quest should be to create a Afro-Centric hegemony in certain spaces. I don't know. I like this. I think Black people could just create subdivisions of neighborhoods. We got plenty of land, particularly here in the East Coast. You got so many Black farmers, right? If you take that farmland, you got a lot of Black people here where I live at in North Carolina and stuff like that, that are taking farmland, right? Acres and acres. They take like 50, 20 acres of farmland and partner with contractors to build whole new subdivisions, brand new houses going up, man, like dozens of them at a time. brand new houses are going up, man. Freaking brand new streets. They be having brand new streets, fire hydrants, all stuff like that. These are all black subdivisions all over the South. This is happening. You know, I think we should keep this up. More and more black people are entering nice, comfortable middle class lives here in America. So I'm not gonna take that away from them. As long as my people are winning, I'm happy. If you're happy, I'm happy. Principe says, "Do you believe foreign blacks get what did Principe say? Principe, are you working your job at Burger King? Why don't you call in? When you claim, when you claim, believe foreign blacks get such claim that African Americans don't have to claim America. Hip hop is not African American because whites own the label. Oh, well, look, you could say that, right? The label, what is mass produces hip hop out there, and brand, yeah, may be controlled by the white man. I no doubt about that whatsoever. But the culture itself was created by us. The culture itself was created by us. The label, the branding, the monetization of hip hop is controlled by corporate America. That I do know. That I do know. So corporate hip hop is the thing. That's like when you label something, you brand it right, and then you package it. Now somebody could buy it, and that's what happened. They created this idea. First of all, before you could take hip hop away, you got to create it. Before it was just a music out there. What is it? Well, it's rap music. It's gangster rap music. It's rap music. Because why don't they call West Coast hip hop gangster? They call it gangster rap. They don't call it hip hop on West Coast. They call it gangster rap. That tells you that the term hip hop is something unique to New York. And particularly the Bronx area. Run DMC didn't call themselves hip hoppers. They call themselves rappers. MCs. So it's the idea that basically like this. Look, principally, you say African Americans don't have no claim. Yeah, they do have claim to this land. Black people in America got claim to this land because they went here, they fought in every war in this country and whatnot, and that's a problem with a lot of like black immigrants, right? They can't accept that fact. Your brothers and sisters over here are not on the same level as you are. They are part of this society, It is what it is. He said, I was trying to say the narrative that black Americans have no claim to hip hop or claim in America. Claim America came from hip hop. America came from they first. I don't know what he said. They did with race. Yeah. So like I said, we do have a claim to America. But our own version of America. We don't have a claim to white America. White America does not own us. There's always been these black spaces and black institutions and stuff like that. And we got to get back to that. When Black America was strong, we believed in the main institution we believed in was the black family, black marriage. Until we get back to that thing where the black family is the center of the community again, the black church, the black the mosque, whatever religious institution, whatever like that. We put education, all that on back together. We're not going to get any place. You're going to keep seeing our community spiral out of control. We're going to keep seeing people the community spiral out of control. So, does anybody want to debate this topic? I'm going to put the link in the chat room again. Put the link in the chat room. Anyone want to call in? You're more than welcome. So, open mic tonight. I would play some music, man, but I'm sick of getting these strikes. Let's see. What is the African linguistic gonna fucking do? Oh yeah, Asar Imhotep, that young dude, that dude's a clown. The Bacala of North America, he tried to rip that off. Bacala of North America, when he tried to do that like 12, 13 years ago, was a rip off of the Kala Nation, man. I know that dude Asar Imhotep. He's a freaking clown, He's a pseudo clown. I want a society with South Sudanese. Hey, go to South Sudanese. I don't want to be part of South Sudanese. What the hell I want to be with South Sudanese for? I want to be around my own people. I really do. I'm sorry, I hate to say that, man, but I like being around my own people. Some people want to be ground, and I like being around Liberians. That's besides Black Americans, it's Liberians with me. Other than that, I'm good. So I don't know what's the point of learning a language and stuff like that, speaking Schnagalagalaga. You're gonna do, and I don't know. Nowadays, learning a new language is something that'll take 1,000 years to achieve. So what are we gonna do in the meantime? Walk around stupid and dumb and not communicate? Turn a language over for civilization to relearn language will take hundreds of years. You don't just everybody learn language overnight and say we're gonna start speaking this language right here and that's it. No, he wants us to walk around America being dumb and stupid and not being able to communicate and function. Now, if you had a nation state and somebody came up with a good idea for a language and whatnot, say that everyone has to learn this language in a nation state, everyone has to learn it or be given lessons to get citizenship, that'd be a good idea. Yeah, I'm talking about Elvis. If everyone in America speaks English, right, and you're walking around like a freaking moron, speaking a language that's not written, not translated, no nothing like that, yeah, you'll be stupid. You know, yeah, languages. You got people in Liberia after what 200 years still can't speak English. Elvis, what's up with your people? A lot of your people can't even speak English to this day. So what you proved my point that you're stupid. When I come back to YouTube, I had no. I guess I was really. I had a chance to really study and and general reflect. I had no idea these people. You guys, all my opposition was this easy. I didn't have no idea. What was I doing the first time? Elvis, he fell off, man. Elvis fell off really, like I don't know what. Either I got much stronger and smarter, or Elvis just really fell off, man. Because I cooked him last night. So I'm like, what the hell's going on, man, with this, man? Maybe I just got stronger. Maybe I am called Thanos and whatnot. I got all 6 Infinity Stones. But yeah, so like I said, you cannot basically want to be part of a group of people, Yeah, my time went nuts. Okay, Elvis. Okay, whatever, Elvis. My language is pata. What the hell is that? Your language is schnagalaga. Pata schnagalaga. That homie 1721. But yeah, but you cannot basically be like, okay, every time we talk about the goodies, the good side of Black America, we talk about, oh, look at all the 2 million black millionaires in the world, in America. 2 million black millionaires in America. Oh, we're in those. Some of those are Caribbeans. Some are Caribbeans or not. Okay, let's talk about the crime rate in Black America. Oh, we're not committing crimes. No, I don't. We're not part of Black America. You see where I'm going with this, folks? You see the hypocrisy, you know? When we talk about the record number of black home ownership, all the so-called immigrants want to be like, oh, we're that's because of immigrants. That's because we're hardworking immigrants. Then we talk about the EBT cards and stuff like that. Oh, the Section 8 vouchers. Oh, those are foundational Black Americans. We're all hard. Like I said, I could write a book, man. These people are just too easy. They be on college or show like 9 hours. Yeah, I know. And the way the U.S. is headed, you will be probably see more of that happen. What's happening? You know. Look, the bottom line is America is openly becoming more racist. More and more white people for the most part have given up trying to like black people. Their natural instinct is to dislike black people, right? So now it's like, before they used to always their the white guilt, and they always want to do fair and make a better world and whatnot. Trump is telling them, look, if you try to make this world fair and be nice and everything, you're going to lose what you have. And so white people are like, you know something? F them. 20 million people got to be deported. So the hell what? Black people got to be put in their place. So the hell what? Haitians, y'all got to go and whatnot. There's too many black people here. 300,000 black people from Haiti. Y'all got to go. So what, man? Babies crying, separated from their father and mother. It does not matter. The white people, their hearts have hardened. You know, that's what they're dealing with. Black people, they use psychological warfare to control black people through fear, through shame. Like it's like they're running around. Like I said, me personally, that does not work on me. If somebody comes up to me and tells me about that subway shooting, about subway stabbing, I said I feel sorry for the girl who got killed but that dude that did that, what the fuck does that got to do with me? Well, that's not my damn problem. They'll say Charlie Kirk was a fucking piece of shit, animal, racist piece of garbage or whatnot. I'm not crying over damn Charlie Kirk. I don't give a goddamn. Who will support us next? Who is us, the homie? Are you Black American? Are you African American? And who is us? Please, people, do not come to here speaking in riddles. I'll block you. Who are you talking about? You made a statement. Who are you talking about? Say who you are, else I'm gonna mute you. I swear to God. Who are you talking about? Who are they? What I can't stand is bad enough that people I meant deport. How are they gonna fucking you? First of all, you're not Black American. They can't fucking deport. Or okay, wait a minute. Are you African American, Black American? They can't deport you. You must be a freaking immigrant coming here trying to freaking. Oh yeah, we're gonna get deported. I am not worried about getting deported. Not one so fucking whatsoever. I'm undeportable. The only area to be deported if I deport myself. Are you African American slaves descendant? Now you got like Africans calling themselves African Americans now. You notice that? They go in there and call themselves, I'm African American. No, you're not. You're a fucking Nigerian. You're Igbo. You're a Ghanaian. You're a Liberian. African Americans are people of the transatlantic slave trade. The original African story of America is African American. You know, the people who came here as first as slaves. You cannot be deported. If you're African American, you cannot fucking be deported whatsoever. Now, what they are talking about is getting rid of hardened criminals, whatever like that. I don't care about that, but the average black person has no fucking thing about being deported. I know you got principally. I know you got to hold that job down, that third job of yours down in Burger King. And I get it, man. Get the people their fries and their Whopper, man. Make sure that you get their orders right, man. I'm not worried about them getting deported. Fucking like I said, if you really want to pay for my way, you can deport my ass, man. Try it, try me. But that wouldn't not come true or not, man. If they had a chance to deport, if they could deport us, they would have done that a long time ago. They could get away with it. They could deport black people in America, man. They would have did that like 150 years ago. I know, man. Principally, man, work that drive-through, man. Come on, go ahead, get that money, man. I know you're making like $15 an hour at the drive-in, man. But don't get. I've been seeing a lot of people getting shot at drive-through windows, man. You ever think about that? Motherfuckers, look it up, man. The more and more people are getting shot working late night at drive-through windows or not. The coffee's wrong, the fry, they missed the fry. One guy, late girl, got shot because they argued over a burger. The guy said he had 5 cheeseburgers. They said, we put 5 in there. I got 4. And next thing you know, the cashier is dead. The guy stuck a gun in the thing. Blip, blip, blip. So be careful out there. All y'all people out there working at the drive-through at Wendy's, McDonald's, late night, man, give them, don't argue over a fucking order of fries or a Big Mac. Just give it to them. Shit. These corporations got millions of dollars. Don't be trying to protect these people's money. Do what you gotta do, man. Get home safe. Get home alive. Get home alive. So we made some ground here tonight. We learned that hip hop as a brand, the name only brand, right? It's just like when you say Cool Herc created hip hop, it's just like saying Tariq Nasheed created Black America. Tariq created Black Americans. No, Tariq Nasheed just gave an idea, a movement, right? A brand, a name, and brought it to life. But he didn't create Black America. We've always been there. Black America did not exist until Tariq created Black America. Tariq didn't make Black America. He created a brand called FBA, a brand of Black America called FBA. Because like hip hop was a brand of Black urban music at the time. You know, where's Dollar Bill? I don't know where Dollar Bill's at. I'm sorry. I tried to send him the link, man, but he basically my which is not working. My thing is not working on my my thing is not working. My WhatsApp is not working. Let me see if I can get Dollar Bill on again. Let me see. Oh, my freaking thing is not working. Can't get my dollar bill. I mean, my WhatsApp thing that I sent message was not working. When people like Kwame are trying to like this, the whole thing about Kwame is like, look, I get his enthusiasm. He wants to be in the in crowd of Black America, but sometimes you got to give people their space. Oh, Haitians did not found Chicago. Stop that. A Frenchman, right? A mulatto Frenchman, right? Was posted there as a trader, as a trading route. I think he traded furs, something like that. And it became an outpost that gradually grew into the area we call as Chicago. But he was not from Haiti. But because he was part of the Louisiana Purchase and stuff like that, and some Haitian explorers, Black Frenchmen, well, not Haitians. Haitians were enslaved, the people that were enslaved. The Black Frenchmen, free Black people. That's one thing France did that to their detriment was they had they trusted a large numbers of free Blacks, and they made them Black Frenchmen. And they basically trusted these people as part of the French Empire. In fact, Toussaint Louverture said, "I'm a Frenchman. My allegiance is to the French crown." He said that to the end. He was a Frenchman. The idea of Haiti was something that came out of the revolution. Oh, okay, Rudy, go ahead. Go ahead and teach people Kiswahili. Go right the hell ahead. I gotta make you happy. Man, Black people speaking Kiswahili. Are they gonna look Broody, are they gonna curse each other out in Kiswahili? How do you say mofo, motherfucker in Kiswahili? The things you gotta know, man. How do you curse your mama out? How do you say your mama's a hoe in Kiswahili? Yeah, but the whole thing is, yeah, they were free Blacks, but the bottom line is they were not Haitians. They were more Frenchmen. The Haitians were the slave descendants. I am not going to doubt the fact that there were Black Frenchmen that did a lot of exploring in the Louisiana territory. The Black Frenchmen, but when we say Haitians, I'm talking about your ancestors. Ross Moist. They didn't freaking find no damn Chicago and shit like that. Man, stop it. Well, what I'm saying is there's a difference. What you call it is the fact that we, first of all, we did not have a nationality all to ourselves. When you say Haitian, you talk about you guys were the majority on that island, and what you had in common was your slave ancestry. You know, Black people in America, we're a minority group in America, right? And so we're more individualized than you. You guys were a collective, all in bondage, except for a few mulattoes and people at the elite that were free and whatnot. Those are the people who basically did all the stuff for the French Empire, you know. But you guys, who became Haitians, are people who are tribal and people from West Africa brought their slaves. Those are Haitians. The other people were just practicing. So in other words, basically, what you're trying to do is include all the people who were aligned to France as Haitians. Haitians didn't come out about until years later when we became a republic. There were no Haitians in 1804. It's amazing what people can do when you friggin' learn real history. Real history saves. Toussaint Louverture was a Black Frenchman. Oh, he was something like this. These were black Frenchmen, you know. He was part of the colonial arm of France. A Haitian is something that came out of the freaking E5, the voodoo, and the things from West Africa and whatnot, and the people that were rose up against their oppressors and whatnot and drove them off the island. Those were Haitians, you know. Free blacks were not fucking Haitians, bro. Haitians were the slaves. So, all right. I don't think Martin Luther King is worth mentioning because he never secured any nation, any land for us. You know, I never got any land out of Martin Delaney. You know, yo, Brody, linguistics without any land mean absolutely fucking nothing. The reason why you have Scottish language because you have Scotland. The reason why you have English language because you got England. The reason why you have the Spanish language because you have Spain. The Portuguese language because you got Portugal. The Italian language is because you got Italy. The French language is because you got a land called France. You understand? The reason why people speak Irish is because you have Ireland. The reason why people speak Paki because you got Pakistan. No land, no language. Get that through your thick head. Man, like I said, man, goddamn, I'm killing it right now, man. I mean, I didn't see, like I said, I must have had time to regroup and think and whatnot. I'm literally crushing Baruti. You know, he sounded stupid, you know. Crushed Elvis last night, crushing Baruti tonight, man. These guys are fucking quick work, man. Got Principe all calmed down and whatnot, you know. You know, man, I just got 10 times more invincible, man, you know. Bruno said, if you before you could have a language, you got to have a space, a land, where people living in that land agree to use that as a lingua franca. That's how a language grows and maintained. You can't just be somebody said, let's speak a language or whatnot in another person's country and whatnot, man. That's stupid. It is what it is, man. Let me play something, folks. And I hope I don't get striked, you know. I hate this fucking computer. I gotta give me another computer. Yeah, that was definitely house music from Chicago. People said what you call it, house music, you know, hold on. House music and what you call bass and all the stuff like that basically was around in Black America, right? Hip hop is just as they call it, right, was just a mixture of that. Because if you take hip hop, they mix house music in there with jazz, rock and roll. They sample all these things. House was one of the major music that hip hop was sampled from. You know, hip hop didn't have any instruments, right? So it was sampled out of already existing music. And ask yourself this question: what music did they sample the most? They said the most sampled music out of all hip hop was James Brown. You know, so how can hip hop is something that developed in the islands where all the samples came from house music, P funk, disco, rock and roll, all these freaking things. So let's stop this nonsense, this foolishness that hip hop was something created in Jamaica. It's not possible. Yeah, I know the truth. The truth will set you free. You know, and like I said, all this does is basically this assault on Black America. You know, this assault on Black America that basically people want to take what people what Black America did, right? It's like, look, these people created a lot when instead of basically joining us in this building of Black America, they want to friggin' like I said, first they compare ourselves them with us, right? And then when you compare yourself with somebody constantly, you want to compete with them. Let me give you an example. If you're going to your friend's house, right, and you got a new pair of kicks on, right, and he's always pulling his kicks up beside yours, talking about let's look at mine compared to yours. You put a shirt on, but he said, look at my shirt compared to yours. Or where you're in the gym, right, and you're flexing your muscle, right? He goes, oh, look at me, look at me. When somebody is always comparing to, they're trying to be your competitor and your replacement. That's what the vibes these people are trying to do when they're constantly comparing themselves to Black America. If I say Black America is doing well right now financially in America, right? They said 1 in 50 Black families in America is going to hit millionaire status in the next 5 years. That's how much wealth in Black America is growing, actually. There's 20%, 10% of all Black men in America are in the top 20%, you know? Top 20% of income earners, you know, making $150,000 a year more. 10% of Black males in America, right? And so, therefore, people say, oh, well, how many of those people came from the Caribbean? How many people Africa? See, this is what I'm saying. Now, when I turn around and say, well, we got a lot of homicides in Black America, we got a lot of gangs in Black America, right? We have a lot of gangs and problem that, oh, that's not us. We're not committing crimes. We're not on welfare. We're not ABT. So you want all the goodies that comes from Black America, right? But you don't want the problems, you know? You ever know people like that? In Fat Albert Show, they used to have a cartoon called Begging Benny. They said, Begging Benny, he'll take a food, a shoe, a stamp, or 3 cent stamp, or a coffee pot. He don't care what. In other words, basically, that's begging culture, you know? Where you want, gimme, 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 gimme. When it's come time to pay it, ante up, you're nowhere to be found. Or you come and eat, or you show up at a gathering. I always say when you come to somebody's function, you always fucking bring into the table. You bring something to the table. You don't come empty-handed. You know, too many people are coming to the feast empty-handed, and they're leaving without paying any dues or cleaning up behind themselves. You know, what's up, Dark Migo? Long time no see, brother.
What's going on, Kyla? How you been, brother?
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Nah, that's great, man. I'm great to see you back, man. I just wanted to tell you, we
Oh yeah,
missed you,
man.
man. We glad you're back, man. That's all.
Oh yeah, man. I'm glad. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to again rock and roll, and we gotta do this thing. We gotta build the platform back up again.
Yeah,
So
bro, because it was getting crazy out here, man. It wasn't no kind of, education going on through the YouTube. Nobody was doing the same thing you was doing, bro. So I'm like, yeah, I'm glad you back, man.
yeah, so that's why I have a job to do. I have a job to do. This is more than just me getting on. Really feel like I have a job. I got to give direction. That's what giving people direction and leadership. Like I said, we're gonna focus on black excellence and black achievement. That's gonna be the focus.
Yeah,
Winning.
man.
Whatever you're doing in life, whatever you chose to do, I want to see you winning. You know, I want to see you making the bank. I want to see you happy in your personal lives. I want to see you winning. I am sick and tired
Exactly.
of dealing with losers. I don't want to talk to losers no more.
Nah, yeah, I understand, man. And it's what I'm saying. Same to you too. That's what I'm saying, man. If you doing good, that's why I know you're gonna keep dropping more stuff, and then we can still be educated. Because I'm telling you, man, the youth, man, we listening to our elders now, and we most definitely need you out here, brother. Like for real,
Oh
because
yeah, that's all I'm
we
here for,
tired of
man.
just getting misled and not knowing what actually happened during your time. That's why I like talking to you because you
Yeah.
were there. You can tell us. You know what I mean? And then it's like, it's crazy, bro. Like I bring you up a lot, like in my personal life and stuff like that. Like I always say that one time when you told me how you was in school and that you found like a picture of we said it was in like the 1800s that black
Well,
kids and white kids was already
well,
going to school,
it was
right?
like the 1930s. It was
1930s.
like
Okay, yeah.
Crispell Middle School, right? I mean, I was a track team when I so we had the two middle schools combined the track teams. Crispell was in the country. And this was in the deep country. My school was in the country, but this was the deep country, right?
Yeah.
And the two middle schools in Pine Bush combined the track team. So we were on the team. We had one team, in the school district, right? The two schools, right? So I remember sometimes we used to go back in there, take girls and back of the stage, right? In the back of stage we had played one night. And I basically saw what changed me was I saw this old black and white class picture from the 1930s, and I seen a black kids in the class. I'm saying to myself, what the hell? I did not know black people. You know what I'm saying? It's like then it dawned me. This is the north, right? This is up north, right?
Yeah.
But the image of black kids and white kids, we always think of the kids going to school, and that wasn't all of America. There were black people, kids going to school together, even during slavery times in the Northeast, right here in places like Massachusetts and places like that, New York, where that there were black kids actually going to school alongside white kids.
Right.
You know,
And it made so much sense to me because like like on the Northeast, like a lot of black people are like heavily educated. So it kind of makes sense. So I was like, yeah, they've
yeah, the white
been.
people in the Massachusetts were not are beyond race and whatnot. They're so heavily educated. That's why shows like Sesame Street came out, right? Because they basically, if I would not be here if it wasn't for Sesame Street. That
Yeah, a
was
lot of people wouldn't, right?
I would not be here if it wasn't for Sesame Street because they got me into learning, and when it was specifically targeted for black children, and things like the Electric Company and Zoom. I was out of Boston. Zoom was out of Boston. And the bottom line is this: and when you look at the educators, back then we had really good educators in America. But right now, but that was New York, the Northeast, and whatnot. But you got large numbers of people coming from the South and a couple of places like that. They're not educated, and
Hmm.
that's why you'll see people saying stuff like, "Slavery never happened. We were already here." How does that happen? People aren't being educated. People never read books. They don't know there's a rhyme and reason or logic and everything. Why do you think they could just make up this idea that hip hop came from the Caribbean?
Right? Because they have no like, nobody told them that that was wrong. And like you said, they read at like an eighth grade level. So.
Right. And so the bottom line, they don't understand something. I said, look, hip hop was a brand created by Kool Herc and them after the fact. That was back in like the 90s, right? Bambaataa and Karis One all of them try to say, yeah, we gotta create this thing called brand is hip hop. Before the media really didn't have anything to call it. They was calling it rap music. Remember that? And then Cray also had an idea that we're going to create hip hop. We're going to call it the five elements of hip hop and everything. But or where do you live at?
I
You
live
live
in
in
New
Jersey.
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 Mhm.
Does anybody freaking do let's say breakdancing in New Jersey?
Well, I wouldn't really know only because I'm a little younger. So, but I know that
Yeah, okay, but I'm saying
I
if
live
it
in
was
like North
five
Jersey,
elements,
so like,
but notice how nobody does it now, right? Even
yeah, nobody,
graffiti,
yeah, nobody
even
is.
graffiti. Do you see people doing graffiti a lot nowadays?
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I do. If you take the train or like you go,
Oh yeah, the train segment, but I'm just talking about as
you
graffiti as an art.
know,
Like when you see a hip hop
this
show,
is
right?
like, nah. They not no.
Or like if you
Yeah,
go
no.
see J. Cole, whatever like that, or you see NBA Young Boy or whatnot, do you see graffiti mural in the background?
No, I don't.
And also, do you even see DJs anymore? Really, do you see DJs
Used to be,
anymore?
you know. Nah, not really.
Um,
Nah, it's not really like that anymore.
I know a few DJs. They just do parties and stuff, like
No,
people's
I'm talking
birthday
about
That's
when
what.
you
parties.
Yeah, but yeah,
see.
he's not
Hold up.
talking about that. That's what I was saying. No, yeah, he's not talking about
Like
that
when you
Oh,
part.
say Jam Master Jay Run DMC, right?
oh, okay. No, no,
It's the
not like far as
DJ
like.
and the MCs when I. So if those things don't even, you got MCs right that really don't even MC, they don't even rap. They do mumble rap or whatnot, but that's called hip hop, right? You got people who just basically just mumble over a beat and whatnot. It's called mumble rap. You got drill rap and also, is that all hip hop?
Nah.
You see what I'm talking about? So basically, the definition of hip hop was very vague to begin with, because even when the hip hop was created, nobody was really doing a lot of stuff that they call hip hop outside of the South Bronx, right? They nobody ever brought it together. When you did hip hop show, you had a graffiti artist there as a mural. You had break dancers, pop lockers. You had MC, right, and you had a DJ and whatnot. Now you don't see that no more. You don't see pop lockers. Before they said the five elements. That means essential. And back in the
Okay, I
day,
get you. Yeah, I get it now.
back in the days in the Bronx, I'm gonna tell you, in the early Bronx 80s in Bronx, you did not see any hip hop without breakdancers there.
Yeah,
And
so
then
you saying
gradually
that basically was what made hip hop. Like it had to be breakdancing, it had to be, some
that's
guys
what they defined
freestyling.
as the five
Okay, I
elements
get
of
it
hip
now.
hop.
Yeah, yeah. I get
But
it.
And that
Okay.
I
only
mean,
existed in that one area, the South
th-
Bronx, Bronx
but
River.
that's why people say hip hop was dead. I mean, only thing that lived on was pretty much rap music,
Yeah,
just the
rap
music.
and rap, not even real MCing, just rap.
Right? Yeah, just the rapping.
Just rapping, not real MC, and not Mike check when Mike check 1 2 1 2. Let's and just
Right.
turn to rhyming and stuff like that. Rhyming. Being good a real rhymer, or skilled rhymer. That died in hip hop. You don't have to rhyme anymore. Lil Wayne came out. You don't even have to rhyme no more.
Oh,
Just talk.
I ain't gonna say all that. No, I ain't gonna say nothing about Lil Wayne.
No.
I don't.
Look, hold on. Look, let me say this. I like Lil Wayne's music, right? But Lil Wayne is not an MC.
I don't like Lil Wayne's music, but I will say that I mean, he's good as far as rapping ability. I
No,
think he's good.
no. He
Nah, I
basically,
wouldn't. Yeah.
he makes good songs.
I
He
don't like
makes
his
good
music
songs.
though, but I'm not gonna
Nah,
He
but
deny.
makes good
he
songs,
said
right?
MC. Remember that. He didn't say rapper. He
Right,
said
right, right. I
MC.
got you. I got you.
An MC,
Okay,
an
yeah.
MC is when you hear like Rakim, when
Right.
you hear basically somebody like, what I guess MC is when you hear Pheromones, right?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Big L, that's an MC.
Right.
Big Daddy Kane, Master Ace, those are MCs. That all died out because that rhyme skill, wasn't necessary anymore. So they still call it hip hop. And so that's what I'm trying to tell somebody like Kwame. He's like, cool, hurt, creator. Look, the most sampled thing, hip hop didn't have its own instruments or anything. They didn't. You know, the only hip hop band back in the days was Stetsasonics. They had instruments in the band. They tried to make their own music, whatnot. Run
Mhm.
DMC introduced the electric guitar and rock box.
Mhm.
And King of Rock. But for the most
I
part, hip hop was based on sampling mostly house music. And,
right.
and things like James Brown and soul and funk.
I think that's why it lasted so long because the thing about it is, I mean, you could sample anything as far as like rap songs and whatnot. I mean, you hear when you go back and listen to a lot of songs, they like rappers like well, not rappers, but the producers, they sampled a lot of different music from rock music
They
to
sample,
some
they
music
sample a
all
lot
the
of
way
shit.
in Asia.
They sample opera. They sample everything. Like
Yeah,
Brother Mel said, they sample every dang thing, everything in this
right.
thing, man. You can have
That's
a
why, like, that's
you can
why
have a Mickey Mouse
you know a
they'll
rap
sample
song
that.
when you hear one, but they all like sounds different depending on who they like. That's another thing I like about rap music. It all has its own sound, region to region. I will say it
And
did
so,
have its own
so
sound.
that, like I said, the so-called hip hop that was created in the Bronx was its own sound. You know, those unique,
Right.
unique
Mm-hmm.
era. Like, let
It
me
was
give
its
you an
own sound.
example. In Boston, they had a sound. They had that electronic beat. You know that what's that? Well, you know that electronic beat, and like you're talking into a electronic device, whatever, like that, an electric
Yeah,
beat,
the
whatever.
telephone effect. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So they had that sort of style. You had the groups like the Johnson Crew. The Johnson Crew predated a lot of hip hop, like in New York. They had a show called Pac Jam, you know, and they emphasized space and they had a song called Electric Kingdom, whatnot. We had a lot of electronic beats and whatnot, you know, and we imported a lot of beats from Europe, Kraftwerks, you know. Man Parrish was from France, you know. Arthur Baker was a white man, you know. He wears a break dances where it's at, where it's at. That's Arthur Baker. No one even knew he was white, you know. He's from the, he was in the Bronx, you know.
See,
Malcolm
yeah, that's
McLaren.
crazy. Like, this is why I say you're needed, bro, because like I never knew any of this shit. Like, no lie. Like,
Malcolm
you know what I mean?
McLaren created, I think he passed away recently. He created Buffalo Gals. Remember that? Buffalo Gals. Look at that song. I can't play it right because they're gonna flag me. The Buffalo
Yeah, I'm gonna look
Gals.
it up.
Buffalo Gals, when that's breakdancing, everything. That's Bronx hip hop. That's Bronx River right there. That's Bronx hip hop. That was Buffalo Gals was unique to the Bronx. You know, that was
I,
Bronx hip hop.
I just got here, so I don't know if you said this or not. But the whole like Caribbeans created hip hop or rap music and whatnot. It's like I won't. Well, like I said, I wasn't there, but from what I know, they were there. But every single time I hear about people talking about Caribbeans being there, everybody always said, "I didn't know they were Caribbean until I went to their house and I heard their parents speak."
Yeah, it
So I
was
said, if you
and
didn't know they were
not that.
Caribbean,
The music that if they were hip hop, right? It was Black American music. Like they would sample James Brown, you know,
right? And that's
and
the thing, though. If they didn't know they were Caribbean,
right.
everybody assumed they were Black American. They acted like Black Americans. So I said,
You
that's
know the thing is,
Exactly.
too? You know what the
They
thing is?
always do that shit.
Check this out. When hip hop always has certain themes, right? Like Hell Up in Harlem, that was a theme in hip hop, you know. Kung Fu movies, that was a theme, you know. Shaft, that was a theme, you know. All the hip hop themes that guided us and whatnot, you know, Three the Hard Way and whatnot, you know. You had to have some black. All my friends back in the days and whatnot, you know, the Puerto Rico and whatnot, they was all into black culture, you know. It was Black American culture, you know, that hip hop was based on, you know. The music, the theme, the storyline, everything, the narrative was Black American culture. So how do people talk about it came from the Korean? It's a lie. It's all the fact that this. I hate to say this, right? When things are going good, something is worth. Let me tell you something. The reason why they're doing this is this, right? Unlike other genres of music where reggae has its place, whatever like that. Okay, you got something like that. Hip hop, the way evolved out of hip hop, transformed the world. You seen those? Remember the movie Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift?
Yeah, yeah, I seen that.
Remember the hip hop? You got Japanese hip hoppers now that can compete. You know,
Yeah, yeah. It's
it's
super
I,
not
bad
that.
now. Yeah.
Colin, you know what's something crazy? I
Yeah,
saw something on YouTube that these Japanese dudes they've been rapping since the '90s and I mean they was into that boom bap type of early '90s type of rap stuff, but
But that shit corny.
they're
Like,
over there
they're not checking for
DJing.
that.
They're over there DJing. They're putting out look, the K-pop is taking off. Look at the style, the dance, the moves they do. It's imitating hip hop, right?
Yeah,
Now that
yeah.
has such a couple of impact in the world. Now every people, you go to Slavic countries, they got their own version of rap, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Europe, they even got
Yeah,
neo
dude.
Nazis. They got their
Yeah,
rap.
I know, right? I seen they
Check this
doing
out.
drill.
So
Racist guys.
this thing, although it seems like it's dying in America, right? It's taking over the world. And what they don't want to do is basically attribute this to the one group of people that they hate the most, Black America. You know, white America does, right? Because
Facts.
people will say when they always basically say America can't claim for as America, like they took over rock and roll, say it was an American art form, right? They can't really do that with hip hop, right? So if they can't do that with hip hop, right? Say it's American art form, let's give it to the Jamaicans and the Caribbeans by putting this narrative that it was some thing that came here from the islands, not something that uh, derived from white America's biggest competitor, which is Black America culturally worldwide. We're more
The
popular than them on the global stage, you know?
the only thing I have about K-pop actually like it lets you know exactly like where they got their influence from. They don't hide it. They actually tell you like, oh, it's just a blend of hip hop, house, or whatever else they
Yeah.
doing,
And so,
electronic music. So
so yeah, when you say hip hop, right, it's important that who's going to intercept that. Now, if somebody, if it's known that Caribbeans created that, right, then the Koreans will go to the Caribbeans and start paying homage, you know? They start saying, well, we heard hip hop was created by a Jamaican in Jamaica, so let's go there. No, it was created by Black America, you know? That's why it's important to get this story right, you know? Because there's more to it, it's more to it than just the music. It's going to translate to social and politics and everything, you know? So the bottom line is, so when well, like I said, I have nothing against my Caribbean brothers and sisters, but, look, they got to stop doing that, you know?
Yeah, I know
And
what you mean. You just gotta tell the truth. Yeah,
yeah,
like
like I said, I don't got no problem with them either. But like I said before, everybody that said that they were there, they did not know that they were Caribbean until they went to their parents' house. They thought they were Black Americans. So
yeah, that's
that
what I'm
lets you
saying.
know.
Everybody was trying to be Black American, that's it.
Yeah, that
because
lets
they
you
got
know
no
that.
choice. Because bro, like you can't like keep it real. Like you can't get any women if you don't cosplay Black American. Like I've realized that growing up with Jamaicans and
Yeah, even
Africans, like
Puerto Ricans, everybody
or
wants
yeah,
to be
even
Black,
Hispanics or even white guys. Like if you can't if you're not cosplaying Black American, the lady's not really gonna fuck with you. So they kind of realize that. So that's where I kind of see why the envy comes from. You know.
I don't know. I ain't grow around Black immigrants. So I wouldn't be able to
Yeah,
tell you.
I have in New Jersey. We do. Yeah, if you got a girl, bro, and he like her too, he that's not your friend no more, bro. You know what I mean? You gonna be like, yo, what's going on, man? It happened to me a billion times, bro. They envy is next level.
Yeah, also, like I said, I hate to put it like that, man. That envy is dangerous,
Yeah, it is, bro. It is. Like, cause Kyle, I've been shocked. I'm thinking these dudes my best friends, my nigga. I'm like, yo, like, what the fuck? I'm being mad nice to you, Jamaican niggas. Like, why y'all niggas is haters? Like, what the fuck?
and it comes out at the most awkward times and whatnot.
For real, bro.
You go
Shit.
all the time. You think everything's cool when I didn't just say, what the hell? Why that should come out of your mouth? Why you say that? What's up with that?
Right?
You're like,
Yeah, like because you never think because like you said, like I never thought it was like a separation until they said something, like they put the separation like these one
I know. I
Haitian
never
dudes I
thought.
was
I
cool with,
always
yeah.
thought when we were growing up, everybody was black.
Right? Yeah,
All black,
yeah.
right? And then now I did not know that there was resentment and shit like that until they brought it up.
Facts,
And so,
yeah.
like I said, we were still on this Pan African thing.
Yeah, the Pan African, yeah. Yeah,
And
man. I remember that growing up too.
remember, I was saying like this earlier, and I don't know if you guys caught this, right? I think, and like Flex said, don't blame this on Africa. Yeah, Africans have nothing to do with this. I think a lot of Pan Africans are two types of Pan Africans, right? Is Black Americans who don't like themselves, right? They never got girls, not successful in life, whatever like that. So just bitter at the world. Okay, Santa Claus, nobody left you present on the Christmas tree, so now it's time to get rid of Santa. Let's cancel Santa. You know, New type of niggas. Motherfucker Santa, man. Niggas like, yo, man,
No, I
you
know
gotta
what
do
you
something
mean,
this
yeah.
time of year. Be creative, man, because you got niggas out there on the edge, man. I remember I was 5 years old. I was waiting for my bike on Christmas Day. Santa never brought that shit. So
Yeah. And he
you got
ready to
that out
kill
there.
everybody because of that.
Niggas gonna kill everybody because they didn't get that bike. Yeah, that bike for Christmas on Santa and whatnot. So you got them type of niggas out there, and you got Caribbeans who basically come here. And when you tell people, okay, I get it, we're all black, but I'm still American, right? I'm still American. I see things a little differently because I was born here. I was born in the United States. I'm not gonna friggin' discount that. They're like, oh, we're all part of the third. We're not part of the damn third world. I didn't grow up in the islands. You know what I'm saying? Back in the days, I just went along with that shit, man. We're all part of the struggling people. Wait a minute, what the fuck am I? I'm not part of no damn third world and shit, And so therefore, when you start saying, something, I'm good. I'm an American. I'm here. I live in America. I got it good. When they try to tell you that no, this is the white man's land or not. I'm like, well, until somebody tells me I can't, I gotta get on a plane and go someplace else. I was born here. Most likely I'm gonna die here. Why should
Prince of
I?
P, join the panel.
Principally, he's like, I think he's at work. I told him
Okay.
he's
'Cause
at
I don't know
that.
why you call me. I
He's
don't
at
know why you call me K-pop Steve, but
he's at that. He's at his at the drive-thru. I told him be careful. Yo, they've been shooting people at drive-thrus lately. You seen that?
he had to drive through.
It ain't funny, man.
Yo,
Wait,
Kyler.
No, I'm
I
talking
just came
about
up
Prince.
here. That's one
Wait,
lady.
why you say he had to drive through? Like, what do you mean?
She punched the girl through the drive-thru.
I don't know. He be in
That's
some
all.
booth. I don't know.
Yo, that scene.
Oh, okay.
One dude was arguing that said he had 5 cheeseburgers. He said only got 4. No, we put 5 in there. Dude stuck his gat in there. Blip, 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 blip,
Nah, that's crazy.
Man,
Where was this at?
it was on the TikTok. Look it up. Guy shoots guy over burgers in the drive.
Cheeseburger.
Look it up.
Prince of P, we not saying that Caribbeans didn't contribute. We saying that they didn't bring it. They didn't bring hip hop over from the Caribbean.
They did
I'm
not
not.
bring it from the Caribbean, though. That's a lie. It's a lie, man. Jeez, I hate that shit, man. It's like, look, it's like, why don't they say they brought house here? Why don't they say they brought jazz? Why don't they say they tried to do that one time too, trying to attribute jazz from New Orleans as Haitian? It's like, are we entitled to anything?
Nah, yeah,
I'm not ADOS FBA, man, but I see where they be coming from sometimes. Like, goddamn, we ain't allowed to have nothing. But when it comes down to the crime and the killings and the Section 8 that's all us,
Nah, you funny as hell. Cause bro, them Haitians be bugging in Florida, brother. I'll tell you that. All right. So I don't know, what they be talking about. They be
but
crazy.
you look at it right now, Haitians are all model citizens. They always portray themselves as model citizens.
In LA, it was the Belizeans.
Those are all Black Americans,
And I heard in LA, a lot of Belizeans that were Crips and Bloods too. But
yeah, your Belize is off the chain, man. I don't even want to go there on vacation, man.
It was somebody on
Virgin Islands. Virgin Islands got Bloods and Crips, man.
Yeah, they be killing tourists too.
I'm like
the Caribbean in general, like a lot of countries in the Caribbean is just like very dangerous.
Yeah,
a lot of countries in the Caribbean.
Oh no, here we go.
Who was it?
Oh boy.
Kwame.
Oh no.
What's up, Kwame?
What's up, Steve?
No.
What's up, Bati?
Kyler, crying about who started hip hop ain't gonna change the facts, Kyler.
Oh Lord.
It's not gonna change the facts, Kyler.
Facts of what?
The man block his name Hip Hop Avenue, Kyler. It's over, Kyler.
Yo,
the eyewitness. We got the eyewitness.
I don't care if they put his name on the Statue of Liberty. It don't mean shit.
Who, Bambaataa? Come on, who cares about that guy, man?
Bambaataa's a clown.
Isn't he like a known rapist? Didn't he rape somebody?
He
raped mad
Campbell,
kids,
man.
right?
Yo, he ran up in Hassan Campbell,
he
man.
Died him. That's what he said.
Died him, yeah, right?
Kyler,
that's who you fucking with?
Kyler, it's over. Kool Herc is the father of hip hop, Kyler. It's over.
Kool Herc is with him. Isn't that his boy?
Yeah, they're all.
That's why I'm like, bro, come on, they're all gay, like pedophiles. Come on, man.
All fucking
nah, it's like this, right? Kwame, let me ask you a question, right? I keep hearing this. I said it earlier. I keep hearing this, like, the Caribbeans, they created hip hop and all that other stuff, right? But everybody keeps saying back in the day when they were around, nobody knew they was Caribbean. Everybody thought they were Black Americans. So, like,
I was there, I didn't know.
Let Steve talk, Kyler. You was listening to punk rock.
So I want to ask you a question. Like, if everybody thought it was Black American, what part of the Caribbean culture did they put inside of rap music in the early stages? I'm not talking about later on, because there was some Caribbean influence later on. I will admit that.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah, why mad niggas not saying Bumbleclot?
the merry-go-round technique that
what merry-go-round? Explain it.
When you extend the beat, Kyler, That came from.
Do you know all over
Let me,
New York?
Kyla. Let me.
Hold on,
You
we were
trying to
doing
explain? You
DJing,
trying to
all kinds
explain it
of stuff.
away, Kyla? You had 2 hours.
Let him finish, Kyler.
Kyla, you
Let him
had
finish.
2 hours. I listened to you ramble for 2 hours
Yeah,
and
man, it's my
presented
show,
no
man. Go ahead,
facts.
man. But go ahead, make
Yeah,
your
I
point, brother.
listened to you ramble for 2 hours,
Okay, go
presenting
ahead,
no
make your
facts.
point,
All right,
man.
come on, come on.
Who Heard created the merry-go-round technique, which is unique to hip hop. Also, Grandmaster
Who else uses
Flash.
it? Who else
Uh,
uses it?
huh?
Who else uses it?
What you mean? Who else uses it?
What is the merry-go-round technique, and who uses
It's
it?
pivotal to hip. That's
No,
what
no,
makes it
no.
hip
It's not.
hop,
Don't
Kyla.
tell me it's pivotal. Tell me what it is, and tell me what songs you know uses it.
Every song in hip hop
Well,
used
what
the
song? What
merry-go-round
song? What
technique.
song?
If you wasn't listening to punk rock
Give
and
me
you
an
was
example.
listening to hip hop, you would know that, Kyla.
Give me an
You
example.
was listening to
I'm
rock and
gonna give
roll
you
in
an
the
example.
'80s, Kyla.
Kyler,
You
you
was
listen to punk rock, Kyler.
Yeah, he said he wasn't listening to hip hop. You don't know nothing about hip hop.
Let me
He
tell you
don't
this.
know. Kyla don't know nothing about
Let
hip.
me,
He
let
was
me,
listening to
say this.
punk rock.
Kwame. Hip hop never had its own instruments. You know that, right?
Yeah,
Hip hop was sampled out of existing music, right?
Kyla, we know this.
Okay, what music and particularly what artist was the most?
Nobody's saying Cool Herc created a sound.
Hold on. What music and what thing the hip hop? Mostly house music, right? That hip hop came from.
Right. Let me tell you something. Hold on, Kyla. Let me tell you something. Carl Benz is credited to being the creator of the automobile, but yet Carl Benz didn't create the wheel. He didn't create the engine. He didn't create
Yeah, but
the.
hold on.
Hold on. Let me
We already,
finish. Let me finish. Let me
already,
finish.
hold
Let
on,
me
we already
finish.
debunked
Let
what
me
you're saying. We already
finish.
debunked
Let
what
me
you're saying.
finish. Let me finish. Carl Benz didn't create nothing associated with the car. He brought all the elements together to create the car.
All
That's
right, all
all
right.
Cool Herc
You
did.
don't just need a wheel to operate a car though. So
Hold
I'm
on.
like, what are you talking about?
My fair students, Dark Mingo and thing. What did I say about those five elements? Explain
Like
it.
you need those 5 elements
No,
for
you
it to be
don't.
in
No,
hip
you
hop, my
didn't.
nigga. Didn't you say
No, you
that?
didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. We didn't use no five elements out in Queens. At the same time.
Kyla, was you listening to punk rock in the '80s?
We were not. Hold up. We did not have break dancers out in Queens. We did not have friggin' graffiti murals in the thing. We started hip hop with
Kyla,
just
you
two
left New York
turntables,
30 years
microphones.
ago. What do you know
Wait,
about New
hold
York?
on. Also, you said you need all these five elements. Look, that was only in Bronx River. Outside of Bronx River, nobody cared about no damn
Kyla, are you
five
telling
elements.
me there was no tagging crews in
No,
Brooklyn or,
there
or,
was
or
no freaking.
Queens?
Yeah.
Kyla, you don't know nothing about New York,
Look,
Kyla.
hold on. Only graffiti artists I knew came from the Bronx. That was it. They all came from the Bronx.
Kyla,
I'm a
it's okay, Kyla. I have no problem saying
No,
that.
I'm
Look,
saying
look,
like,
hold on. Kyla, I have no problem saying that jazz and funk
no, hold on,
influence
yeah, and hip
sky
hop
or,
came from
or
Latin
reggae,
America
Kyla.
too. Oh,
It's
look,
like you have a
hold on,
problem.
has
It's
another
like
thing,
you
right?
have a problem.
Right? Hold on, let me tell you something. Has another
Nobody
thing,
else
right?
in New York has a problem with this,
Hold up.
Kyla.
You know something?
Nobody's
My
protesting
hip hop.
Go
Cool
ahead,
Herc
Kwame. Yeah,
Block
finish your
saying,
thought.
hey, Cool Herc didn't create hip hop.
Hold
He's not the
on.
founder.
Kwame, please don't talk over me, bro.
Go
Look,
ahead.
let me say this. My hip hop crew, we call ourselves Spin Easy. Back in the days, right? I had my boy Chris on.
Yo,
Tell you
that's hard.
everything,
You
man.
said spin easy.
Spin
Ain't
Easy.
nobody know y'all. Ain't nobody know
Nah,
y'all,
that's
Kyla.
tough. Stop hating. Stop hating.
Hold on.
That's
We
hard.
were like a branch
Nobody
office.
know y'all, Kyla. What parties y'all? What parties y'all?
All
What
right,
parties y'all
Kwame. All
spitting?
right, all right.
Kwame, let me finish what I'm saying. Then you
All right,
can
go
say
ahead.
whatever you want. We were like an affiliate connected with the Zulu Nation and Rocksteady crew, right? And we was in upstate New York, right? We had all the so-called elements of hip hop, right? My boy George, man, the funniest motherfucker, like he's Puerto Rican. He was our graffiti artist. He made all our bomber jackets and whatnot, and graffiti paint and whatnot. He had these dope jackets and whatnot. We had a DJ. We had break dancers. Me and my boy Chris, we were break dancers. My brother was a boogier, was a pop locker boogier, and we were all break dancers. And we had the graffiti artists, break dancers, everything. George was our graffiti artist. We had another guy, Gerard was our DJ, whatever like that. But you know something? Although we had all the five elements, right? Out of all the hip hop crews, because we were all trying to be like we're from the Bronx. Listen to the five elements hip hop and that. We got fucking laughed at, man. We got laughed at with that shit. Everybody was like, man, what the fuck are y'all doing, man, with that breakdancing and fucking.
Colin, can I say something?
Matter of fact, one time we almost had a fucking riot between the breakdancers and the MCs and the DJs, right? About who was getting the more time and whatnot in the skating rink, right? Everybody was like, yo, fuck breakdancing. Motherfuckers breakdance was like, yo, fuck the DJs, fuck the MC. You know what I'm saying? That's what was going on back then. So this loving thing talking about some 5 elements. You were not there, Kwame. There was no love between hip hop heads back then and whatnot, you know.
Colin, can I say
What's
this?
up? What's up, Crazy Ace?
Yo. All right, Elvis.
So, Kyla, let me ask you, Kyla, let me ask you one. Kyla, let me ask you one question.
Like that.
Did you not say that you was not listening to hip hop and you was listening to
No,
punk?
I said when I was like 14, right? When I was 14, right, the only hip hop really out was we had which we call Boston hip hop, the Johnson crew. That was Pac Jam. That's what introduced me into hip hop. It wasn't even the Bronx hip hop. It was Boston's hip hop with the Johnson crew. That then came Soul Sonic Force, Planet Rock, in 82. And when Planet Rock came out and Johnson crew in 82, that's when I switched to hip hop. I was 14. That's why I switched to hip hop.
Is it Planet Rock Bambaataa?
And Planet Rock was Bambaataa, yeah. He was like this. But it was actually, that was just one thing, man. The Johnson crew was a high school. Then Nucleus. Nucleus had some Jam On that, Jam On.
Yeah.
We had a lot of things all across the country that were producing, not just the Bronx,
You thought it was only Bambaataa, Kwame? Come on, man.
I never said it was just
I'm about to say,
Bambaataa.
he not even good.
Listen, I'm not saying it was just Bambaataa. It's
so
a multitude of people.
Hip hop, heads.
Well, I'm saying the consensus or the eyewitness and the people that was there.
I don't know.
They labeled Kool Herc is not running around saying I'm the father. It's the people that's like, Kool Herc is a pioneer. He's the father of hip hop. He's not going around saying, yo, crown me the king.
That came from an article in the Source magazine that somebody said. The guy said, "I'm regret I did that because I got fooled into." He did a picture of him, Bambaataa and whatnot, and they put his thing, founders of hip hop, whatever like that. And he said, Bambaataa, he got tricked there. Oh, let me tell you, Kwame. Tell me if you agree with this, right? Hip hop was a brand that was created by Bambaataa, Kool Herc, or not even so much as Kool Herc, but Bambaataa, KRS-One, and all of them, right? It was a brand, right? It described a music genre, right? It's just like you saying Black America was created by Tariq Nasheed. Black America existed just like the music we know as hip hop was always there. It always existed.
I think that's where the confusion comes in, because when most people think hip hop, they just think rap music, which I guess
hip hop was all bebop music. It was in Black culture for decades.
And I think that's what people misunderstand, because when they think hip hop, they just think rap music. They don't think about break dancing and DJing and all that. The average person, when they hear the term hip hop, they just think somebody rapping over a beat.
So wait, are you saying DJ? Are you saying the DJs is irrelevant?
We have people like Dolomite out there. People play the dozens.
Hold on, I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but I'm trying to tell you, most people outside of New York, when they hear hip hop, they don't think of DJing and all the other stuff. They just think of the music behind it. That's it. And
Steve is right, because the most popular part is the music. People don't care about the five elements.
Yeah, that was only something that existed in the Bronx. That Bronx River.
Graffiti, breakdancing, DJ.
And I think that's where the confusion is coming in, because
we're in upstate New York, right? And my boy Chris, man, because he's from the Bronx, right? And he was like, yo, he got us down with Zulu Nation, Crazy Legs, and all them. So we was the only one of crew in our city, right? That we did the 5 elements. But the bottom line is we were the most, and people said, man, that's whack because you were not from the Bronx. You're imitating people. That's not your life. You don't have to do that. The people tell me, you put a mural up here, whatnot, and see what these white folks do to you on one of these walls, So we know that, man, the only thing we could do as far as graffiti was my boy George. He used to make our jackets for us. We used to have our Lee jackets, our Levi jackets, and he make our bombers for it. When I had my Crazy Ace thing, that shit was nice, man. I had it all black, man. It was really nice. But the bottom line is that's all we had. We could not tag on walls or nothing like that where I lived.
It wasn't because my parents couldn't do it, but like when rap music and stuff came down here, nobody was trying to break dance and do all that. When they would, the average person, when they hear the term hip hop, they just think somebody rapping over a beat. To be real.
I
And I think that's where the confusion is coming in, because and DJ and whatnot. They was just all into rapping and whatnot. They didn't really, get into all the other stuff. That's why I say the most popular thing out of hip hop was rap music, and that was what caught
And that's
on
what had the longevity.
everywhere.
You know?
Yeah,
All the other stuff, man, just fade away. Even DJing. Now
yeah.
rappers don't even show up with DJs anymore. It's all pre-recorded
That's
shit.
Kyler. That's a lie, Kyler. That's a
No, but
lie.
hold on. Okay,
Every
who's
rapper has a DJ,
yo, hold
Kyler.
yo,
What are you
who's
talking
big
about?
boss
The
DJ?
DJ got a computer nowadays. That's all.
You got a
Nah, but
computer, bro.
they still mixing and scratching. You
No,
got
dude, man.
DJ
No,
S.
I worked in a club, man. It ain't the same thing. They using computers now, laptops, man.
Kyler,
No,
some of the
dude,
richest
they
people
using
in
computers and laptops. All that's not the same anymore, bro. I worked in a club for years, bro.
Kyler, some of the wealthiest people in hip hop are some DJs. DJ Khaled is wealthier
Yeah,
than
yeah.
most.
Hold on. These
Hold
guys
on,
are
let me
producers.
hold on.
DJs back in the days, all they did was turn the turntables and for the carry crates for the MC.
Kyler don't
Nobody
want me to
carries
talk.
crates no more.
Kyler, you had 2 hours.
Nobody carries crates no more. They got a laptop, bro.
Kyler, you had a 2 hour echo chamber. Can you let people talk,
Go
Kyler?
ahead, man. Go
Damn.
ahead. You're talking nonsense. Go
Some of
ahead.
the wealthiest people right now in hip hop are DJs. You got DJ Esco, who is future DJ. You got DJ Khaled, DJ Drama, DJ Who Kid. I could DJ
Not
Clue.
the same thing.
Kyler, without the DJ, some of these artists you need the DJ to break the artists, Kyler.
But
You
no,
can't
no,
just
no, no, no,
you
no.
don't just break by yourself, Kyler.
Okay, look, let me tell you something. There's a difference now, right? Before the DJ was the head of the crew. It was always uh Jam Master Jay featuring Run DMC, Cut Creator featuring LL Cool J, Eric B featuring Rakim. The DJ was the leader. He was a main event.
Yeah, I'm not saying that hip hop didn't evolve where the
No, I'm
MC
saying
is
no. What
now.
I'm saying is it's not the same. The DJ is not as important as it was back then.
Yeah,
Real
that
hip
yeah.
hop, the DJ was ahead.
I'm not disagreeing with that, Kyler. But I see what you're trying to do. You're using these FBA talking points to try to rewrite history, Kyler. It's already cemented.
I am not trying to
Yes, you
rewrite
are.
history, bro.
Yeah, you are.
Look, bro, dude, Kwame.
Kyler, where did you get that? Oh, yeah, the photo from the source and if I would have, you got that from FBA's, Kyler. You didn't get
No,
that
no, no, no,
from the
no, no,
actual
no. There
people,
was a guy
Kyler.
that
You
put
probably
up
got
there.
that from microphone check.
No, I didn't get that from Mike Check. This guy basically just came on TikTok, said, you know something, this is what happened. He was misled into doing an article, a photo shoot for Source magazine. Source took the photo with him, Bambaataa, and all of them, and said the fathers of hip hop and founders of hip hop, right? And then ever since that article, right, I think it was in the 90s, they've been running with the narrative that Kool Herc, Bambaataa, the South Bronx, Cedric Avenue was the birthplace of hip hop. He said, no, that's not what happened. He said,
Kyle, let
Kyler,
me ask.
we had several. He said we had several venues and stuff like that.
But
That was
Dollar Bill said that's what happened, Kyler. He was there. He's from the Bronx, right?
who?
Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill didn't tell you that's what happened.
Dollar
Kyler,
Bill said those guys were the one that started it, man.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said, man.
Kyler, they just opened the hip hop museum
I don't
a
know.
couple
Look,
with.
they
Hold on.
opened a Hidden Colors
Oh my
Museum.
God! Can
They
I?
opened a Hidden History Museum. So
We
what's that?
not talking about a hookah lounge, Kyler. The hip hop
Anybody
museum
open
is a $9 million project, Kyler. We're not
They
talking
can open
about.
up a hip hop music. And also, let me tell you something, Elvis, right? I'm from New York, right? When you got these liberal white people who got millions of friggin' dollars and whatnot, and they basically got money, and you got a connection between these friggin' weirdos from friggin' the Bronx and shit like that, and they get with these weirdo white people and whatnot, and they say, "Oh, we're gonna open a hip hop museum." Guess what? You're gonna see in a hip hop museum. You're gonna see LGBTQ. You're gonna see all kinds of weird, wild shit. You're gonna see they're gonna be able to put who they want in there and stuff like that. I know that's what happened. I can't wait to see the so-called hip hop museum.
Right.
You know,
Steve, you there, Steve?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
They just opened a hip hop museum in the Bronx, New York. Literally all the pioneers were there, all of the people that was at the birth of hip hop. Ain't nobody hold on, hold on, Colin. You cut me off twice
Kyle, let him
already.
finish. Let him finish. I want to hear what he got to say.
Right, Steve? They gave an award to Kool Herc, like an honorary award for being, the father of hip hop. Everybody gave him a round of applause. Ain't nobody protest. Ain't nobody say, nah, that ain't right. Kool Herc ain't the father of hip hop. They literally named the man Block hip hop battle. Ain't
Kyler
nobody
just
had a
jealous
problem
because
with
he's
it.
from the Caribbean.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add to this, right? Let's say Kool Herc is the father of hip hop, right? Let's say what it is.
Yes.
But what is hip hop? Hip hop was just something that was done in that area. Nobody outside of the Bronx called their music hip hop. So what are you talking about?
Kyler, you know how things work.
Hold on.
Kyler, let the other people speak for a second.
They created an idea called hip hop, right? And I agree with them. He's a father of hip hop, but I don't consider Run DMC hip hop. Like you said, I don't consider LL Cool J hip
Like
hop.
most invention, they get refined and people add to it.
I don't consider people even in the North Bronx, right? Style music, whatever, the concourse and whatnot. I don't consider
The
that.
foundation was formed about Kool Herc, and other people added more to it.
First of all, not true, because the music, the culture, and stuff like that existed long before the Bronx. You know, it existed in Harlem. You know, bebop music existed in Harlem throughout the New York area, New Jersey area. You know, for the longest time. Hip hop is something they label a specific genre. It happened in the Bronx because the Bronx brought that energy brought breakdancers, pop lockers, graffiti artists, MCs, everything under one umbrella, right?
Kyler,
Listen,
by that logic, Kyler, nobody outside of New Orleans is doing jazz. By that logic, nobody outside of New Orleans is doing jazz.
Outside of the Bronx, there was no graffiti artists, really. There was no fucking breakdancers, pop lockers. There was only
Tyler, other people brought things to hip hop. We get it. Other people added to it.
So the bottom line is this. So the 5 element stuff was a joke. It did not exist. So yeah, he created the so-called 5 elements, but it never sold. It never sold.
Hold on. Let me ask this question, right?
Not one platinum song that sold anything that was which one was cool. Matter of fact, let me ask you a question. And that reward was Curtis Blow there?
I'm not sure, but I can
That's
check
one of the
them.
ones I consider the father of hip hop, Curtis Blow.
Curtis Blow came out in the 80s, Kyler.
Curtis Blow, no.
What are you talking about?
Curtis Blow came out. His first song came out in 1979. You know,
Curtis Blow came out in the 80s, Kyler. Why are you lying, Kyler?
man. Curtis Blow came out in 1980 itself. That was 1 year after Rapper Delight came out. What are you talking about? Same thing with
now you just changed from 79 to 80.
Hold on. Let me ask a question to Kwame, right? I just want to know, what element the hip hop came from the Caribbean? That's all I want to know. What element?
The merry-go-round technique, the scratching and breaking that came from Grandmaster Flash and toasting. Like when the DJs is talking over the records, it's the same thing like they doing.
A long time, man.
Kyler, can I explain? Can I talk, Kyler? God damn.
Man.
Toasting is instrumental in Caribbean culture. Like when you hear like when you go to Jamaica parties and you hear
give
the
me a
beats.
song.
God, Kyler,
Hold on, Kyle. Let him talk.
Like Steve, when you see like a Jamaican party and the DJs is talking over the mic and they saying some vulgar things over the mic, that element came from Jamaica to the Bronx. The same thing with the merry-go-round technique where you extend the beat to a certain point. That came from Kool Herc, which is instrumental in hip hop.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
And when you hear the scratching, when you hear the DJ scratching and stuff like that, that's the technique that came from Grandmaster Flash.
Can you tell me one song that was produced using this technique that Kool Herc did?
Kyle, I just told it's instrumental in hip
hop. No.
Kyle, that's a lot of songs.
I don't understand.
Can you show me one song? Can you show me one song?
Every song in hip hop, Kyle.
It wouldn't be one song Kool Herc created.
Kyle, it wouldn't be hip hop unless you do the stuff I just named is what make it hip hop.
Hold up. Did Kool Herc ever make a mixtape or he make an album?
No, but he's in a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
What DJ never made a mixtape?
Kyle, you're asking irrelevant stuff, Kyle.
Yo.
You're asking a man that was. Hold on, Kyle. You're asking about.
And they did all this and whatnot. I know DJs that don't have no recognition and they got 10 mixtapes. You know?
Kala, CDs wasn't out in
No,
1973.
mixtape was
Kala, you're
cassette tape.
asking about. You're
No,
No,
asking
no,
they
about
had
mix.
they had cassettes. You could get a mixtape.
No, no. What you get? What I'm saying. Kala asking about a mixtape
a
that
mixtape
exists in the
was a
late '80s,
mixtape
early
was
'90s.
cassette. Show
College is
me.
mad that Cool Herc is a Jamaican.
No, I'm not mad
Yeah.
at he's a Jamaican. I'm saying that when people basically use a Jamaican, the fact that no one knew he was a Jamaican, no one knew
So
that. He never even said he
okay
was.
if they didn't know,
Hey,
Kala. It's
let me ask you a
Well,
question.
well, Kwame just said he did. They did bring some influence. They
Okay,
brought some
Kwame is
influence from
lying. He didn't
Jamaica.
tell you
So
what influence, right?
I told.
Now,
All right,
he
if I
just
ask you a
said
question, okay,
toasting it.
if you put influence, right? What if I'm a Jamaican and I'm coming and saying, yeah, this is Jamaican thing, wouldn't I be playing friggin' music from Jamaica?
Kala. If you're from
Not
New
No,
York,
necessarily. Not
it's
Steve.
called
necessarily.
fusion, Collar. You could take
Okay,
one
well, in other
style
words,
and add to it and
in other
merge
words,
it.
he created hip hop, but no Jamaican element in there, like no music, no beats, and like he
He
sampled all
Steve.
said
the music now.
toasting. He said
Steve.
toasting.
Steve. In
Well,
New York.
he can't tell you what toasting is.
Hold on, Kala. Let me just make this one point.
He can't
Steve.
explain. I mean, Kwame can't explain to you what toasting is.
I just explained it to you,
No, I
Kala.
did
You
not
want me to
explain. I
read?
don't
You want me to
understand it.
read?
Hold on,
Okay, you
All
want me
right,
to put
let
the
me
link
ask
in
you
the
a
back
question.
chat?
Oh, let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you a question. Can I look it up online and play it? Can I find it online?
Yeah, just type in toasting.
Let me see. Let me type in toasting.
Yeah, just type
What
in
I get?
toasting.
Type in
Just type
toasting.
in DJ toasting.
I'm
Just
saying,
just
let me type in
just type
toasting.
that in.
What I got?
But Steve, let me explain something to why Khaled keeps saying oh, nobody knew he was a Jamaican. In New York City, nobody's going around, hey, I'm from the Bahamas.
It
Hey,
says,
I'm
yo,
from
check this out.
Barbados.
It
We
says
just all look at
toasting.
each other as black, no matter if
Toasting
you're from
means surrounded in
Senegal
bread,
or
right?
you from
Toasting means surrounded
Alabama,
in
we
depending
or
on
Jamaica. We all just look at each other like we black. We have a you understand what
so
I'm
Right.
saying?
I get that. I
toasting.
get that.
So it's like for me, for example, if when I'm outside, people don't know I'm Jamaican until
Okay,
they come to my house
all
or
right, all right.
something. You get what I'm
Here
saying?
it is, yo. Here it is right here. Here's right here. It says a style of lyrical chanting which a dancehall music and reggae involves a DJ talking over a rhythm. Yo, dude, what do you think fucking we've been doing for the longest time? Talking over what the MC in this? Can you tell me?
Collar, you can't change the
Hold
fact
on.
Cool
Elvis,
Herc
man,
from hip hop.
Elvis, get the fuck out of here. You're being a disruptor, man. No time. Don't just interrupt me. I'm talking, right? This is very serious, right?
Same old Collar.
Let me say this. Let me say this, right? If you're saying that when it says right here, talking over a beat, that means somebody's an MC. An MC is the one who gets the crowd moving, right? Where are the fucking Jamaican fucking MCs? How can he introduce something that he's not doing? Toasting is talking.
Kool Herc was a
What does
DJ. He
MC
wasn't an
stand for,
MC.
Collar?
MC still means mic control.
Nah,
I
it
thought it
means
was master
master
of
of
No,
ceremony.
ceremony.
no, and mic control and master of ceremonies. It's either one. Master of ceremony or mic controller. So the bottom line is this: the boy who holds the fucking mic is the MC. He's the one in charge of everything like that. He's the one
I thought he
that
said like
the DJ.
toasting was just the DJ talking over, like
No, it ain't the DJ, it's the MC.
this. No.
It
When
says
I
the
took him
DJ
as
talking
toasting, the
over.
DJ talking over a record,
No,
whatnot.
it
The
says
MC would
right
be the
here.
one rapping.
It says it's a DJ talking over a rhythm. But who does that? The DJs don't talk over rhythms.
Yes, they do. Have you ever
Probably and
heard about
rapping is
DJ
not the same
Drama,
thing.
Collar? Have you heard about DJ Drama?
The only thing the DJs may say once in a while is throw your hands up in the air, waving like you just don't
Oh,
care.
We
hey,
the best.
Okay,
DJ Khaled.
do they say that in dance hall?
Do you listen to dancehall, Collar?
Oh yeah, I do listen to dance hall. I've never heard anybody say throw your hands in the sky and
but
wave them like you're not.
But it's not about what they're saying. It's the fact that they're saying something
Hold on.
over it.
Hold on. When I hear DJs talk, they say throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. That
Kala,
ain't
ain't nobody saying that in
that's not dance
2025,
hall,
Kala. Ain't
bro.
nobody saying that, Kala. You're trying to explain away. It's not working, Kala.
No,
Just
I'm saying like
just get on the props,
hold
Kala.
on. You
That's
saying
it.
it's like it says you're rhyming. Okay. It says rhyming, right? It says rhyming. Where's the freaking? It says over a rhythm, a rhyme. Okay, tell me where any Jamaicans were rhyming on beats.
Hold on. I
Cool
thought
Herc was rhyming on beats.
What was it rhyme? What was his tape at? What's his tape at?
You tell me Cool Herc ain't got no record?
Oh no, he ain't got no records out. Where's his records at?
He's inducted into the Rock and Roll
Okay,
Hall of Fame.
where's his record at?
Why would he need the
Where's
hold on.
you tell me he didn't make
Coke La
one
Rock, Kyla, Coke La Rock is the first MC. Are you gonna ask for his? Are you gonna ask for his mixtapes too?
Oh, you telling me he did not make one single record where he's rhyming? You say he's introduced toasting, which is rhyming right here, but he didn't make one rhyme song.
From my understanding, isn't toasting and rapping two completely different things? It's not the same.
I have no idea. He says see in this right here. Get this, Steve. It says this is talk about dance hall and reggae. Like when people talk about, when you hear Equal Mouse talk, when he's talking over a beat, or Buju Banton saying boom bye bye, you know what I'm saying, so like that. They're talking over a beat, whatever, like that. Going, but when you talk about hip hop, right? If aside from
how about you just add, Kyla? How about you just add hip hop to the toasting in your search engine? Just that. That's all you have to do.
Like this. I'm looking at where it says toasting. It's a lyrical style of chanting, which in dance hall music and reggae, nothing about hip hop, involves a DJ talking over a rhythm. Talking over a rhythm. That means
just add college. Just add hip.
Hold on. You're talking over a rhythm, right? Talking over a rhythm. Now in hip hop, the DJs aren't talking over rhythm. That's only thing they're saying is throw your hands in the air, wave them like you just don't care. They're not talking. They leave that to the MC to talk.
Kyla, you clearly not informed with hip hop.
No, I'm just serious,
Just Kyla, why you add it?
So you're trying to inject something that doesn't exist in hip hop.
Right. Just add hip hop at the end of toasting. Put search.
Okay, I'm gonna humor you. Toasting hip hop. Hip hop definition. Okay, let's see. It says a Jamaican style lyrical chanting over a musical beat that served as a direct predecessor of hip hop. Developed in
say that again, Kyla. A direct what?
Hold. Let's put it like this. To hip hop. Now, what is hip hop? Hip hop.
Oh my gosh!
Music. Hip hop is something that these guys created. Improving or performing pre-written rhymes over a thing. So, in other words, basically, you're saying, I would like to know one Jamaican MC. That's what I like to know.
Busta Rhymes.
Obviously, whoever wrote this.
Busta Rhymes is a Jamaican MC.
No kidding.
Steve, you see the goalposts have been moved 50 yards back now.
Tyler is a habitual goalpost mover. I've said it.
Yeah, that's another one. I'm saying like this. Okay,
he didn't even want to read the full sentence. He literally stopped at the track. He didn't even want to read the full sentence.
Practice. You could tell who wrote this. Origins of Jamaica.
Who wrote it, Colin?
Whatnot. I don't know. Some.
It was a Jamaican.
Colin is an A1 hater, man.
Various. It says toasting has influenced various genres, including dancehall. Even though we can't even explain what toasting is, and then it says,
it's like talking. He says it right there, like talking.
Tradition of the New York credit with Standard Foundation for Hip Hop Music.
No, mumble over it. Kyla, don't mumble over it.
How is that the foundation of hip hop?
Kyla, don't mumble. Kyla, don't mumble over it.
How is that the foundation of hip hop? Nobody uses it.
Are you really telling me DJs in 2025 are not talking over
this records? Talking about DJs rhyming on a beat. I don't know any Jamaican rhymers on a beat. Nobody's
saying DJs is rhyming over beats.
That's what it says the definition is.
They said rhyming over rhythms.
But rhythms are a beat.
What? Okay. No.
Rhythms are a beat.
Were they talking over a beat or they rhyming over a beat? Which one are they doing?
I'm saying, look, the bottom of it saying
talking and chanting over the beat.
Whatnot,
Okay, so they're talking and chanting over the beat. Then I guess
and whatnot. The DJ basically cuts, scratches. The DJ says his thing and whatnot. Boom,
Colin,
boom.
You know the DJs that be yelling out and talking and trying to get the party hyped up.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what they're saying.
Steve, have you ever listened to a DJ drama mixtape or a DJ Who Kid mixtape?
Is throw your hands
or a DJ Clue mixtape?
Cannon.
You know,
Nah,
which,
I'm not familiar with them.
so
I heard their name, but I'm pretty
like I
sure I
said,
heard their name.
they created this. They created
Yeah,
this.
you're a little younger, so
idea.
you're not
They
really.
created this
Yeah.
idea. Hold on, they created this false thing called that nobody knew about until recently called hip hop. You know, everybody called it
Okay,
rap. You
hold
know,
on. Let me ask you a question. Is what's it called? What's it called again? What we talking about, Kwame?
Tosin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
toasting. Is toasting different from rapping?
No, rapping is the art form. Toasting is basically the DJ talking over the records that's playing. Like
So I
giving.
don't understand what's the confusion then.
You know, Kwame, I'm gonna say this right. They got this thing in African music too, also, especially in like rumba.
So now Africans created hip
Hold
hop.
on, let me. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like
This is what I'm talking about.
where it's like toasting. You know, you're
Yeah, we
sending
can
shout outs, right? You're giving shout outs. They do it in
Right.
African music where they'll
That got
give like
to do.
shout outs to people
Hold
who
on, yo, what
sponsors
does that
them
got to do with?
through the music.
Hold on. Let me
They
ask you.
do the same thing in hip hop and reggae and
Well,
dancehall.
Run DMC.
Yeah.
Where they give shout out to the.
I am going to basically go right now, drop everybody down, and I'm gonna sing. Run DMC's Suck MCs. I remember this from years ago. I'm gonna sing. I'm gonna say Run DMC Suck MCs, right? And you tell
You gonna
me.
sing it, Color?
No, I'm gonna rap it. You
Oh
know.
my gosh.
I'm gonna tell you what rap, what hip hop, what real hip hop, what we know is hip hop. All other stuff he's talking about, I have no idea. You know, but what
Carla,
we
we're
know
not
is
saying toasting and rapping is the same thing. He just said that. He just says
yes,
the
but
DJ
what I'm saying
talk.
is, what I'm saying, hold on, what we did stuff like that, we were rapping. We didn't know
We
nothing about
get
none of
that.
this
He
stuff.
just saying that's the Jamaican element that was brought
Yeah, but
inside
that was
of.
the Jamaican music. That wasn't us. We didn't use that shit. You know,
Okay, all right.
really, we didn't use that shit. I'm telling you, we did not use whatever that he's talking about. We did not use.
But
You know?
it's in, but
Have you
it's
have you ever heard
in
a
hip hop though.
Gucci Band mixtape, Color, or Lil Wayne the dedication mixtape,
Well,
where DJ Drama is talking over the mixtape?
Oh, come on, you gonna talk about Gucci Man? Come on, don't mention him in my presence, bro. Gucci Man.
Everybody from New
No,
York is
I'm
Caribbean.
just giving you an
Okay.
example. I'm not saying he's a good rapper or not. I'm just giving you an example.
Oh no, I look. No, I don't. You know, no, I
Okay,
don't.
that's because you don't listen to hip hop
You
like
know,
that.
so what I'm saying is this: when we
Hey,
talk about
Mr. Cat, can you
MC,
call in? Can you call
hold
in? Because you
on.
know
When we talk
I'm
about
young,
hip
Mr.
hop,
Cat,
when we
so
talk about
I'm
hip
not for
hop,
sure.
we talk about hip hop. I wish I could play something without getting striked. Right? I could show you real hip hop from back in the days. You know, back in the days. Also, the beats that we mostly got came from people like Arthur Baker. He was white. Man Parrish, they were white. You know, we had Malcolm McLaren, who all played for the Supreme Team. They were a mixed band and whatnot. You know, we had people bands like Kraftwerk came from Germany. You know, all these beats were introduced to the inner city and whatnot, that influenced hip hop. You know, so I'm saying like that. If you could say this about Kool Herc and Caribbeans, yo, the Europeans, especially from Paris, London, and Germany, had a big influence on hip hop when the way we do it, you know, because
Yeah.
things like Kraftwerk, people only know like groups like Kraftwerk. A lot of people sample Kraftwerk, you know.
Stephen
Carl, you
Elvis.
got to get a credit to the white man.
Yeah, I was
You don't
about
want
to
the
say
Caribbean.
Stephen Elvis. You pay attention. Kyle is willing to give influence of hip hop to white people before he gives it to Caribbean. Pay attention.
Arthur Baker was there. Arthur Baker was there. He was a white guy, you know, and Man Parish, Culture Club. All these
Color,
other-
you banned Stick 'em Up for saying that. You banned him for that one comment he made.
what?
You see it. You banned the
Everybody in
dude.
New York is Caribbean.
Oh, so you banned him for that?
Yeah, man, it's a lie.
Hey,
Out of here. Who's my family?
Kyle,
Hey, Mr. Cat.
Look, this is another thing we're tired of. I'm glad I got two my favorite fucking immigrants on the show. You know?
Kyle, how about you type in
Tyler,
the
you're so
lyrics?
sensitive, man. You banned the dude because he said be on the full of immigrants.
At least I'm a black American now, Carl. Thank you.
We're tired of the fact.
Yeah, you're not Haitian no more,
I
Steve.
said, look, I did this thing I was reading the other day. They said 1 in 50 black families in the next 10 years are going to achieve millionaire status. 1 in 50 black families in America, right? The number of black people who are millionaires in America is over 2 million. You know, that's 20 times as many people as on the African continent. We have 2 million black people.
Why are we comparing though? Like what?
Oh no, I'm just saying. compare, but we don't want to do that. But I'm trying to say is this: if I get there and say, you know something, we got a lot to be proud of, right? Black America. Here comes people talking about, well, some of those people are black immigrants too, blah blah blah. But at the same time, right? When I talk about the things that are not so pleasant about Black America, like crime, shootings, murders, gang and whatnot, gang, and all stuff like that. Suddenly, everybody is not black anymore. Suddenly, they want to walk away. They want to come.
Kyle, is this show about hip hop or about comparing Africans to African Americans?
They want all the accolades and whatnot. We talk about the HBCUs. Oh, you know how many Caribbeans go to HBCUs? How many Africans are there now? Blah 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 blah. Okay, what about?
Shouldn't that be a plus, Kyle? Why is that like a not a plus? Like you acting like that shouldn't be a plus.
No, what I'm saying is this: you guys only want the good, but you don't want the thing. That's why I say you don't want the totality.
Right.
You only want to identify what's good in Black America, but you don't want the totality. See, I take the good with the bad. As much as successful as I am, I say I can't ignore the fact that we got niggas fucking up. And so the bottom line, I'm not gonna delineate or say those people aren't me because I know they come from the same culture as me. What you guys conveniently do is you say, something, that's not me. Those are Black Americans. I'm a Caribbean.
But I don't think anybody on the panel does that though. So
Kwame does it all the time.
No, he don't. He be defending Black Americans. He be defending Black Americans on.
But the bottom line is this.
Yeah, Kyle's.
What I'm saying is this. No, everybody. What Kwame does sometimes is like, now we all know that immigrants that come to this country, on the average, 7 years that they first 7 years they live there, they milk that 7-year grace period before they can get a job and everything. With Section 8 welfare.
What, Kyla? What are you talking about? Most immigrants that come here can work right away if they're here legally.
No, that's a lie.
Come
okay,
on.
Okay. You guys don't want me to embarrass you and put up the proof.
Kyle, I'm pretty sure there might be some immigrants that do that, but I'm pretty sure it's not all of them.
Kyle, please don't use that white supremacist.
No. See, but when it goes against,
it's a known white supremacist.
When it goes against your narrative, it's white supremacy. But when something implemented in Black,
Kyle, most immigrants who come here, for example, on a diversity visa,
I don't believe
they get their green card right away and they start working.
Kyle,
you gotta think about it. It makes more sense for them to start working immediately. Like most places they come from, they don't make that much money.
Let me ask everybody.
Kyle, 90% of government assistance go to American citizens. Kyle, you gotta stop lying.
Ask everybody on panel question. By the way, I bumped into this African guy tonight. Earlier today, he looked like Michael Blackson. I said, "Bruh, what's up, my man?" He goes, "What's up, man?" African guy goes.
Kyle, I thought we was talking about hip hop. Now we get into economics. Like
Kyle runs to his comfort zone anytime he gets cornered. Let's talk about the Africans.
I really wanted to talk about the merry-go-round technique and the other elements that
I just said you look like Michael Blackson. He said, "I go, who do people tell you look like Michael Blackson?" I say, "Yeah, man, tell me a joke, bro. You look just like him." And we had a good laugh. Okay. Anyway, man, a good African brother, right? Nice and whatnot. Take a joke, man.
Where was he from?
Huh? I have no idea. He's African. All I know is he's African.
Okay. So
Tyler says he's an African. He knows about Africa, but he speaks like an ignorant. Speak like an ignorant American. He's African. It doesn't matter where he's from.
Why do I need to know exactly where he came from?
That's the brother. If you're interested, where you from, man?
I don't want to get it personal. He's African. He knew he's African. I saw him.
Now, I will say some Africans don't want to tell you. I'm like, I asked some dude, I was like, "Where you from, bro?" He said, "Oh, I'm from here." He had the thickest accent ever. I said, "Like what? No, like what country did you come from?"
Hold on, let me give a shout out to Ja. Let me give a shout out to Ja because Ja just told the truth in the comments.
Let me say this, Kwame. Now, I deal for a living, right? I deal with people, Social Security, right? People get retirement plans, healthcare plans when they turn of age, right? And in order for you to qualify for some of the plans I sell, you had to have worked 10 years in this country, 10 years on the books. Do you know how many immigrants, not just Africans or whatever like that, but people from in places like the Philippines, Korea, and whatnot, haven't worked 10 quarters? They look like they're doing good, but they haven't worked 10 quarters and whatnot. Because
a quarter is not a year, Kyla.
No, 10
quarters, 3 months.
Actually, it's 40 quarters, 10 years. 40 quarters is 10 years, you know?
Kyle,
So,
isn't your business based in Virginia?
yeah.
I mean, what kind of insurance are you selling? You selling retirement insurance for elders? What kind of
Retirement,
insurance you selling?
long-term insurance, Medicare insurance, all that stuff like that, life insurance, all that shit like that. And the
Yeah,
bottom line,
if it's government benefit insurance, then yeah, maybe you
yeah,
have to have a
yeah, no,
threshold.
the government
But if
subsidizes.
it's regular health insurance, you don't
Yeah,
have to be here
I
for
know,
10
but I'm
years
saying,
to
hold on.
get it.
Here's the thing: if it's regular health care insurance, right? If you don't qualify for Medicare, you can get on these Obamacare plans, whatever like that, you know, if in perpetuity, right? But you're supposed to. The way the plan's supposed to work is by the time you're 64, you get ready to get on Medicare when you turn 65. You know how many people basically are 64 stuck in the limbo? What are they going to do? Because we don't really have a lot of plans for people
Well,
outside.
it depends how long they came here, right? If you're talking about an immigrant who came
Well,
here
you
at
got people
50,
that's been here for like 20, 30 years. You know?
no, that's not the kind of people. Carla, I mean, you're so
And I'm saying to
disingenuous,
myself, but
bro.
people here
You
for
can't
30
do the simple
years,
math in your head, bro.
they haven't worked 10 years, you
You
know? So,
telling me immigrants don't work in this country, Carla?
no, I'm saying, look, I don't know what I'm saying, you know, but the bottom line,
Right, exactly. There you go.
with this myth that immigrants are basically just coming here,
Man,
hitting the ground running, making all this money when that's a lie, man. No,
Kyle, can I ask you a question? I'm gonna see if you're honest. How much government assistance go to non-citizens, like on
Look,
percentage
I
wise?
don't look. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is, I look at Minnesota right now. Look how they raped that state. You know, I bet you Elvis is in on it. You know,
oh my
Kyle,
goodness.
Ah man, come on, Colin.
Kyle, you could go to any
you know, whatever. Kwame,
hold
whatever.
on,
Yeah, whatever.
90%.
Kwame, man,
You keep
you talk too much shit, man.
ninety
Check
percent.
this out. The bottom line. The bottom line is this.
Bottom line is, let Carla tell you what the bottom
Hey,
line
look.
is.
Let's get back to hip hop, right? I
Uh,
only know one thing, right? When an MC
Yeah,
comes
Elvis, you're
up with
right.
that,
When you get cornered, he go to
when
another
the MC
topic.
comes, gets up and whatnot, and he rhymes, and he got rhymes. He got look, MC Shan, right? He showed his freaking catalog of rhymes. He had like 10 composition books, right? A whole crate of rhymes and whatnot. You know, what culture did that come from? That's hip hop.
I think John put it best in the comments when I read the comments from all this information.
Yeah, directly,
Yeah,
whatever.
Ja's very intelligent when it comes to these type of
Bottom
on a
line,
lot of subjects.
my point I'm trying to make is this. My point I'm trying to make is this. Like I said, ask me this one question, right? MC Shan, right? That dude had uh rhymes, stories, and whatnot. Book.
I wish Dollar Bill was here.
Right? Now, what I'm saying is this though. What culture? What culture did that come from? Did that come from toasting from Jamaica? Or was that African American art form of rhyming? That's been
Right.
there, Dolomite. We've been telling rhyming, playing the dozens for generations.
Okay, Kyle. It came from African
So have the
American.
Europeans with their poems and stuff. You know, the
Whatever. What I'm
poems
saying,
and
hold
the
up. What I'm
sonnets,
saying is this:
they rhyme.
when you think of hip hop, the main event is rhyming and rhyme skills. Not no toasting.
That's the thing
Not no
about rhyming though.
just,
Like, and
not no toasting because that's what survived. That's what is on today. You know, the rhyming. Everything else faded.
African Americans didn't invent rhyming, Carla.
that's
Hold
the
You know
up.
that,
thing though.
right?
You could probably find
We did
rhyming
our
throughout
own
all cultures
rhyming
across the
form,
whole
bro.
world.
Yeah,
Kyle, how
poems
about you read?
are
Kyle,
rhymes.
can you highlight Ja comments?
Because even I think Africa they had something called South Africa they had something called
Oh man,
warrior
they
poets.
always say that. Yeah, they're rhyming. So in other words, yeah, MC Zulu down there, right? You know,
That's the thing though.
Carla, you
They
know what a
had
rhyme
something like
is?
rhyming.
just
I know what rhyming is, right? Rhyming
Right.
is harmony. You
Kyle,
know,
why you don't
rhyming.
want to
You
read
know.
Ja
So
comments, Kyle?
all cultures have a way of rhyming. The
yeah.
poets in different culture and
Okay.
countries.
What I'm saying is this: MCing, rhyming on beat and stuff like that is a skill. It's a freaking skill. You know. Somebody said toasting is house party bull crap. You know, because like I said, I don't know what toasting has to do with the art form I know is rap. Whatever they repackaging the hip hop, talk about toasting. Maybe
It's like a lot of things on like we get
K-
influence from people to the point we don't know where stuff came from. I guess that's what it is.
Steve,
huh?
Certain things.
listen, Steve. Nobody in Jamaica is gonna deny reggae was influenced by funk and soul music. Nobody's gonna deny that.
Yeah, but
But it
this is
Right.
my
seemed
point I'm
like
trying to
but it
make is
seemed like for Kala, he can't even fathom Caribbean's influence in hip
no.
hop or
Look.
being
I
a
mean, let
part.
me
He
tell you
can't
this.
influence. He
Let
can't
me tell you this.
fathom that.
First of all, two of
Tyler's
my
a
favorite
supremacist.
influence in hip hop were Caribbean. That was Bambaataa and KRS-One. They're Caribbean, you know, and a lot of other people are Caribbean, right? But when you listen to KRS-One, that's man, he's from New York, you know. Say they'll Bambaataa,
Nah,
New
he's a
York.
Caribbean, like Teresa said.
Look. I grew up in New York. I grew up with Caribbeans and people who were Caribbeans or whatever like that. You know, they were black from New York. That's all they knew. You know.
Yeah,
Now,
but Teresa said it's not FBA.
now, basically, what they're trying to do is this, right? Hip hop, as we know it, right, has been rebranded, right, as this Caribbean form of not
Nobody's saying that, Colin.
that's not the case because you look at the Dirty South, right? The hip hop, real black hip hop in New York, when that came from Black America, right, spread throughout the United States. You know, Boston, Detroit, they had their own versions of it and whatnot, the South and everything like that. That was not anything that introduced by the Caribbean. That was Black American culture, you know, a continuation of Black American culture. It was a continuation of Black culture from the Great Migration, right? And then spread throughout the rest of the country and everything like that. So hip hop spread throughout the five boroughs and everything like that. Everybody had their own version of the music form. What was unique to the Bronx was this thing called hip hop, which included breakdancing, graffiti, and why? Because
DJ, beatboxing.
even though I'm from Queens, right? Back in the days, I did not vibe with Queens hip hop. I wanted to be part of the Bronx, right? And me and our crew and we got our cues from the Bronx, right? And now look at it, man. It was like we went through all that for nothing because we thought that was the future. Hip hop. We believed the 5 elements hip hop. We got to have 5. And the shit died the fuck out, man. You know? By the time like 1986 rolled around, whatnot,
It didn't last long. I will say
it
that.
did not last long. It didn't last, you know? It came in.
Yeah, because you guys didn't know how to sustain it.
No, because it
Not
was
because
not really
most
that
people, I mean,
relevant,
was
you know?
interested in the rapping part. Like, you
Yeah, they were
know,
interested in rhyming
But
and rapping,
Steve,
you know?
Steve,
And
now niggas is
When Big Daddy came and Rakim came out one night, and LL Cool J, Run
Yeah,
DMC,
those were the only profitable parts. You can't
yeah. So
sell
I mean,
graffiti.
that
You
was
can't sell
what was up,
breakdancing.
man. You know. So all
but
this other stuff
but
he's talking
but
about,
but
posting, all
Steve,
like
but
that,
Steve,
that was
but
fucking
Kala,
irrelevant.
now niggas is crying that Asian people are doing breakdancing and now it's
I
a
mean, Asian people, I ain't gonna lie, they do. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, maybe.
they
Yo,
built for it.
it's
They
like
Asian people are built for breakdancing.
The Asians are using the Asians are like when I look at a lot of hip hop around the world, Brazil and whatnot, it's like I'm back in like 1983. They got the mural in the background with the graffiti and stuff like that. The bomber jackets, the Lee jeans, the Adidas and whatnot. Like, damn, I just went back in time. Breakdancing, flares, windmills and whatnot, you know. But that shit died out in America, you know. It fizzled out. It lasted like 3 years. You know, it was like I would say the hip hop thing lasted from like the early 70s and it died out about 1985. It was gone.
To the comments, somebody said about Afro beats influenced by Black American. Afro beats is I like how Burna Boy, modern day Afro beats. I like how he describes as Afro fusion, whatnot, because it's literally just a fusion of different
Yeah, it's a
Burna
black
Boy,
fusion of
genres
all
Burna
across
Boy
the
kinds of
was
whole
like,
different
world.
music.
yo, they just
Yeah.
canceled all
Yeah,
his concert. They just canceled all Burna Boy's concerts in America, man.
because they got some Cuban influences in it. And it has Jamaican, Caribbean, Black American,
High
other
Life from
African.
Ghana,
What you
Yeah, they
call
have
Papoose from the
influences from everywhere.
Congo.
one of the favorite songs
yeah,
of hip hop back in the day?
nobody going to discredit.
One of the most favorite songs back in the days that was mixed by Bambaataa was "So Makossa." I forgot where it came from, but it was "So
It comes from Cameroon, from Manu Dibango.
Makossa." But that was basically Makossa. But bottom line is this: anything that sounded good, we accepted it. We don't care where it came from. If it was good, we accepted it. Whatever like that. Nobody basically said where it came from. Black music was black music back then, you know. So when people try to make it seem like, and there's all these things coming together in the Bronx, you had Puerto Ricans, you know, who influenced it. You know, there was all kinds of people in the Bronx that could.
There you go, Colin. Now you're speaking honestly.
No, look. I would never say in the Bronx, right, that if you live in the Bronx that it's all African. No, that's not the case, right? But I will say the culture of the Bronx is Black American. Let me give you example. My best friend Chris, right? He's half black, half Puerto Rican. Me and him are friends since 10 years old. I'm having him on the show. We've been friends since we were like 9, 10 years old, right? But he grew up, you know, and he looks phenotypically Puerto Rican, right? But he grew up in black culture, you know, everything. And he's a DJ, and he's from Soundview in the Bronx, right? Everything those Puerto Ricans and people in the Soundview and whatnot, everything is black culture, right? They'll tell you about Hell Up in Harlem, the movies. They'll tell you about all the black exploitation movies.
So
Everything talking about black culture. I mean, my boy Chris, he knew about my Uncle Stanley playing in a movie called Miss 45. You know the term pimp slap? That was created by my Uncle Stanley, and he had a scene in a movie called Miss 45, and he played a pimp. You know, my boy Chris was like, yeah, that's me,
Your
Uncle
real
Stanley,
uncle or your
my real
family
uncle.
friend?
Yeah, my real uncle. You know, it was
so Colin, is that why y'all let them Puerto Ricans go around calling y'all niggas and whatnot?
no, I'm saying like this. Puerto Ricans grew up in the same projects. They ate the same foods as us. We ate their Spanish rice. They ate our food and whatnot. A lot of the kids, like, let me give you an example. In the Bronx, right, in the places like the Bronx River and whatnot, the Puerto Ricans and blacks were like one people. More than any black Puerto Ricans were probably closer than blacks and Jamaicans, you know, and Caribbeans, you know. Blacks and Puerto Ricans mixed together for some reason that was only unique to
Because
New
those
York.
blacks like the Puerto Rican light skin. They want to
No,
have
I
us
don't
That's
think.
mixed
I don't
in.
think.
exactly the
I
reason.
don't think it was that. I
That's
don't think it
probably
was
the
that.
reason.
It had nothing to do with that. I think it was the fact that the Puerto Ricans, when they came to the states, right, the black community gave them some sort of balance and stability. Because remember something, there was nothing in Puerto Rico. You know, there was really nothing. So a lot of them basically moved into black areas and stuff like that. And what happened was, at first there were gang wars and whatnot. By the 70s, blacks and Puerto Ricans came together and they started dancing and shit like that. And that's what hip hop was born out of. You know, all these people from the gutters of Black America, the Caribbean migrants, Puerto Ricans, even some dirt.
Wait, Colin. Let me ask you a
Man,
question. Are you saying the Black Americans in New York wasn't rocking with J.A. Rogers or Marcus Garvey? Like, I don't understand what you're
No,
talking
no,
about.
I'm saying as far as like hip hop is concerned. Now, when you turn hip hop off, right? If I say I turn hip hop off, right, and I'm just going to get into politics, right? That's what the line is drawn, right? Then you go over to the UNIA, you go over to the Nation of Islam, and the fire. That's when you can say. But when hip hop is an escape from all that, you understand? It's an escape from the reality. It's mostly done by youth, kids. You know, when people stop doing really hip hop when they turn like 18, 19. Then you start seeing people, even if you're gonna stay in hip hop, you start talking more conscious. You know, you start talking about 5% theories. You know, all of them. J. Rooter Damager, Wise Intelligent, all the people they rebrand their hip hop to start talking about more conscious.
Colin, how Ja know more about New York than you do?
but
Ja's
hold on, hold on,
literally
hold on, hold
dropping
on. Let me say this real
bombs
quick.
in
Let
the
me,
Oh,
chat, and you're
no,
not
bottom
even
line, he's just
addressing it.
saying what he thinks he knows. You
Nah,
know.
Prince and
he
P,
knows what he talking
because they
about.
light
Oh,
skin
he
look
said.
good here, Prince
I
and P.
guess
That's why.
I guess he's agreeing with you. You know.
That's what it is.
He's
Black
agreeing.
Americans love them some Puerto Rican. Oh, I got this Puerto
No,
Rican. I got this Spanish dude.
I don't think so. It wasn't even that. It wasn't even that. You know, because there was a lot of Puerto Rican dudes that had black wives and girlfriends and whatnot. You know, that was the majority. A
Because the
lot of
black dudes was taking all their
a lot of
girls, so
Puerto
they
Rican
got to
dudes,
come and take your
a lot
girl.
of Puerto Rican dudes had a lot of sisters and whatnot. You know, they
And
were all.
Colin, you're saying that as far as hip hop or whatever, saying that Puerto Rico, but Colin,
No,
the
what I'm
like
saying, I'm just telling you what I was growing up with, right? My crew, when we had a crib out crew, it was like we had 10 people. We had 4 Puerto Ricans and like 6 black people. You know, my crew. No, it's 5 black people. No, 5 black people. We had like 12, and we had 2 white boys. You know, Jimmy and Louie. You know, we had 2 white boys, He had George. He was Puerto Rican. And
Did
who
you let the
else?
white dudes call y'all the N word too?
Oh no, white boys didn't call us that word. And that's another thing. People think because they see white people doing they didn't do that shit around us. That is not real life. You know, those are fake ass people. We were first and foremost black, you know? And so the bottom line, our white
And I think
friends,
Steve,
our white
Steve,
friends,
I
you know.
think people confuse Puerto Ricans and Dominicans with like Mexicans, which they're not like the same people. Even a Mexican, they don't look at Puerto Ricans as like one of theirs. They don't
Right,
look at
right. Until
like
they hit
that.
federal
I can
prison.
never understand that.
Not even
Black,
federal prison,
black
because
people,
you won't find no
African
Puerto
Americans.
Rican
Look,
Serenos or part of the
Yeah,
Mexican
most
mafia.
most Taino Puerto Rican is mixed with black. So
Yeah,
so
I know. I know that. I know that.
I don't understand why that Puerto Ricans and blacks got along, but we didn't get along with Dominicans. You know, we didn't get along with Dominicans at all.
I
because
mean,
Dominican think you guys were Haitians. Because
Nah,
they're no black, they're Dominican.
a lot of Dominicans are
I
doing
was just about to say
hours,
that.
right? They didn't like black people.
No, I don't like the Haitians from
Yeah.
I
Hispaniola.
know. I said the Dominicans we knew were darker than us, but they still didn't like black people. You know.
I know black, probably I Dominican.
So I don't know. You know. So
Kala,
my point I'm trying to make is that you know those is all these people influences hip hop or not. You know, but what they're trying to do is basically, you know, say what do they narrow hip hop down to one area, the South Bronx. Even though hip hop basically in the South Bronx had everybody, had Puerto Ricans there, Caribbeans there, Black Americans there, everybody there participating in that culture, right? That was something unique to the South Bronx. Now, let me tell you something. Be honest with you. If you went to Baisley Park in Queens, right, and you had a party out there, you didn't see white people, you didn't see Puerto Ricans, you didn't see Spanish people, whatnot. It was all black in Queens, you know, in Long Island, places like that, in Brooklyn, you know.
so
And
you ain't see no Jamaicans, no Haitians.
no, we didn't have no Jamaicans or Haitians, none of that shit, man.
Kala, you've been out of New York for 30
No,
years,
I'm talking
Kala.
about when I was there, we
You
did
don't
not
know
have
anything.
Caribbeans. Hold on, we did not have Caribbeans, not where I lived at, you know. I
Right.
didn't know anybody, you know. Simple
What,
as that.
Kala, let me ask you, can you put in your search engine the merry-go-round technique and see what pops up?
No. All right, I already know from this toasting thing, man. It's like this. We said toasting is talking to a beat. That's not fucking seeing.
we can't go back in that again. We already
Kala,
don't establish that
we
toasting is
passed that.
toasting and rapping is rapping. We already
Well,
established that.
Yeah,
I only know about rap.
you
I don't
playing
care
word
about toasting.
semantics.
You know?
Can you put in your search
Oh yeah,
engine?
toasting just like everything else. By 1985, right? All that stuff you talk about, Kwame, was gone.
Okay, Kala, I hear you. I hear
Really, it
you.
was gone. Really, really, it
That's
was gone.
one thing I hate about growing up, down south and like in the middle of nowhere in rural area, country boy. That
Kala, this a
All that stuff,
teaching
all that
moment.
stuff,
We don't need the Bible, Kala. We
all that
just
stuff,
need we
all
need
that stuff.
to.
It was like, you know what strange was? I'd never forget. It was I've never forgotten. 85 was the worst winter we ever had, man. 85 was so bad, man. It was snowing all the way to fucking the end of June, right? That was just a bitter cold year. That was the year I believe hip hop disappeared, right? I remember Run DMC had a song called "Here We Go," and that was a bad song. That revived hip hop a little bit. That song "Here We Go," Run DMC. Then Roxanne Shante came out, with the Disney UTF. Oh boy, that's what hip hop went to. Hip hop went to dissing, battling, and shit like that. 1 year later, it was KRS-One versus MC Shannon and the Juice Crew.
MC Shan, the bridge
Yeah.
is over. Yeah.
So the bottom line is this: all that stuff Kwame's talking about, that shit was it never had no traction and it was irrelevant.
Right.
You know.
So
But
Kala, are
guess
you
what
familiar?
though?
It's
They
the
had some type of
foundation of it,
influence.
Carter.
That's
We
all that
can't take it
matters.
away.
Yeah,
They
Kala.
had influence, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, but
Kala, it seemed like you
hold on.
don't know
They had
who
influence.
Kala, do you know who
They would
DJ
still,
Clue
they
is?
would still be there. You know.
Wait, Kala, do you know who DJ Clue is?
Yeah, I heard of a DJ Clue. But what's he got to do with anything?
Oh, because I'm listening to it. It seemed like you're not really,
Carter
like
don't know
well
hip
informed.
hop.
Yeah,
Dollar Bill
it
is a
seemed
hip
like
hop
you're not
expert.
really well informed on hip hop, Kala.
I am well for I was there, bro. You don't have to know every DJ, every clown that came up.
Kala,
I
DJ
know
Clue is
people.
implement.
I know who was important. You know.
Kala, do you know who DJ Red Alert is?
I used to listen to Red Alert every night. What night? What are you talking about?
So you do know he has
Okay,
mixtapes
so the
out.
bottom. So the bottom. Hold up. DJ Red Alert is from the Bronx, right? DJ Red Alert is from the Bronx. We like Red Alert and blah blah blah. You know, cool brother. You know, and everything like that. You know, but you know, it's like this. You know, a lot of us listen to Marley Marl, Mr. Magic, all these other people. There's a lot of DJs in New York. You know, Kid
So,
Capri,
Khaled,
all these people.
wait,
Like, there's
wait,
a lot of people in New York that we listened to back in the days. But
right.
now, you know.
Kala, if you're saying that Toasting died out at 85, how do you explain the mixtape circuit that exists
Well, I
from
don't
the
know
early
anybody. Look,
90s to the
what's
2000s?
described as toasting right here is reggae. When I don't remember any reggae people doing
Carly,
hip.
that's what I say. Carly, don't listen to mixtape, bro. When the
Yo,
last
I
time
keep
Carly listened
listening
to a
to. That's
mixtape
all
in
I grew up on.
2005
You
or
don't know,
Look,
you
2004?
know,
that's all.
I don't think
That's
Kala
all
ever
I grew
listened
up
to
on.
a
Look, that's
mixtape a
all
day
I
in his
grew up
life.
on is mixtapes. You know.
No, but you stopped listening to mixtape back in the 90s and
No.
maybe
I
the
ain't saying I
80s.
stopped
He
listening to
said
mixtapes.
85.
Well, I'm
When was
saying
the
no.
last time you listened to a mixtape, Carla?
I'm saying that DJ Kool Herc never made a mixtape.
We're not talking about that. We're saying that toasting still happens on
Okay,
mixtapes today.
okay. Let's do it like this, right? Kwame, give me a song. I'm gonna take a chance and put a strike. Give me a song with some toasting on it, and I'm gonna play it.
just type in DJ.
No. On YouTube, I'm gonna type. I want to see it demonstrated.
Okay, type in DJ
Oh, well,
Drama
no. How
Lil
about you
Wayne.
do this? How about this? Why don't you find it on YouTube? Somebody toasting or whatnot, and then put it in the back chat.
Where's that one song with DJ Drama and Outkast?
You know,
Elvis,
say
can you
put
put
it
it
in
in
the
the
back
back? Because
chat.
I don't know. Every time I put something in the back chat, like it cut off, like the
No,
whole link won't
okay, whatever.
come.
You know.
Or Steve, you could.
So
But people listening, they know. They listen to DJ Drama
what
mixtape.
I'm trying to make is
They know
this.
he talks over it.
What I'm trying to make is this, right? When Rapper's Delight came out, let me ask you a question. That was the first hip hop song that went mainstream, Rapper's Delight. Right? Can we agree on that? Matter of fact,
Yes.
Big Bang Hank is a distant cousin of mine. You know, can we
Oh,
agree
man. All of the big guys in hip hop were called a cousin or uncle.
Big Bang Hank. Big Bang Hank was part of Rappers Delight, right? Sugar Hill Gang. Now, let me ask you a question, right? What in Rappers Delight, that song right there, what element was toasting?
It sounds like most toasting is mostly like on mixtapes and stuff like that. That's what it sounds like.
Okay, all right. So what I'm saying
And
is,
and parties and concerts. That's where you
okay,
hear
so
toasting.
in other words, people
You're
saying,
not gonna hear.
okay, let me ask you a question, Kwame. Go ahead and toast right now. Say what you would say with somebody toasting.
Hey,
Bomba Glad!
shout out
Fuck
to
DJ!
Kala. For instance, if the record is playing and you know you giving your shout out to my man from Bronx River Projects. Shout out to my man from Baisley Park Projects. Shout out to my man from Sufton. Uh,
So are you
can't
telling
forget.
me? Are you telling me before Cool Herc came on, nobody was giving anybody shout outs?
Kala,
That's what
no,
toasting is, Carla.
No, it's
no.
not. Because no, it's not. He was doing that, right? But guess what? They was always doing that in black music. All black music, they be shouting people out.
Really?
That's black
I
music.
don't
Yeah.
remember it, but can you give me an example?
So look, anytime black people get on the stage, somebody say, "Hey, look, give a hand, get a round of applause," and such and such. Whatnot. Yeah, come on, crowd,
Carla, we're talking about records.
That's
We're not talking about.
that for amping people up and hyping people. That's called hype. You
So
know,
Kala,
that's
find
been
a
around
James
in
Brown.
black
Oh,
culture.
hold on, Kala, find a
That's been
James
around
Brown
black
record.
culture for decades, man. What are you talking about?
Right. So find a James Brown record right now with toasting on it.
James Brown hyped himself up, man.
Find,
Oh my
it,
gosh, Carla moving the
You know,
goalpost
so
again.
Elvis, get out my show, man. Get out of here. Freaking clown. All Elvis is here is just a fucking okay caller. I'm not gonna have Elvis around. Man, you can go
Man, bring Elvis back on the show. He just
Kala,
fuck him.
I would been quiet the whole time.
Like I said, I have this one rule. I don't mind people disagree with me, but like everybody say, people Hustle Smart tell me, like I listen to the show. He said he hasn't changed one bit. All he does is a contrarian to what I'm saying. No matter what I say, if I say the sky is blue, he's gonna get up here and say no, the sky is pink. That's all he fucking does. I don't want no more contrarians. If you don't know what you're talking about, or give me some evidence and whatnot, I've asked you all this time, what the hell is the difference between toasting and people just MCing? There's always been masters of ceremony, people talking while people performing on stage, whatnot. They do it at the Ringling Brothers, for God's sake. They do it all the time. That's American culture. Talking about this. P.T. Barnum. When somebody's going out there doing things, look at the person right here. You see this act right here and whatnot, you know? So, God damn, man, you know, this has been going on for a time. He ain't doing nothing spectacular talking over a friggin' song. You know, that's not what created hip hop. What created hip hop was the freaking lyrics, those beats, those lyrics. That's hip hop.
All right, Colin. So now we talking about beats. Can you look up the merry-go-round technique, Colin?
What merry-go-round technique, man? I'm not looking
You
nothing
you
up,
brought
man.
you brought up beat,
Okay,
but
give me a
Colin,
song. Give me a song.
it's
So
in
give
all
me a
hip hop.
song. Give
You're
me a
asking.
song. Give
I'm
me a song.
all hip hop songs do the
No, don't give me
merry-go-round technique,
all
Colin.
hip hop songs. Give me a song. The song that you know.
Every one of them, Colin.
No, give me a song. Okay. LL Cool J's I Need a Beat, you know?
Yes, Colin. Just
Okay,
look up
so
the
where's the
Why you,
merry-go-round technique of that?
Colin? Why you don't want to look up the merry-go-round
Okay,
technique? Just look it up.
hold on. The merry-go-round technique. I'm gonna look it up for you. I'm gonna hear you. But tell me how LL Cool J's song is fucking has a merry-go-round technique. What'd you say?
Colin, if you look up the merry-go-round technique, it will answer your question, Colin.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
Go round technique, merry-go-round technique. You know, a type of amusement rides, rotating. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
Carousel. Okay, Keith Sweat had a video called Merry-Go-Round. Listen, are you talking about Keith Sweat's 1990 album? I'll give you one.
No, just type in merry-go-round technique. Maybe you have to add hip hop to it.
Merry-Go-Round technique. Okay, technique. Okay. And another one that basically, you know, see, you guys with your cool hurt stuff have been putting this stuff all on Wikipedia. You know, that's what I said. Somebody
So
put this up there.
so
Look,
It's a
Colin,
Cool Hurt,
conspiracy, Colin. It's a
Cool Hurt,
conspiracy, man.
DJ Cool Hurt. Look, the
so Colin,
innovator
I
has
put that in the search engine.
what Hurt called merry-go-round, a technique where DJs switch from break to break. What is that? You know, a technique is specially called merry-go-round technique because, according to her, it takes one back and forth with no slide. What the hell is that? That doesn't even make any sense.
I wonder if white people argue about stuff like this.
I have no idea. You know, what the hell is he talking about? That doesn't even make any damn sense. You know, all this stuff like this, these people like this. So what does that have to do with the music and stuff that we've known for friggin' almost a century?
Colin,
That we've been doing for almost a
you're
century.
asking what influence did
I mean,
Jamaica
what
want
I'm
to
saying is, hold up,
I'm giving you the
hold up.
I'm
I'm
giving
saying
it to
like
you.
this. I'm saying the fact that when you say now you switch from influence hip hop to he created hip hop. I'm trying to tell you, rhyming and all that shit like that we've been doing, bebop and whatnot, we've been doing for a long time.
Colin, the merry-go-round technique is
Yeah, I
unique
know.
to hip hop.
Okay, he
It's
created
unique
a
to hip hop.
merry-go-round
It's not
technique.
unique to no
Oh,
other
let's
genre,
say he
Colin.
created a merry-go-round technique. Let's say it influenced some DJs in the hip hop. Congratulations, you contributed to the art form. But what that has to do with the fact that you saying that hip hop, that means everybody learned how to rhyme, everybody learned how to DJ in Kingston, Jamaica.
Colin, I'm quite sure when you typed in the merry-go-round
I'm
technique,
looking at it right now. It says
took you right to hip
cornerstone.
hop. It didn't take
It
you
says
to
what became a
funk.
cornerstone of hip hop. It doesn't tell you what it is.
It tells
It
you
says,
it's a cornerstone of hip hop, right?
hold up. It has another one. It says understanding DJ Kool Herc background take. Kool Herc introduced, and they're really hyping this guy for somebody who never even had a record out. You know, how could this guy do all this right according to Wikipedia and never had one single? Never had nobody took a chance to put even a friggin' demo out for him.
So Steve, how far the goalposts have been moved back so far? 100 yards or 200 yards?
Steve, can you answer that question? What if the guy was this good, whatever like that, you really tell me somebody could have put that EP out on him or not, something?
I mean, maybe he was just doing like parties and stuff. He didn't like
No, I mean
go
no.
to the studio.
DJs basically what they do is a lot of times, something, how I found Rakim?
Steve, keep it a buck. Is Colin moving the goalposts?
Hold up. Now, you know how I found who Rakim was? My boy Chris I was telling you about, right? He did a show with Rakim in Wine Dance, Long Island back in 85, right? Actually 86. 85, right? The fall of 85. And he was in that song, Check Out My Melody, right? This, that, thing. And Chris said, I got this mixtape whatnot. When DJs do the shows and whatnot, they record that shit, right? And then they go to this thing and they mass produce a bunch of tapes, whatnot, and they sell them on the streets. Well, that's how they
But
make
I
a
mean,
living.
like, when did he stop? Like, DJ.
I have no idea. Who knows? You know,
Does anybody know? Call me. When did he stop DJing?
I'm not 100% sure.
you don't even
Because I
know.
mean, he could have stopped DJing by the time it became popular. So
So
Nah, he was still DJing while
Oh, okay,
my
oh, okay.
yeah.
my point I'm trying to make is this: real DJs back in the days, right? After they did a show, right? After they did a show, they it's recorded, right? They go right to that dude that'll mass produce them. They have dudes that be like that could mass produce like a whole bunch of set. And 2 days later, they basically such a jet. I had Rakim's which we call mixtape from his thing and wine. That's before he got the. So my boy Chris goes, "Yo, man, my boy Rakim, he's on the radio." He goes, "That's all. Check out my melody." I said, "Yeah, yeah." He goes, "That Eric B's president." Yeah, I came through the door. I said it before. I said, "That's my boy." I said, "Oh shit, yeah, man." He goes, "Yeah, I was," because my boy Chris was rhyming with him at a concert with the Gods. That's where the 5% shit took off, right back in the mid '80s, whatnot. And that summer '85 was off the friggin'. That was the best summer of my life. Summer '85 was the best summer of my life.
Kyla, can I ask you a question?
That's what hip hop changed for me from this Bronx bullshit. That's when I got rid of this Bronx nonsense and whatnot and start focusing on fucking MCing and fucking black conscious and black MC and whatnot. I got left the fucking Bronx shit alone, man. I stopped.
Kyla, can I ask you a
Hold on,
question?
look at Dark Migo with the information. With his last comment he just made.
In '60s, black artists used their records to make powerful statements about civil rights and black identity, often directed shout outs to specific people. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. So the bottom line is this: when artists got up there, they always shouted out, "Yeah, man, join this struggle." They use their platform to freaking shout out causes. When I do acknowledgments and also that's been doing acknowledgments and shouting out shit, but not when you got people's attention is old as fucking being black in America, man. Stop it,
Okay, Kyla. I don't want to go
It
back and
sounds like
forth.
it's just something that you like that black people do all across the whole world though, because people said people do the same thing in Africa. So
Yeah,
I
so I
mean,
was gonna say, yeah, maybe it's true. But the bottom line is what I hate is people come here and be like, oh, we introduced something. You get the fuck out of here. That's the problem we
hold on,
have.
let me say something about that as well though. I don't like when people say it as well because they be like, oh, I remember like some Africans say like, oh, you got that from us. Like, no. We didn't get anything from you. Our ancestors came from the same place. We share ancestors, and that's why we do things that are similar. And there's a difference. There's a difference. But yeah, that's all I gotta say about that.
I'm not gonna basically take credit like me. I like this. I see similarities between us Afrobeats and our culture, but I'm not gonna go to Afrobeats and say, that come from us or whatnot. No, I'm not gonna do that because
I mean, they acknowledge it though. Like they'll tell you, like Burna Boy, that little documentary. They tell you that reason why Burna Boy calls it
I'll
Afrofusion.
let them acknowledge it, right? But I'll never go up to them saying,
Right. I understand what
without
you're
us,
saying.
we founded that shit. That's disrespectful.
Kyla, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, man.
Do you know what the quick mix technique is?
Look, all I know is Kwame, right? Whatever technique it is, the DJing and all that shit was around for the longest time. If you have something unique to that Kool Herc did and whatnot, that was probably something unique to him.
This got nothing to do.
In fact, let me give you an example, right? By the '80s, right, the early '80s and the mid '80s, whatnot, the technique of music that was thing was electronic beats. Did Kool Herc have anything to do with that?
Can you say that again?
Electronic beats,
Nah. Who's saying that Kool
what
Herc
I'm
created?
saying, you act like hip hop. He black. If he did that, then you wouldn't have the Johnson Crew. They have a whole different style of music, whatnot. You had house music at the time. House music. All that stuff was just jam with jammed at parties. House music. People would rhyme over house beats. So the bottom line is you make it seem like you're going to narrow it down to this one guy, this one place, Cedric Avenue and whatnot, and say that's all hip hop. No, hip hop is black culture in America, black youth culture in America. That's all it is, It ain't something confined to just the Bronx or New York City. It's
So
all over.
but it's black people from everywhere, right? Are you saying that?
Everywhere, you know.
Okay.
It's like when I went down. Let me tell you something. I'll tell you something. I'll be honest with you, right? I remember the spring break '88. I went to North Carolina, right? I didn't go down Florida. I spent spring break with my grandparents in North Carolina, right? Anyway, to be perfectly honest with you, this is when I knew that we were gonna have problems in the future, right? I was basically mortified and terrified when I went to a party in rural North Carolina. You know, Windsor, North Carolina. I went to rural North
I
Carolina.
know it.
Yeah, I know what
And
Windsor is.
look, the
Colin.
music, the way they were dancing, the way they got down, it terrified me. I did not relate to it. They seemed like a bunch of savages. You know, I just thought the music was just. I said, man, I need my New York. But I realized that these guys were MCing and doing like just as long as we were. You know, some DJs were popular. He been DJing for decades, but not. You know, they had their own style or not.
What year was this? What year was it?
1988. You know,
and what you mean, like what did it sound like?
dude, man, you know, you guys got a little better over the years, man. God damn. It terrified me, man. What the fuck? I said, these motherfuckers are animals, man. I said,
How were they dancing, Carla? Like, what were they doing?
Man. That's what y'all getting down to. You know, these Ugmo girls and whatnot. I was like, yo, man, that's them, you know.
How were they dancing, Carla? What were they dancing like?
It wasn't like the fly girls I knew in New York, man. With like that, these were just country girls, big. I was like,
come on. They were eating that good cornbread.
Like, hell no, man. Elvis dropped off. Elvis a punk, you know. You understand?
Come on, Lee.
I am not going for that this time. I don't mind people disagree with me. Here, Kwame disagrees, right? But when somebody's sitting there trying to mock me and whatnot, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You know.
Mr. Cat said you went to a juke joint, Carla.
No, I would say it was like the Armory. It was at the Armory. We had this Armory in North Carolina. They have the Armory. Look it up. The Armory in North Carolina, Windsor, North Carolina. There's an Armory, right? And you have these parties there and whatnot. I was like terrified, man. I said, I gotta get back to New York, man. God damn. I said, I felt like I was in another country, man. I really felt like I was in Africa, man.
Vibe with Ant. I thought that bounce music has got its influence from Memphis. I could be wrong, but I heard that. I think I heard that.
It was their version of hip hop, man. Planet Rock came on, they were doing their own thing when they was dancing up there.
The same reason with the mainstream hip hop that like trap music that came from Memphis as well back in the 90s. Some of those songs, you listen to some of those 90s Memphis songs, they sound like some songs that you can hear today's time, like the bass lines in them and everything else. I'm like, that's crazy.
Back then, man, I was just like, I like my hip hop, whatever like that, New York flavor, whatever like that, but I came down south that summer, that spring break, I was like, man, if this takes over hip hop. I said one thing I was certain was that this would never make it to the mainstream. Was I wrong? Was I wrong, man?
Oh, okay, I see you, Mr. Cat. Okay, crunk music, it's different.
Yeah, crunk music. That's what it was. Crunk, that developed in the South. Crunk music. But
that came from Memphis, I believe.
Yeah, crunk music and this dirty South music, right? That was always there. It was basically this juke joint music, from the South. They had their own way of doing things, It
was ratchet. I'm gonna just say crunk music was ratchet, man.
It was just rapping and beat and stuff like that, rhyming and just partying, b-boying.
Because in Memphis, I don't know if you're familiar with it, that like a particular style how they rap, it's called a triplet flow and whatnot.
Well, every area has their own style of doing things,
Yeah.
Not just like I said, with no disrespect to Kool Herc and whatnot, that was just something unique to that area of the Bronx, right? Outside of the Bronx, nobody freaking.
I'm not even gonna lie. One of my favorite I guess subgenres of rap music is the G Funk. I really do like G Funk.
I
The
like
West
house
Coast,
music, man. I love house music, man.
the
Detroit.
West Coast did their thing when they created G Funk. DJ Quick and all of
like
them.
what, like Warren G and them.
Yeah, Warren G and yeah,
And
they
that was a different. That was a whole different style, you know. That was a
right.
whole different style, you know. Like back in the days, we had to understand something, right? At the same time that KRS was out, right? Snoop Dogg and them were out. They were doing their own thing out there. Then I look when I came down here to Virginia, right? And I saw some of these young guys, right? I worked at this rec center, and they were basically and I guess they call themselves MCs, whatever like that. They weren't too much rhyming, but they knew how to talk over a beat, and they had a message, whatever like that. And they were like in the spirits or whatever like that, you know. And one dude was hitting the table, hitting the beats and whatnot, blah 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 blah. And I said, that's all hip hop is, you know. People talking, people flowing, people rhyming, people saying a message over a beat, harmonizing over a beat. That's all it is. That's just black culture across the board. Now, in each area, it sounds a little different. Each
What's up
area has
nowadays
a technique.
with the whole melodic rap thing? Everybody want to sing this little singing rap type of thing. Everybody got going on now.
Yeah, so it evolves and when that changes. In New York, you have a certain style of doing it. Queens, you have a different style. Bronx, you have a different style. Brooklyn got a different style. Everybody got a Staten Island, you know, because Wu Tang and all of Staten Island, their style's different, you know. They have a lot of 5% influence and whatnot, you know.
But Colin, at the end of the day, we know who the pioneer and the father is, Colin.
There's no pioneer. I tell you right now, he is a pioneer of. He's a brand. Do you understand what a brand is, Kwame? They create this brand, this thing called hip hop, which was a brand, right? It's just like Tariq Nasheed is FBA is a brand.
Don't
Hip
tell
hop
them
is a
that.
brand.
According to them, it's a lineage. It's a lineage. NBA
No,
is
it's
a
a
lineage.
brand. Hip hop is FBA is a brand. It's not
I mean,
a brand.
I don't understand how it could be a lineage because I could have sworn a lineage is a bloodline. Like who? Like
Well,
wouldn't you
and
need to be
also,
descended?
not only that, you know, you
You
guys
right, Steve.
agree to it, right? It's a brand. It's like hip hop is a brand, right? You got people that call it that mainstream media calls it all hip hop, right? Just like gangster rap is a brand, you know, it's a brand. Which we call crunk music is a brand, drill music is a brand, you know, it's all a
That's one
brand.
thing I hate about the West Coast with the whole rap stuff. And I understand because gang culture was just so strong over there in the West Coast that I guess it was inevitable
Yeah,
for them not
they didn't
to.
have a hip hop scene and whatnot. They had a gangster scene. They didn't have a rap culture scene and whatnot.
Yeah, it was just gang culture over there is the most. That's why they don't really care about dudes. See, like, like if you like when Kendrick Lamar, well, you probably don't know the song, but Kwame know the song I'm talking about. When he had that control verse and he said he was the king of New York, right? He was from and he the king of the West Coast. And one hand I juggle them both. When he said that, all the dudes in New York were so upset. And he can't. He said he was the king of New York because they take that rap stuff like that. Well, they call it backpack rap. They take that stuff seriously over there. In LA, they don't really care about that. Who's the best rapper all time and who got the best lyrics. They were never really into that. Most of the stuff over there, a lot of rappers over there was most of in the gang culture. But that's
Yeah, so
that's the only thing I like the music, like how it sounds, but I don't like the gang aspect of it.
let me tell you
The
something.
only thing, the only
Hold up,
thing I don't like.
hold up.
Uh,
Let me tell you something right now. Kwame needs to understand this, right? Everything is only based on what you can convince mainstream and white people to believe. Mainstream white people believe that hip hop started in 1973 with a party and Cedric and the man is that created was Kool Herc. That's all that sums up everything. Then when you go digging deep and really investigating, there's more to it than this. There were other DJs out there at the time. There was all kinds of stuff going at the time. Only thing that Kool Herc did was he branded these 5 elements of the culture he saw and called it hip hop. That's all he did. All these things always existed, rapping, everything long before he came on the scene, you know? And he just branded it, right?
You
And off.
You right, Bob. Schoolie did create the first gangster rap song. That whole the PSK, or he was the first gangster rap. He was from Philadelphia,
And you know,
which is
Cooley
crazy.
D came from a middle class, upper middle class black
I
family.
didn't know that,
Yeah,
man. He actually influenced. I
he had
believe he
privilege.
actually influenced Ice T. That's why Ice T.
Yeah, and also which one? KRS One influenced Snoop Dogg. We made that song 9mm.
Oh, I ain't know that.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that Bo 9mm. This is my 9mm. Go bang, whatnot, you know. Yeah,
Mhm.
he said when that happened, Snoop Dogg said when we saw these people from New York talking that stuff, whatnot, we said, okay, it's okay if New York people could talk about gangsters. They said we could talk about we're real gangsters out here. But first, you know, the rappers out in the West were not talking about gangster stuff like Ice T and all of them. They weren't talking about
I
stuff.
think they were. It was just
No, at
they
first
didn't.
at first they were
It
just
was
talking out,
underground.
you know. They were
It was
talking, right?
underground.
They said what they sold was when they found out that the gangster stuff sold, right? Like when they created NWA, that changed everything. NWA changed everything. That basically, because before people would say hit and miss gangster lyrics and whatnot, anything. NWA was created with the sole purpose of gang culture, promoting gang culture. You know,
Kyla, I hear what you're saying, but it just people are now trying to diminish that hip hop started in New York.
well, I'm
Now
saying,
people are trying to say hip hop started with James Brown. Now
yo,
people are
look,
trying
let
to
me tell
say,
you, Kwame, let me tell you something, right? And when you say hip hop, you believe there's such thing as hip hop. I don't believe there is such thing as hip hop. I just believe there's an extenuation of black music that evolves or whatnot. For example, you could basically have if you take the beats, right? Let's say you take Kraftwerks, right? Take their beats. Their beats are really hip hop, right? Let me see if I can play. I don't know. I can't play it. I'm fucking.
yeah, don't play nobody copywritten
I
stuff.
hate that fucking. Yo, you know this. Yesterday I was playing a thing about Liberia, and they
Yeah,
was
and the
playing
show cut off.
Nina Simone's song in the background. They copyrighted me, you know. I'm
Yeah,
like, God
yeah.
damn, man, you know, they can't do nothing. So anyway, I can't even make my point, you know. My point is that the beats and everything like that was diverse. Like in Boston, they had a different set of beats, right? So their version, what you would call hip hop, was evolved out of something different, right? Every place was different. Every place had different beats, different influences, everything like that, you know. What we can't do is say, you know, if you say hip hop started in the Bronx, that means the electronic beats of Boston area and whatnot started in the Bronx. No, it didn't. It started around the same time in the late 70s. In 77, the song Trans Europe Express came out. You guys ever heard of that?
No, sir.
That was the baddest beat. That lit the streets on fire in New York. That was on every radio station in New York City. Every radio station would play that all day. Trans Europe, and there was a white group called Kraftwerks. We didn't care, but that shit was so dope. Trans Europe Express, trans. We didn't know like that, you know. Then yeah. Then you had Planet Rock. All these beats came around. Mr. Cat, do you remember Trans Europe Express? And then like the early '80s, they had this group called this song called Electric Kingdom.
I ain't gonna front. Playing the rock changed the game.
Yeah, Planet Rock was a good song. Right there. Yeah. Well, you said that dude came up with Planet Rock. I don't know if that Trans Europe Express. I'm thinking of Planet Rock. But I gotta go listen to it closely again, you know. But I know Bambaataa borrowed a lot of his beats from Kraftwerks, and they're Europeans.
Who got the best? Who? I mean, what's the best beat you ever heard? What's your favorite?
Well,
Or
the best beats was Johnson Crew.
Okay.
Johnson Crew. Junzun. Johnson Crew. JONZUN. Johnson Crew. They were out of Boston. You know.
Kanye West got the best
Light
beats.
years. So the light
You said
years,
who got the best beats from?
space, psychological.
It's a tie between Pete Rock and Kanye West. Those are two
Oh
legends.
yeah, Pete
That's
Rock
not
was
even
Pete Rock.
comparable. I'm talking
My
about
favorite one
old
is
school.
was it Troy with him and was it CL Smooth?
Okay,
Then
I
he
That's
know
all
what
right.
you
But
mean.
like I said, this song called Johnson Crew called Pac Jam. You guys don't remember that? Don't know that shit. That came out in '82. You know, Pac Jam. That song with that song when that song came on in the club, the place was amped, man. You know, when they got that last verse of beat, listen to a Pac Jam. You know, Johnson Crew. You know, that
I
song.
will,
Shit.
Kyle. I will say this though. Hip hop started
Look
in
at
the
John goes, what do you know about Johnson Crew? Dude, man, John, man, I've been around, bro. You know, I've been around,
uh,
People I don't know what I'm talking. I know what I'm talking about, man. That
Kyle.
song was the baddest song back in the days. That's the song that everybody got down. That's the number one breakdancer song was Pac Jam with Johnson Crew and Space is the Place,
Kyle, you have to like Ja don't know. Kyle, come on, man.
John,
John,
well, he Johnson Crew's from Boston, so of course he knows Johnson Crew.
I will say this though, Kyle. Hip hop started in the Bronx, but Queens made it global.
Well, I would say like this: Queens made it commercial. Run DMC, LL Cool J basically made it profitable. Profitable because let me tell you something. The reason why is this. I'll say it like this, right? In the name of Rick Rubin, right? When Rick Rubin, LL Cool J's song "My Radio," that's the album "My Radio." I got that in '85. Like I said, '85 changed everything. That's what LL Cool J's "I Need a Beat" came out, and '85 "My Radio" came out, right? Uh, when Rick Rubin did a write up on the album about LL Cool J, he says what's different now is he goes this is rhymes that are sharp, they're poignant, they're on time and literate. I don't know if that was a slab at the friggin' previous generation, right? In other words, LL Cool J, I mean, he wasn't just talking a bunch of, he was basically talking stuff like he was about Attila the Hun. In other words, he was talking like he had some sort of level of education, you know? And he said that was different than, when you got LL Cool J, Run DMC, the rapper industry they said now is marketable to mainstream. Before hip hop wasn't marketable to mainstream because
Ain't that kind of funny how things shifted back, shifted away?
now everybody's back to stupid ignorant shit, Everything goes full circle, That's what we're talking about. They said when LL Cool J came out with "I Need a Beat," whatever like that, that was the first real literate or thorough. Well, they said, Sugar Hill Gang was that way, but as far as like somebody with a street beat like that, a hardcore beat like that, that was beat like that, while my JVC vibrates the concrete. So he's clear. He says my JVC vibrates the concrete. I'm sorry if you don't understand, but I need a radio inside my. He wasn't mumbling his words. He wasn't missing his words or whatever like that. It was very clear and literate, and that's good. That was the standard going forward. That you had to be literate, you had to be precise with your words and everything like that. Then rock everything out.
Guys out nowadays, you don't know what they said. You like what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I remember that song Egyptian Lover. I remember the song, which we call Cool James rhyme. Yeah, he's very clear. And that was the thing. That's how hip hop evolved to that level. People were rhyming very clear, real. And then when they started doing concerts and everything like that, the way they organized concerts, and also they have verses. Before, somebody would get on a record and just rhyme for like an hour, right? And sometimes sound good. People just rhyming back and forth. But when they
KRS-One.
make verses, lyrics, ballads, and stuff like that, and put them together rhymes like real songs. All that changed in the mid 80s.
Kyla, how dare you try to disrespect the teacher, Kyla? How you can't disrespect the
Who?
teacher?
Disrespect who?
The teacher.
Who?
If you don't know who the teacher is,
KRS-One?
One.
Yeah,
Man, get the hell
KRS-One.
out of
The
here.
man is called the teacher, Kyla. You
Man,
can't
get the
disrespect
hell
the
out of
teacher.
here. KRS-One, man, with that KRS-One sold out. He's a sellout, man,
I mean, all of them sold out. What's the dude name? Public Enemy. I mean,
Yeah, Chuck, yeah. I remember one time Public Enemy did a song called, man, It Ain't About the Bit of Him and Griff, right? And I said, man, we're gonna get some get back, man. He's coming after Diddy, man, because Diddy had sampled one of his songs, whatever like that. He's like, man. And also, next thing you know, man, I said, oh man, Diddy's in trouble, man. Chuck D, Public Enemy coming in. And next thing you know, Diddy did a song when I want to bring somebody out. Chuck D. Next thing you know, Chuck D is doing a jig dance and whatnot, dancing. Diddy's like,
Colin, you surprised, man? They kicked out what's my guy name?
Griff.
Professor Griff. Yeah, they kicked him out.
I knew Griff. I met him before.
Yeah, I ain't you surprised about that? Come on.
I met Griff in Harlem, you know. So what you call it? But
you criticize Professor Griff.
The guy Hank Sharp. The thing is, let me tell you something. Going forward, right? And this is a lesson for you, Kwame, Mr. Anti-Semite. You know, this is something you don't listen to, right? They Griff and them was just following behind Farrakhan, saying some things about Jews, whatever like that, blah blah blah. It sounded cute, right? Then one time they were cornered by some real Jews, whatnot, and they said, well, you said this, whatnot. And these motherfuckers look fucking stupid, right? And I was like, look, when you basically make some stuff, whatnot, you know, it's best to be quiet because these Jews, whatnot, they're gonna let you hang yourself and you're gonna make you say all this, whatnot, and then they're gonna come after you, whatnot. Public Enemy and Chuck D and all of them just sat there like, I guess I didn't know that. They fucking looked stupid, you know. Everybody talk. That's why everybody lost respect for Public Enemy.
Tyler, telling the truth isn't being an anti-Semite.
No. But they were saying they couldn't back up what they were saying.
Yeah, that's a wrap.
No,
what about Tony?
You can't back up what you're saying, like.
Tyler, what about Tony Martin, Leonard Jeffries?
A lot of these people have never been put to the test. You know.
What do you mean?
A lot of these people have never had a real debate. You know,
they won't. Colin, they won't debate Farrakhan.
Look. The bottom line is this: look, Farrakhan. None of them had a debate. Jesse Lee Peterson never had no fucking real debate. You know, Charlie Kirk never had no fucking real debate.
Colin, I'm talking about Dr. Tony Martin.
Yeah, but these
Professor Leonard Jeffries.
Never. Like, let me give you an example. Dr. Claude Anderson. Has he ever really been challenged?
Let me keep my comments about Claude Anderson to myself.
Hold on. Roland Martin. Has anybody really debated him? You know,
Colin, you can't compare Tony Martin to those
I don't care who it is. A lot of these people basically put out the stuff, right? And you go hype them up. Well, that's fine. You know, like this. I mean, I gotta listen to them. You know, I have my own mind. You know, Roland Martin, Boyce Watkins. These people that you guys listen to and whatnot.
I don't listen to them.
Look, Phil Scott. Has Phil Scott ever been put to the test? No.
I don't know. I don't listen to Phil Scott, Colin. I don't listen to
O'Shea
I don't listen to O'Shea Du Jackson.
I listen to Tariq. Has he ever been put to the test? No, because he basically was on a platform where he doesn't have the mic, but he doesn't have the mute button.
I mean, he do online debates, but he knows.
Tariq basically will not debate. So I seen this one girl eating him up. I told her she made a mistake when the girl Hoodoo, whatever her name, she basically cute girl and that, but she was like, he goes, sister, are you late, ma'am? Are you what are you? She goes, I'm black. She goes, are you African? And she goes, I'm African American. And he goes, well, ma'am, where do you come from? Right? She should have said, I'm black from America, slave trade. Let's like before she even she could have cooked him on this issue, right? He said, she goes, well, I'm Nigerian. That going by her DNA. Then he just cut her off. He knew what she meant, right? But he used that as evidence to cut her off and say, oh, another tether trying to slip in here. She was not no tether. Everybody knew that. But he wanted to debate because he baited her, you know, and she took the bait. I'm Nigerian, you know?
Don't care. Don't get mad.
What?
I said his coat doesn't care because they'll take Tariq's side no matter what he says.
So what I forgot what the issue was, but she could have fucking destroyed him, right? I want to say because he was dead wrong about something, right? But before she can even get any get back, he just cut her off. See, no, I'm not talking to no tethers tonight. You're not. She was not no damn tether, you know. She was African American, but she made the stupid mistake of saying, "I'm Nigerian." The
Kyle, I would say this though. You gotta put Tariq up there with some of the greats, man.
I don't put Tariq with nothing. No, I don't look. Look, the bottom line is this: as far as like him, he's never really been tested. Now he has a lot of he knows how to pick on immigrants and shit like that and everything, and him and Professor
Like I
Paul
said,
more,
Cody
right
is
now, but see how that turns out. But the bottom line is this: he cannot stand if me and him was on a debate on this. First of all, I take his premise with him, right? Because half the stuff that he talks about, right? I'll put that in my column. I think, yeah, Black America should protect this who we are identity. And bottom line, I think Black people should be proud to be Black Americans. Okay, now we got that out the door. Now what else you got, right? And then when he gets to the point where he starts talking about some of us were already brought here, I will eat him. I'll cook him alive.
Kyle, so why don't you debate him on TikTok? Kyle, you be on
I'm not
TikTok a lot.
I'm not gonna go on his channel. I'm not gonna go on his channel. No, I'm not gonna get up there. I'm not gonna do that. He come on my live when we can have a debate. He won't do that. He wants he wants $300,000 to debate him. He ain't worth it.
He said he won 100,000 to debate Myron Gaines. So
the bottom line is, if you award me, I'll debate people for nothing. And I'll come with the fire, and I always usually win. So the bottom line,
Kyle, when you doing Kyle, when you doing a show on the James Smalls thing that's hot right now?
Well, I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of it. Nobody's ever came up here and tell me what's going on. I don't know nothing. All I know is this is my opinion from listening from far away. All right, James Smalls, 80-something years old, right? I think he has an outdated version of Pan-Africanism. That's that kumbaya Pan-Africanism.
He just called out. It ain't got nothing to do with none of that. He just called Tariq out on his xenophobia and all his disrespectful comments about.
Right, and also what I'm saying is this. So, my whole thing is when we look up, this is my opinion, right? Lately, right? And Elvis confirmed this last night when he started talking about, our ancestors in Liberia should have came there and married in. No, you know what they're talking about is our women that we brought over there. This is what the sticking point is. We didn't hand our women over to their chiefs and whoever the hell the fuck they was. That was the tip. What we said, we're gonna live here, but on our own rules. We want to protect our women. We're not gonna hand our girls, our daughters over to you to be your little concubine, whatever like that. They didn't like that. So the bottom line is, if that's the case, right? And also, I don't think the average African understands the difference between being rulership and governance. I got put out that last night with Elvis. He doesn't understand rulership. Now, let me tell you, I don't mean to get on Liberia, but I have to say this. Rulership is when somebody rules, he has no accountability. That's what you have in Africa. You have rulerships. You don't have governance. A governance basically governs with the rule of law. They have regulations. There's accountability. There's checks and balances, and people are held accountable for whatever it is, checks and balances, right? No one's above the law. Rulership means you could do whatever you want to do because nobody's going to do anything to you. That's what they want, rulership, right? Our ancestors who built Liberia tried to have governance, right? Now people say, well, shouldn't you, the governed has a right to be consent to being governed? Yes, but you understand something. At the time, when we were in France, the most brutal part of Africa. Let me ask you a question. Anybody know this? What's the place where the European colonials was the most brutal in Africa? Try to guess.
What are you talking about? Like
of the whole continent, where was the most brutality done to Africans at? Try to guess.
I don't know. Charles Collins.
Hill or something?
It was the Sahel region.
Yeah.
That's why Sahel is stable right now. It wasn't Kenya. It wasn't Tanzania. It wasn't South Africa. It wasn't even the Congo. It was that Sahel region, right? Liberia basically protected all those groups because they said Monrovia was a sovereign republic. So any territory could say, we're part of Monrovia, and that would save them from being colonized. They consented to being governed by Monrovia, right? So Elvis is trying to say, well, we didn't want to be governed. It didn't matter. Your ancestors consented to be governed because the alternative was they were going to be taken over by France. They don't put things in the proper context. So you got people out there now trying to make our ancestors look like they were so evil and so bad, and that damages our relationship with Africans. You know, if you don't want to give me the grace and the benefit of the doubt, and understand that, yeah, look at history. Like, we tried to do the best we can. You know, we tried to govern you. We didn't try to rule you. Like, the whole reason why the African gets resistance is the African mind thinks we're the same. That I want to go over there and rule them. That's why they call me colonizer. You know.
So, Kyler, why are you so mad at the white man? All he tried to do was govern you too.
Well, I'm not mad at the white man. You know, I'm not mad at him. You know, I'm not mad. Look, I was saying that our people were brought here against their will, so we had no choice in that.
So what was it? What was the thing you were saying?
No, the native Liberians had a choice, right? They could have said no, right? And guess what? France and England and Portugal would have carved them up like Berlin and said, hey, that territory that you see in Liberia territory was basically them being saved from being colonized. And the problems they're going through right now, all those countries in Africa, the Sahel region, Ivory Coast, Guinea, everything, all got conflict based on what happened in 1884. The French.
So, Kyler, wait, I didn't mean to cut your bill, Kyler. So what exactly did you mean when you said the white man is weak now? I'm paraphrasing what you said earlier.
So I'm saying the fact that we figured the fact that look at us right now. We're not. Oh, you see us out there rioting right now?
Nah.
Do you see us giving a damn about what's going on? What's the biggest thing right now? Mass deportation. What are we doing right now?
All that.
Nothing. White people basically are like, they thought that by electing Trump, there was going to be mass starvation of black people and stuff like that. And the bottom line, black people are growing, right? And they look at it like, how the hell did this happen? So we're saying like this, because we basically, Black America has so much influence now, capital around the world and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? We're moving around the world, we're doing stuff like this. White people don't have the power over us that they used to have. They used to be able to control the narrative. Now black people are going toe to toe with them on social media, you know, putting out the narrative. They used to be able to put out narratives about us and it's stuck. Now we're fighting back, you know? And right now we see white people right now. Look at Dearborn, Michigan. These people are losing their fucking country. Look at Minnesota. They're fucking losing their country. And we're looking at white people like they're fucking weak. You can't even look. They can't even fucking decide what a fucking man or woman is. You know, they can't even stop men from fucking going into women's bathrooms. Their civilization is dying. It's weak. You know? And we're looking at all this, right? You're going to fight us and whatnot. You can't even fight fucking keeping boys, men with dresses out of little girls' bathrooms. You can't even do that. The country's so fucking weak right now. Morally freaking weak. And so, like I said, the moral argument, they lost. They lost the credibility, you know, because they did everything. Look, we succeeded without them. They took, look, hey, listen to this, brother. They took away affirmative action 4 years ago. Are we crying? No, remember that? No more affirmative action. They thought they had a victory lap. Oh, we got rid of affirmative action. Oh, black numbers of HBCUs and black college enrollment increased, regardless. Everything they do against us is falling apart. Nothing is working. Every time they try to do something to us, it backfires. So the bottom line is, yeah, we're winning. You know,
I don't know, Kyle. It seemed like what Trump is doing is, you know.
I know what Trump is doing, but maybe because you're an immigrant, right? What Trump is doing has nothing to do with us. It's not hurting us. Whatever. I don't care what he does. You know, that doesn't affect me. Now, if
he fired 300,000 black women, Kyle.
Well, hell, do we really have those numbers?
It was a lot of people from different demographics got fired, so it wasn't just black.
It wasn't 300,000 black women. They don't know 300,000 black women. Come on, bro. They always do that. They always try to get us involved for rail or something like that, you know.
No, there might have been 300,000 black women that did get fired, but they weren't the only 300,000 people that got fired. There was a lot more people that lost their jobs. White, probably Asian, Hispanic. So it wasn't just black women.
So
Colin, you don't think his executive order on improper ideology, referring to like slavery is not a part.
Well, I'm
You
gonna say it
can't no
like
longer
this.
teach about
This is how
slavery or racism
this is how
anymore.
you pivot, right? This is how you pivot, right? There's nothing wrong with black people building our own. We have black museums. You know that, right? That's not getting government funding. We should be funding our own museums and our own institutions. You know, fuck the federal government, right?
So
And
what
then if
about the
you
school?
do,
What about the school systems, like the university? You can no longer teach about.
it's like this. It's like this. If you're taking federal money, you know whatnot, federal money in this country, right? You got to abide by their rules, you know. So stop taking their money, you know. As simple as that. Let's pull together and whatever like that. If they're gonna do what they're gonna, can we stop them from doing it? No. So what do we do? Crawl over in a corner and die? No. We just say, okay, you know something? Well, we're gonna do like this. We're gonna play tit for tat. You want to take off your thing? Guess what? We're gonna do protests. We're not gonna freaking stand for the national anthem at a football game. We're gonna embarrass them, you know. There's a way anyway. We can boycott, you know. People who support this, well, boy, look how what we did to Target. You know, we had the
What
boycott.
happened to talk? What happened with Target?
Black people boycott Target, man. They lost like billions of dollars worth of market share in the stock.
That Carla, I just went to Target 2 days ago. I seen them.
No, what I'm saying is, when you have a boycott, even the thought of a boycott, right? Shares in the stocks go down. It's not about sales, really. It's the shares in the stocks based on speculation. People speculate that if black people stop spending there, they speculate that the country it's going to go down, so the price drops of the stock drops. That's how you
Speaking
work.
of boycott, because I remember some of the FBA's talking about boycotting African business. You seen what happened? What was it, Alabama
Yeah.
with the?
Well, my whole thing is I have to take the African side on that one. You know why? Because
Oh,
I am sick and tired of these ignorant ass black women in America, right? They always
Nah,
complain about
Carla,
African women.
that was wrong,
They always
Carla.
complain about African women, right? But I ask the question is, first of all, why do you need your fucking hair braided with that fucking fake hair? And second of all, why do you gotta go to them anyway? You know?
because
Why
they
do you gotta
Carla,
they
go
that
to the fucking
Carla, that
Kardashian?
was Carla, that was wrong on all levels.
Oh, I know it was wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the fact that I'm sick and tired of. It was another one with this lady. I think it was two African women. They were fighting in a rest about a hair price. I don't know if she was Black American or what, but she was like, blah, 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 blah. You know, I think one was Caribbean, one was African, whatever like that. But I'm sick and tired of women. I am sick and tired of black people with their hair issues. You know, their hair issue, and also women. You know, women don't like each other anyway. So if you don't like each other, whatever like that, why are you going in their shop? You know there's
I
gonna
don't.
be attitude and drama. Why the hell are you going in their shop?
She was just upset because the lady, told her one thing and then, then try to,
Well, I mean, I'm not even talking about that one. I'm just talking about in general. You always
okay,
complain about African women being rude, right? African women gonna match that energy you give them. You know, they're gonna match that energy. So
like that's
I've been to Africa, right? You talking about stankitude, stankitude is stank attitude, When you go to
listen.
Africans, whatnot, man, ain't nothing going on but the rent, whatnot. They ain't trying to hear all that.
I agree with that. Because no, I don't like what the African woman did, right? But I was like, y'all can't be up here talking bad about African women or they got attitudes or whatnot when they say the same thing about Black American women.
Yeah,
They,
so the bottom line, you go in there short.
people online that say,
If
they
you
get the work
if
from
you really feel that way, I think people go in there with the intention of starting some shit, whatever. Like me personally, let me give you an example. Right where I get my cigars from, there's this Dominican guy, Dominicans from New York, that got a barbershop, right? And basically, sometimes they be in there getting hookah and stuff like that. Oh yeah, Bubba, come here. I never go in their shop, right? Because I don't want that encounter. I don't know. I guess I see brothers going in there, whatnot. But I just basically like, something. I go to my own shop, my own people, whatever like that, because just the mere possibility that something can go left. Maybe there's a customer in there that might be giving me the wrong look or staring, whatever like that. I don't put myself through that shit. When there's a restaurant, whatnot, I ask people, how is it in there? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's cool in there, whatnot. How black people, no, okay. I check out places before I go there. So I basically,
I'm gonna come right back.
I check out places before I go there and make sure that I'm good before I go there, right? I don't understand these friggin' people that go into these places, knowing fully well that they may not like you, whatever like that. You spend money in their stores, you do it, stuff like that. And then when something happens, you on TikTok, look what just happened. I remember this one clown was sitting in Cracker Barrel. So nobody, wait a minute, what the fuck you doing in Cracker Barrel?
I like Cracker Barrel, man. It's
I don't
good.
eat Cracker Barrel. Don't eat that shit, Hey, there's nothing in Cracker Barrel I can't cook myself or go to a fucking IHOP if I had to. I don't support nothing that deal with fucking crackers, devils, and all that stuff. They can have that shit, So I'm not gonna give them my hard-earned money, As simple as that. So therefore, and I have no sympathy for black people who say, "Yeah, I've been sitting here for like an hour," or they go to the whitest part of town and they go to a Starbucks, and because they weren't greeted the right way or whatever like that, they start complaining. So I was sitting here for such and such. I'd be like, "Yo, look, all right, do you want my money? No, you don't want my money. Guess what? Fuck you. I'm gonna give you a bad review, whatever like that. I'm gonna give you a bad review. I'm never gonna come back again."
That's the thing, though. I don't understand why people got to post everything on the internet. Like you could just, it's just
You
weird
do
to me.
a review, get out, and or post a small video saying I made it here, it wasn't right, whatever like that. But the bottom line, people would be like, oh, "This is my 5th time being here. Every time I come in here, why the fuck you keep going there?"
Good point.
Some black people love drama, and I'm basically like this. I'm done with drama, Negro.
Another thing I don't like, right? I see black people do this on Facebook. They talk about they racist, racist neighbors or whatnot in the middle of a white neighborhood. They're like, why are you there to begin with? Especially, it was this woman. She was always complaining about her neighbors are so racist. Now, this woman is a millionaire, caller, so she don't have to live in a neighborhood with white people. Like she's a legit millionaire, and she chose to stay over there and constantly complain about her neighbors and how they don't treat her nice. And I don't.
Some people, black people, that's what they like, but they were dragging us into their bullshit, I'm like this, or they put that video out. White people minding their damn business, right? You're never alone because there's always white people up in your business. They probably wonder why you fucking recording them and shit, Like I said, we gotta get rid of these toxic black people, these fucking jigaboos and whatnot. They cause a lot of problems.
I've been seeing you on Mossy Warrior Clan's channel.
What you say?
I was talking to Mary Shaw. Mossy Warrior Clan. He be debating against the Abos and him. Not a coincidence. And it's like them Abos, man. Oh man.
Most of those people are the ones that never went past like the 8th grade.
Yeah, it's something, because something's wrong with them.
And you can basically say, okay, when I ask them a simple question, okay, if you're Indigenous America, can you name me one city that you guys built? Oh, can you name me what food y'all ate here and whatnot?
What was it? What was one dude on Dinah's channel that time? They said, "What's your indigenous language?" They were like English. I said, "Oh man,
yeah, clown, you English now." So we taught English to the white man, and he went and named
So I said, "Oh my god, this." And you think they're joking when they're telling the
because of the internet, right? That's why I said I am not going to entertain bullshit no more. I'm not going to entertain it. I said people want to do that on somebody else's channel. More power to them. They want to debate these fools. I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to legitimize these idiots talking to them. And so that's what it is. There's too many people.
The crazy thing about a lot of them are grifting, because I remember it was a guy on Kazo's channel. He was a Somali dude. He was like, oh yeah, because I seen him on what's the Dan Calloway's channel, and he said, oh yeah, Black Americans are not really from Africa. They was already here. And Dan was like, see, even the Africans know this. I knew who that guy was.
And they got also white people saying it now, grifting,
right. And I went
to a white guy did a video. See, white men doing that. That's all they needed to see. There's a white guy grifting, saying, "Look, these are all the tribes." The white guy did a video. He got like almost like 500,000 views when because these stupid Negroes. White man said it when they understand he's playing, grifting on you.
Colin, and the same guy, he basically went to Kaizo's channel. Was like, oh yeah, man, Dane Calloway, he paid me money to say Black Americans are not from Africa. He said, man, it was the easiest money I ever made in my life. So I said, okay, that's what I realized. I think that Dane Calloway don't believe what he says. He's just doing it because there's a
And
lot of gold.
also they get on Wikipedia and they
Yeah,
upload so like this cool Herc shit. They put that all over Wikipedia. And say who look up. Yeah, they put that up there. The bottom line is, let me tell you something, bro. Hip hop is what we know as hip hop, right? Is bullshit. You know, it was hip hop. People call certain Bronx music hip hop. You know, they call it hip hop. You know, we didn't call it hip hop back in the days. We was like rap. You know, we was like rap. You rap, you MC. We didn't call it hip hop. Or sometimes we call what we did hip hop. That we call we were hip hop heads. These are people who was into graffiti, into all stuff like that, the cult of hip hop and stuff like that. But that we was only like a minority, you know. Matter of fact, the majority of the black people at that time were into Michael Jackson, Prince, you know, Shalimar. Black American culture was diverse back then, you know.
yeah, Shalimar, For the Lover in You. That's one of my favorite songs.
Saying what you call Jody Watley and all stuff like that, you know. Hip hop basically, rap became popular in mainstream Black America, right? Hip hop, as we know it, right? Like Kool Herc, whatnot, never got popular in Black America. Never went mainstream in Black America. You know, nobody was doing graffiti. Nobody was doing all that shit like that. They're talking about, Kwame's talking about. You know, it never had any real influence. You know, it just stayed in the Bronx. You know, and like I said, by '95, I gave up all the graffiti and all that shit like that. I grew up. You know.
I do wish we were still diverse though. Like we, somebody was like, we need to bring funk music back. I agree.
I mean, I had no problem. It just, to be honest with you, man, when hip hop by 1985, when you had people, young guy, 17 years old, LL Cool J, and he's out there making all this money and he getting all these girls and whatnot, you know, the things changed, man. He wear the nice clothes and everything like that, you know. Things sort of changed. The culture changed, man. Nobody want to hear all this fucking bullshit, whatnot, you know. Nobody want to hear all this nonsense, whatnot. Somebody says, Peter Clark, Clive Campbell, a baby space, president of Black Space, whatnot, you know. Whatever. That's the gangs back in the days, whatever, like that, you know.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, people, like I said, that right there was the Bronx. That had nothing to do with the rest of New York, the culture, and black. Even the people who listened to rap music, that at the time, you know, bro, that was only a small part of the culture, a black culture. You know that, right? You know,
Right.
a
Probably
small part of black culture even listens to street music and whatnot. Most black people were into like Michael Jackson, were into Lionel Richie, you know. I'll tell you, it was a different cut. We hip hop heads, we were different, man. We wanted to be the Bronx and all shit like that, you know, man. I look at it now, man. We were young though. We were like in our teens, man. That's what you do when you're teenagers. Then you grow out of that shit, you know. You know.
That's one thing I don't like though. People that don't grow up still trying to act like they did when they were
Yeah.
teenagers.
So when I was a teenager, I was a teenager. I grew up. You know.
One thing I really I can't stand it at all, no matter who does it. But like grown dudes, I'm talking about like dudes 30 something, 40 years old, sagging their pants. I just
Yo, I seen a dude almost 50 stag, you know.
said, really, bro?
We got dudes like dudes here, some niggas in Virginia be 50 years old sagging when I got their grandkids with them sagging, you know, clowns.
Crazy, man. Just deadly clowns, like you say.
Deadly clowns, man. Like I said, I'm the ringmaster. A circus of deadly clowns, whatnot, you know.
Like you gotta, my dad was into, rap music stuff back in the day, but like he said, he still well, I mean, you gotta grow up. Like
I listen to some that I have maintained that I like listening to. I love still listening to Run DMC, you know.
yeah, my mama the same way. She still listens to all that old stuff, right? But she ain't, she ain't going out trying to act like she was when she was 16, 17 years old.
I
She
gotta be
grew up.
like, you know, I'm acting like I'm a fucking teenager or some shit, you know. I mean, I'm not no teenager and whatnot. I don't want like the clown Jamal. Whatnot. You like the youngins, man. I think, come on, I don't care what the fucking youngins are doing. You know, I'm the
Oh
example.
yeah.
I gotta be
Uh,
like what the youngins are doing.
oh yeah, and older women twerking. Like what's up with that?
We don't see worse than the guys sagging because you be having respectable women fucking getting with these dudes driving around and shit. You know.
Yeah, let them get their car. Dudes don't got a job and
You know, and
weird.
sagging when and that's what black women want. Then they talk about they ain't no good black. Come on, man. That's why I said the best thing a black man do is passport. Get the fuck out of here because these women are crazy.
I ain't gonna say all that.
I'm dead serious, man. These women are crazy. You know, they like the worst dudes. When I said like tonight, this chick tonight, man, freaking talking to a boyfriend on the phone, that black girl. It's about Jared. On my fucking face. You know Jared's like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man, what the hell? What's the hell worth? Is that what you guys want to do? Hey, fine. You want to swirl? You want to be white boys? You want to be with thugs? Whatever like that. Black women want to be with anybody with normal, sane black men. You know, that's you're like, oh man, you're lame. You're boring. You're not. You know.
All women are like that though.
Yeah, but white women basically know they got to pick that.
What other cultures see as dangerous is not our dangers. That's the
Yeah,
difference.
but yeah, what you call white girls? Oh, he got a little edge to it, not. But guess what? That white boy, he's gonna be a breadwinner, learner. You know, they know how to pick their men. You know, they know how to pick their men, earners and builders.
That other cultures have and the ones in the black community are not the same. I will say that.
Black culture, man. I don't know what's going on. Black American culture, man. It's just, it's. Like I said, well, I want to look at the good side of it. There's a good portion of us winning, right? You know, who are winning, whatever like that. But you know, collectively as collective, man. Yeah. I wish I could say things were better, man. Man, we're so
Thing,
divided as a community right now. You know.
right. Speaking of culture and whatnot, like I seen a lot of videos about when Trump sent like the National Guard into Memphis. A lot of people were happy they sent them in. They
Yeah,
were like,
but you're
man,
not allowed to say that though. Most people were happy, but they're not
I
because it's
saw
still
videos
scared of violence. You know.
online saying, yeah, man. And then other people like send them to Atlanta after you get done up there. I was like,
People, our culture has evolved into that. You know, a war zone. The country is falling apart. The Black America is falling apart. You know what? It's a shame it takes the white man with the gun to fucking make us act right. That's sad.
it's more so they just.
It's just sad.
I read a story like I think they locked up. I think it was like 20 murders that was out on the street in Memphis. I said, why are they?
How many?
I was like, that's crazy.
They walked. How many?
I think like 20 or something like that.
And so yeah, but like I said, my whole thing is why are niggas always outside? You ever notice that? It's like those. I think a lot of times these dudes don't have no place to go. Really, they just crash on somebody's couch, whatever like that, and they stay outside till everybody goes to bed, and then they go crash on the couch. You know, you get up in the morning do the same thing. I really don't think these niggas have a place to go.
But
It's like, yeah, and they be like, well, I'm just kidding. I said, dude, man, if you don't want to be bothered by the police, go inside. Avoid these niggas, man. They can't even go inside until the cops go away. Whatnot. They gotta be out there in the street. But you ain't gonna miss nothing out here, nigga. You know?
my dad told me that because he used to walk, when he used to go to DC because we got family in DC. Got family all up the Northeast, DC, Connecticut, New York, you know. And he was in DC. He said he used to walk around at night. He said it was so crazy. You could always find people out at, like the strangest times of night, and just
Let me tell you
standing.
something. If you're out, I did club security for a year, right? If you're out past 1:30 in the morning, you're up to no good. You know? Like that white couple that was talking about. Remember that got mollywopped in Cincinnati?
Oh
Now,
yeah.
her case was she was out. I'm glad I get to come back on the radio and talk about this case, right? She was out 2:30 in the morning, right? Talk about we were out coming from here, and okay, we saw you on camera trying to hit a guy. You was a middle thing, and then some other female came up and blip, knocked her cold out, whatnot. You know, what does that tell you? You know, and all of a sudden people are like, well, they should be. Look, let me tell you something. Anytime when people are drunk at that time in the morning, they're out for looking for trouble. I'm just dead serious.
I agree with you.
When I worked club security, right? I worked the after hours club. People didn't start getting there till like 1 o'clock in the morning. I already knew when before people even got there that I knew I was geared. We used to get up and we used to start training boxing and wrestling one night because we knew without a doubt that it's gonna be on before we open the doors, before we even let people in. People are already gonna come up there drunk because you're 2 o'clock in the morning. You're coming from one club to an after hours club. We already know you're gonna be fucked up before you get here. You know,
And the
we already
worst
know,
thing,
we already know it. You know, people out that time in the morning are not up to no good. You know.
are like food joints that stay open late. Like for instance, North Carolina, we got Waffle House. Waffle House stays up,
I will
pretty
not go
late.
to no Waffle House that time in the morning. You just ask me. The only thing I
Because
would do
all
at
the
Waffle
people that
House
come
is
in the morning, they want them to keep
I'd
it
order
drunk. They
DoorDash.
can go crazy.
I would order DoorDash. There was no way I'm going to Waffle House, not even on Sundays, to pick up a friggin' pick up a waffle.
They don't let you. They don't let you go inside no more. Like at the Waffle House, close to where I'm at, you can't go inside no more at nighttime. You got to stay outside in the parking lot because people would
But that's
just.
even more because people see each other in the parking lot. You know, yeah, that's bad because you got people standing around the parking. Like this one, there's this one chicken place. I'm gonna try it soon, like at the time. Newport News opened up, right? And I saw it on TikTok. I said the chicken looked good, right? Right, and it was like the hours they're gonna be open, like uh up until like 5 o'clock in the morning, right? And the chicken's like, where we're going after the club. I was like, oh Lord, I can just imagine, imagine
Make sure you get your food in the afternoon.
Newport News, Virginia, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning after the club let out, trying to get some fried chicken, and they run out of white meat or something like that. Oh, they run out of biscuits. Oh,
People drunk. They
oh,
don't. They don't have good sense when people drunk. What you mean you ain't got no more chicken?
bro, look, I, that would be a prison sentence. I have to work there. I sentence you to chicken plus for 1 year and work the after hour shift. What? Man, it's better to be shot, man. Because I would never work in no place. All you're asking for is I said, why would a city give a permit to a place just to, that's what I said. The cities on the
They know it's a trap. They
I think
doing it.
we playing games, but then again, there's a lot of black people on the Newport News City Council, and all they care about racism. A black business is open. Man, get the fuck out. Some black business needs to be shut down.
It's kind of sad though. I was watching this lady in Chicago speaking of black businesses, and so much she has the security she has to go through just to keep a black business in a black
Security is dangerous, man. Security
neighborhood.
job is dangerous. I did it. It's dangerous.
And I was like, that's why some people just don't, start black businesses in the black community because it's so
It
much
ain't worth it. It's not worth it.
you got to put up with so
They'll
much
wreck
stuff.
your shit. They'll wreck your shit. They want to steal from you. They'll skip out on the tab. They do all shit, man. I would not fuck with niggas for a business, retail business. If I do a business with black people, you got to pay before before your food comes out. Say we go back.
There's some good black neighborhoods in America where if I had a business,
All the good black neighborhoods are under assault. Why? Because it don't take but one or two houses for a good black neighborhood to become a very bad black neighborhood. Because the bottom line is, until we get homeowners association, black people say, look, we're going to fortify our neighborhoods where we have the right to eminent domain over your property. Let's say you have a friggin' neighborhood, like 20 houses, right? And you're part of a community development. Let's say you have to obey these rules, the grass, noise, all the stuff like that. You don't want to
got 16 cars in the front
have
line.
like 20 cars in the driveway. You can't have people. You can't be working in your car in the driveway. All this shit that brings the quality of life down. You can't be out there, every day drinking in an open can of beer, whatever. All that shit like that. Dumb shit. The bottom line is this: if you have all that, and you say, if you violate these things, you get 3 times, right? Then we're going to seize your property at market value. You're gonna forfeit your property at market value with that, and you're gonna be evicted. whether you own the house or not. We're gonna seize your property at market value. Do you agree to that? Yes. Okay. Here, you can part of the home association. That's the only way it will work. Black neighborhoods will work.
I agree. You got it.
Well, black people don't want to do that. We don't have neighborhoods like that anymore. We don't have neighborhoods like most black neighborhoods. They move there. The whole idea. Okay, I'm moving where I can afford.
Right.
Until you have plans.
Unfortunately, some of the ghetto folks they come up on some money and they move into a good neighborhood.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what you gotta stop. You gotta stop Tyrone when he got that promotion, to foreman or something like that. Now he got that extra money, man. He's gonna move on up. You gotta steer him in a different direction. That may sound fucked up how we're talking about our own people, man. But we gotta.
But it is.
We can't keep running.
I mean, white people do the same thing though. So I mean, not like that's another narrative. There's a lot of white people that are lower class and whatnot that certain white people don't want in their neighborhoods. I mean, a lot of white people don't want the trailer park people in their neighborhood and living there. So
yeah,
I mean,
so the bottom line, my whole thing is, until we get to the point where we have those sort type of neighborhoods where like that's what works. That's what people start talking about. We gonna build black neighborhood. Like I ain't rebuilding no damn hood, or like you were down in Georgia, black community and whatnot down there. Like no, what's the ground rule? All I saw was a bunch of single mothers when I said I know how this they had some land down there in Georgia somewhere. Remember they abandoned it.
Yeah.
We're gonna build an all black community, sustainable community. Nah, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Drop the link.
I really want to hear it.
Let him up, Colin. He has some good opinions.
But he don't got no. He's a fucking clown. I don't know. I don't know where my. There it is. I was gonna say I don't know where my link is. It is right there. Let's see what Chuck Woe has to say. Chuck Woe has to say.
Is it Chuckwu or Chukwu?
It's Chuck Woe.
Oh, okay. All the rules to hip hop in the comments look like.
Yeah, we got some hip hop. We'll do more shows on hip hop, man. We get the narrative right.
Salute. Thanks for having me up on the panel. What's up?
Chuckles. What's up, Chuckles? What's on your mind?
Nah, I was just listening for the past couple of minutes. I'm wondering. Okay, so you guys are talking about. I hear Khaled sounding like very conservative in his views about the black community. I'm just wondering
what conservative is that? I'm not a conservative. I just believe in common sense. I don't believe in conservatism. I ain't like no conservative. I have nothing to do with conservative. I just believe what works. What doesn't work, I don't use it. Simple as that. That's why I say. What makes sense is good. What doesn't make sense, a lot of things conservatives say are freaking stupid. Like I had a conservative on here last night. Steve, remember a guy? 2 nights ago, Alfonso. Were you on that?
I wasn't here.
Okay, I ate this guy a freaking live, crushed him. A conservative, came up here with his conservative Chuco talking points and whatnot. I killed him. Right? He was basically saying stuff like, "Yeah, the Charlie Kirk talking point that black people were doing better before the civil rights movement and all that kind of stupid shit." Right? And I said, something. Like I said, I knew this guy was gonna be quick work, so I went easy on him, right? So I said, something. I have a friend of mine, man. He's from the Virgin Islands, man. African American guy, Virgin Islands, Black American, whatever, fuck, right? My guy John, right? He's my brother's best friend, right? They travel the world together. They was going to Jamaica, Cancun, all this place like that. They both got money, but he is a retired Navy chief, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now he's that's the one thing when you retire Navy chief, you become a contractor, right? He's a contractor, right? He's making like $250,000 a year as a contractor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the 1950s, before the civil rights movement, what was the chance of him getting that?
before the civil rights movement. So you're talking about during Jim Crow segregation.
Well, so what I'm saying is, a lot of people like you are going around saying the civil rights movement was a farce. Like Charlie Kirk, your hero.
I never said that,
Saying
and
so.
that's not my position.
This
That's
is
not
what
my
these black
position.
conservatives are saying. This black people was ahead because we had so much of them, and the welfare state came along. Shut the hell up.
That's not my position at all. That's not my position
That's
at all.
what the black conservatives think, And so, some people say you can. No, I'm not. I don't believe this civil. I believe that the bottom line is this: we were in this country. You can't tell somebody I'm a part of the country, and to be perfectly honest with you, we want a piece of the action. There's a good movie. Bill Cosby made called Piece of the Action. That's the best movie ever made.
I got to be honest, Steve. I'm hearing a lot of background noise whenever you come off mute. Are you talking directly into the mic?
Drop down, come back. Yeah, I think something wrong. You got a bad connection.
Yeah, I think I don't know if that's a Bluetooth, but it's like a bad microphone. Okay, but okay, you're saying. Okay, what are you saying? So this individual who is a retired military and a contractor, does he represent the vast majority of African Americans? Like,
no, well, he represents my inner circle.
Right, but is your inner circle all Black American?
Honestly, I don't really don't give a shit about the vast. You know something?
You don't care about anybody who's not in your inner circle.
I do care. Look, I'm not going to worry about it.
You're not going to worry about anybody outside your inner circle.
I am not going to lose sleep over it. I do know this. All the data I'm getting, they said in 5 years, 1 in 50 black families, 50 black families or 500 black families, they said we'll have millionaire status.
In 5 years, 1 in 50? What is it?
I can't remember. It was 1 in 50 or 1 in 500. I can't remember. I read that somewhere. Let me go look for it.
We'll have millionaire status.
They said basically the black income in America is growing. Number of black businesses is growing.
Is my mic better now?
Yeah, it's better.
It's much better now.
So the bottom line is, despite all the problems, there are black people that are winning. So I want to concentrate on the black people who are winning. Let's build together and whatnot. The black people losing, we'll pray for them.
So do you care if 80% of the black people lose?
I don't think, this is how it is, bro.
I'm asking. That's a yes or no question.
Look, majority of black people are in the middle class.
Of course. But there's a study that says that the net median net worth of the black family will be $0 by the middle of the century.
That doesn't mean anything, right? Because a lot of people basically pay bills, everything like that. A lot of people are in debt, student loan debt, whatnot, mortgage debt, whatever like that, and they don't have net worth. A lot of Americans don't have net worth. They make it seem like every white person is sitting around with like.
There's a huge black-white wealth gap. There's a huge black-white wealth gap, Kyle. What are your thoughts about the black-white wealth gap? Is that also rhetoric? Is that true, or do you agree with it, or is it a lie?
Hold on. Let me answer you, right? I don't care about the black-white wealth gap. Why?
You don't care.
Hold on. First of all, is this: if you have intergenerational wealth, you're going to have a gap. So I would hope, right, that there will be a wealth gap. That gives me hope that if we get our shit together, we could be just like them. White people have inheritance. That 90% of all wealth is inherited. We don't have inheritance because our culture is we don't pass anything down. For example, my family is a little different, right? My cousin Robert, right? He passed away a couple years ago, right? He's 2 years older than me. He got my family, my aunt and uncle's house in Queens, right? Given to him, right? House was paid off in 1987, right? Mortgage paid off. My cousin Robert got the house, right? He had so much equity built in the house, right? He took like $80,000 and built his own rescue ambulatory business and whatnot, at full scale ambulatory. He made a lot of money during 9/11 because he was part of the rescue teams, his crew and whatnot, just like this. He was only able to do that because he was left something, right? How many families leave anything in Black America? We have
That's my question.
Like,
you have a lot of anecdotes.
That has to be changed in the Black culture. That's all. That's something that Black people could change by changing the culture. If it doesn't change, that stays what it is. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna make sure that something's left. I'm leaving something behind. You know, my brother is at his kids night now. His daughter, my brother's daughter, is gonna be a millionaire in another year. She's doing real estate. Another my other niece, she's a photographer. She got her own photography studio, right? And she also does photography for houses. She photographs them, fix them up, and she got a whole business where she hires people, subcontracts out cleaners and everything like that. She's making a killing. She gets a contract to fix houses up and whatnot, you know. So we bring in that entrepreneurship to our family. You know, we have the entrepreneur spirit, our family. I got a successful business here. You know, my whole thing is I can only do what I can do, right? I cannot care about what the black people who choose not to do what they want to do, you know?
So as long as your people are good, you're
Yeah,
good, but you don't
that's it. That's all I care.
so there is no community. It's
There is
really
no,
just
that's what said that.
it's
There never
us.
was a community, you know?
So it's just us. It's just me, my family.
True.
Anybody outside my household, it's they're on your own.
Let me
So
tell you
everybody's on their own.
you're damn right. That's what it is. You know what it is, Chico? Tonight, just consider everything, right? I seen this pretty black girl, right? She's kind of cute, right? Not really cute, but she's basic, brown skin, whatever, like that, you know? Look like she'd be cute, sweet, whatever, like that, you know? She with a white boy. There ain't no commitment to the damn community. Nobody gives a flying fuck about the community. So why should I care?
So wait,
Colin, not that many black women are going with white people.
But hold up. The white
so
boy.
one black girl gets her a Brad, and you throw the community away. The community is dead because you got one.
What point I'm trying to make is that when you talk about, I'm not gonna sit here and lose sleep over a community that has lost any interest in survival. But it used to be a time, true quote. Let me say this, bro. It says very carefully. The reason why we survived back in the days, black men survived because we were committed to marriage and the black family, right? And the black culture and black identity. Now you got crazy niggas out here talking about, oh, I'm really Cherokee and I'm all this. Race don't exist, all kind of stuff like this, all this kind of stupid stuff. We don't even support black business. Right now, it used to be a time when you saw a black TV show. We don't have black TV shows no more. You always saw black commercials. They made sure that now you can basically look at a black magazine and they don't even bother putting black people in advertising and marketing anymore. We've lost.
So what's making you so optimistic about the future, given that a lot of black people they don't know if they're Indian and there's no family, there's no community. What is the basis of your optimism?
All I can do is get with the black people who think like me.
Right, but okay, if it's just a few people who think like you, then how are you optimistic?
I know there's a lot of people who think like me. You know, I know there's a lot of people who think like me.
But you just said you don't care. You don't care about people outside your circle.
I only want to be around the people that think like me. The people that think like me, we care about different things.
What about the black Indians? What about the black Indians?
I am not going to worry about.
What about the FBAs?
I don't care about the FBAs. You know,
screw them.
So they could, if they fall into a hole and you never see them again.
Fuck them, you know.
I ain't gonna say all that. I'll be praying for them, but I mean, what can you do about them, really? Honestly,
not a damn thing. So don't worry about them. You know, go on, live with your life. Not a damn thing you can do. We didn't create this problem, so we can't solve it. You know?
So if they get scooped up into mass incarceration or their children get into the school to prison pipeline, then you don't care. I just want to be clear. I just want to understand what you're saying.
True quote.
You don't care about them.
Look, in mass incarceration, are they getting fed 3 times a day?
Yeah, but you know what goes on in those prisons?
Okay. They get fed 3 times a day. They get looked over, and some of them even get college education when they're in there, right?
Most of them are in prison for good reason. I mean, there's not that many people there.
If you're in prison, you need to be there.
I mean, so in the whole mass incarceration thing, like how many people have to warn you about, you know, living a good life and for you to not fall into that trap? We have so many people that they see in their personal lives that you know went to prison.
That's all they want to do. That's all.
But they still don't want to. Like, you can't make them do anything.
I have no sympathy for people who want to look. You realize that it is what it is. Blah blah blah. There's a system out there. They hunt black people making sure like this. I don't even fucking make sure I don't drink and drive. I don't fucking do nothing because I know these motherfuckers are
Right.
trying to any chance to fuck my life up. Right? I know
Yeah,
that.
and
Right?
that's exactly what I'm saying. So many people talk about, oh, the system is against me, but they out there selling drugs or they out here doing all types of crazy stuff to get caught up. It doesn't make sense. But
I was just walking down the street, man, and Popo locked me up. But man, Jubu, you had a like 10 pounds of crack in your pocket. Yeah, man. I don't know how I got there, man. You know what I'm saying? I was
Khaled, that doesn't strike you as a stereotypical thing that you're
look, bottom
saying?
line is this. I don't care, Chuquo.
You
I
don't
don't
care
care.
about stereotyping
No,
your
I
own
don't care.
people.
Look. I know me. Like, Steve, do you get the impression from me that I'm winning in life? Right? I win in life.
you doing well for yourself, I can tell.
So why do I fucking care about what anybody thinks about me? And I'm on top of almost every white person I meet. I'm above them. In life, I'm above them.
Do you measure yourself compared to white people? Like who is
Oh,
your
look, who else is
barometer?
there to measure by? Who else is
Okay.
measured by? I look at my family. Look, everybody comes to me, my family, for sustenance, right? I'm dead serious. Between me, my brother, and my sister, right? We got so many people that come to our office, come to us and whatnot. They're around us. They're like, how do you guys do it? Because I had 2 dynamite parents that raised great kids, And so the bottom line is this: when I was growing up, the white kids used to come to my family. We used to take our white kid friends to the city around my family. They were like, "Wow, you got a beautiful family." And we used to take them to church with us, whatnot,
Well, Kyla, I remember you told us a story about one day you went to go for ice cream, and the white man selling you ice cream said something weird, and then you were emotionally scarred for the rest of your life after that. So, how
What
did
was
you
it? I
go
don't
from
remember.
that?
I don't remember the issue.
I
Give
don't
me.
know. It was something happened where I don't know. He said something racist or something. I don't know. He asked you some weird question, and then you were like, "But I'm black. Just because I'm black doesn't mean I'm not American." I don't know. It was something weird, but it was
You
like
sure it was me? You sure it was me? I don't
I'm
remember it.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it was you
You sure it was
because
me? You sure it
you
was
were
me?
discussing
I had a lot of
specifically.
incidents of white people growing up, man. So
Right, but you seem to express a deep dissatisfaction about white people and how they are, they need to be gone and they're ruining America and
Well, my,
uh,
my whole thing is look. This is what I would say, Chuko. This is what I would say, right? Now, there's 2 sides of every man, right? There's like I said, it's like a matrix, right? There's a world I live in, right? Which is a black matrix, right? I go in this Pan African one. Then just like that, man, I turn around the corner or go into a booth. Then I'm back into the normal matrix, right? That's what I put on my nice face and whatnot. I live and I exist. I can exist in their world like this because
you wear a mask. You wear a mask when you're around white people.
well, I got to do what I got to do. I just
So
basically
the college genesis that we see on the YouTube channel is not the college genesis in
no,
person.
yeah, I'm gonna go before top executives and whatnot. Say I'm the black power.
So
But
you put on a
look,
white voice and
I
you
tell you
say
right now.
yes sir.
But I tell
Does
you right
do
now.
you
But
code switch? Are you a code switcher? How does that
well,
work?
no, I'm not a code switcher. What I do is this. If it comes down to it, right? What I don't do is talk. What I do is avoid politics. I avoid talking about race. I do it like this. Like let me give you an example. When Charlie Kirk got killed, right? I had a guy, one of my partners, right, white. He was like, "Oh man, that's fucked up," and I was like, "Yeah, it was, man. Violence is like this." I kept steering the conversation about guns, because I don't know if he was trying to probe me, see where I thought about his views, whatever that. Oh yeah, man, we got to do some more gun violence, man. Gun violence is out of control, right?
So you're
I don't.
scared. You're scared.
No, I'm
You
not
got
scared.
you got
Like
fear.
it's not necessary, right? That's what it's called being a professional.
Shook.
If
You're
I'm
shook. That sounds like you're shook.
hold on. Also in our office, right? We have a clear sign: no politics allowed. That's a rule we have. No politics allowed. No, we're not allowed to discuss politics or anything like that in our office. No politics whatsoever. And so therefore, when we come here, it's all professional. We're trying to produce. We're trying to get stuff done, right? Now, if I was having a beer with somebody after work, which I don't socialize after work, right? If basically you have a beer or something like that, if I just happen to, and we letting our hair down, I'll say, well, okay, I'll say how I feel and whatnot, this and the other thing. But the bottom line is this: if you ask me, like it's always like, if you ask me, right? If you ask me, like with my office, right? I got a big a mural of Liberia on my wall in my office. Clients come in there, right? And they're like, "Oh, you been to Liberia?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "My wife is Liberian." Yeah. They said, "Well, what do you know about Liberia?" I said, "I know my ancestors founded the country, right?" And I tell them, like, I believe that Black people in America should have a homeland. Since you asked, and then people are like, "Oh, really?" And then I give them the link to my novel, and I got people that buy my novel. So, okay, like this, I let them know. Even though I'm a professional, nice guy, there's a side to me you don't know, and I let them in on it.
So let me ask you, Carla, do you fear white people? Do you want to
No,
be
I'm
like
not
white
fear. No,
people?
I am not
Or
fear
why,
of white
or do
people,
you
right?
compare yourself
Hold
to
up,
white people?
the same way they come around me, and when I'm not around, they probably say all kinds of shit about me. It's a whole way of gets called. That's how civilization is built.
I thought
You
you're the
know.
boss, though, Carla. I thought you were the boss.
So I'm saying like this: I am a top agent in my agency, right?
So
I
do
don't.
you
It's,
who
look,
owns your?
hold on,
Do
hold
you
on,
own the agency, or do you
hold on,
work
first,
for somebody else?
no, I don't work for nobody. My point I'm trying to make is the people who work with us are my partners.
Do they work with you or for you?
They work with me, but they're under me. They're under me.
So who's above you? Who's over
Well,
you?
only person above me is my sister. And so what I'm saying is this: so since these people basically work under me, and I make money off all the work they do, and these people are making a lot of money, for our agency and me and whatnot, and we got record numbers. We got the number one agency in the region and whatnot. My job is to keep it that way.
Right. But let me ask you: do you have a plan B for when AI makes your job redundant?
AI is not going to do nothing like that because the bottom line is people have to come and do what I do. Like I said, let me say, people overestimate AI and all stuff like this. They can't do what I do. You need human input, human knowledge,
Human input to sell insurance?
No, we're not selling insurance. You got to build somebody's plan. You got to put the doctors in the network. You got to give them a retirement plan. You got to do all stuff like this. You got to see how much they want and coverage they want. There's a whole bunch of stuff we do.
You sure a computer program
No,
can't do this?
computer can't do that. No.
It has to be a collagenesis.
No. The bottom line, it is what it is. They can do that, and so they actually do that. But what the problem is, nobody is going. Let me give you a perfect example. What I'm talking about. When you call a thing and they say press 1 to speak to a live representative or speak to a problem, what does most people do? If you got a lot of questions about your phone's not working or something's not working or not, do you want to sit there all day with a fucking prompt, or do you want to speak to
You
somebody?
want to talk to a real person.
Right. That's exactly what insurance is. It's so complicated. People want to speak to a freaking real person. They tried the AI and it doesn't work. People get frustrated and like, dude, man, get me to a fucking real person. And guess what? They call me. I understand. I can listen to them carefully when they're not pressing a bunch of buttons. Then I hear this. The AI will ask you like 20 questions, 20 different things till they get the idea of the first question you want, and that's just the start.
Right, but can you envision a future where AI
No,
is
I
optimized?
can't envision that. No.
So you can't envision a future where
I
an
can't envision.
advanced
Hold
AI
up.
takes your job.
Things like home selling, real estate, mortgage, insurance, like that. Always going to have human input.
You think so? You think
Yes.
so?
Yes.
If
Anything's possible in life.
AI is going to replace radiologists. It's going to replace attorneys.
Okay. Whatever. You keep thinking that.
It is. AI has
They always say, look,
AI can read X-rays faster and more accurately than
First
human
of all, I
beings.
use AI. I use AI.
Right.
I use AI, but the bottom line, I'm using it. Right. Somebody can't just say, I need this plan, and I need this amount of coverage. I need to buy this coverage and whatnot. I need to plan this and plan that, whatever like that. And then AI is going to take it. No, it doesn't work like that, man. You need to speak to a person, that real thing. Now, the person like me could basically use AI and program all the stuff the person wanted like that, but you're still going to need human input. And the only thing is this: only licensed agents. You got to be licensed. I got, matter of fact, I got continuing education. I got like 8 more hours to go. you got to have licensed agents to actually deliver insurance to a person. You know, you have to be a licensed agent. You know,
Licensed
you can
agent.
license AI. You got to be a licensed
But
person.
you don't think, why would AI need a license?
No, the law says you have to be a license. It has to be issued. There has to be a broker of record. Somebody has to be a
Right.
physical.
So a one broker of record can have an office filled with AI, and
No,
then they
no,
just
no. It has to be a
they
person.
just review it.
No, it has to be a person.
Right. But I'm saying, okay, you
It
enter.
has to, no. It has no. It has to be a person. The person who wrote the thing, right? Who presented the thing to the person. When if you basically take ownership of a client and get residual incomes, and you wasn't the one that actually physically delivered it to them, or basically gave
Okay.
the options and whatnot, you can go to jail for 20 years.
Okay, well, I'm looking at it from the owner's perspective. So let's say you, Collagenesis, you own an insurance company. Why the hell are you going to pay brokers when you can just pay an AI slave nothing?
Okay. Well, I would like this. I would love to. First of all, the AI can never. We keep books of business by all the time, meeting with our clients, doing events with them, and keeping up with the books of business. The FMOs are the one. This is how it works. You got insurance companies, right? And I don't tell them everybody. People should know this, but since you don't know, you got the insurance companies, right? They're the owners of insurance. They're the bonds, whatever like that, the mutual, the bonds and everything like that, right? Then you have the field marketing organization. They're the ones that hire me, right? Hire us, right? And then you have the associate agencies.
So you're
Right?
a field marketing
No,
organization.
I'm not a field marketer. I work for under this field market. They contract me. You know, I'm a street level agent. You know, I'm an agent. You know, I have an office agency. You know, the field
Right.
marketing organization brings the product from the insurance carrier to the field, right? And they mark it up. They're responsible for giving us marketing dollars and sales and all stuff like that, sales support and all that. That's what they do. They give us a budget and everything like that to work with and whatnot. And we have campaigns, you know.
They
That's
give
what.
you a budget. So that budget pays your salary.
No, don't pay my salary. That just pays for advertising. I make my money through commission, you know. So therefore, basically, I make my money through commission, right? And so therefore, and overrides. You know, I make commission on thing, and I make overrides and residuals off what my agents under me make. You know, I got 10
But who
agents.
do you kick up money to?
Only person I kick up money to is the field marketing organization and my sister, who's a senior general agent. I'm the managing general agent. She's a senior general agent.
So if you're a senior general agent, why not replace those people that are kicking up money to you with
Okay,
AI?
so in other words, okay, we have people. We have 4 offices, right?
Right.
People walking through the door, right? Knocking on the door. I want insurance. I saw your ad in the paper. I want insurance. I want that paper like that. Tell me how AI is going to do that.
Right. You interact with it online. There's
No,
a
people don't want to
functional
go online.
website.
People
A,
come into the office and whatnot. They want to see paperwork. They want to see you, and they want you to present the policy. How's the AI going to get the policy to them?
because AI can work
You got
24
to
hours
deliver
a
the
day,
policy.
7 days.
Hold
AI
on, hold
works
on. You got to
24 hours a day,
do
7 days a
so
week.
physically. I have to physically
So whenever
deliver.
you don't have to make an appointment, you could just, whenever you get ready, you log on.
Yeah,
It
that be
asks you a
easy.
few
No,
questions,
that's the case.
and then
Look, you can do that right now.
you input the information.
You can do that right now. But the thing is, though, you got to still deal with field marketing organizations, and you got to still deal with agencies. You can deal with a call center. You know, you don't need AI. You can do a call center. Call centers still have
Right.
people in them. You know.
Yeah,
And
but call centers are going to be replaced with AI.
that's them. Us, we're not going.
That's you too, Colin. That's you too.
No. Okay, keep saying that. I've been doing this for 20 years, man. They ain't going nowhere. You know.
Right. That's the same thing that people
Everybody,
who rode horses.
everybody
People who rode horses said that before the cars were invented.
well, now AI is gonna, man. I haven't seen not a damn thing, man. We're still this has been the record year in sales we ever had. I made so much money this year. I might stay 3 months in Liberia. You know, to be honest with you, I made so much money when I could probably
Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Colin.
kick back the rest of the year. I made so much money this year, man. My agents are freaking on top, man. We're gonna have a freaking celebration in January because We every year we have a bowling where we give out prizes. I'm gonna watch my team take the prize home. My agent, I let the agent split it up, $500, but I let my top agent, whoever my top agent is, have the whole thing. $500 for top sale. I know my guy, one of my guys is gonna make the top sales this year. I know it. You know, my brother's team made it last year. My team's gonna take it this year. Bottom line is this, man. You know, there's no way for what we do. We look up doctors, we look up prescription drug coverage and whatnot. We find different plans. Like we also do things like we look at people's level of Medicaid, Medicare, and stuff like that. We look at retirement plans, investment plans, and stuff like that. You know, we look at all kinds of stuff. You know, and then we work into this thing where we're going to be working with. Next year is going to be really big. We got a lot
So
of stuff.
you don't think a computer program can do what you do? Is
No,
what you're saying?
no.
So it takes a computer program
No,
can't look at
look,
the
bro.
plans,
If it was that, if it was
can't
just that,
select the
if it was
thing.
just that easy, it was just that easy. All these fucking FMOs that keep inboxing me, emailing me, talking about join our team. I'm like, man, don't fucking. I'm good with what I got. Look. Let me tell you something, brother. I work for the largest marketing firm in the world.
Work for?
No, when I'm caught the FMO, the Field Marketing Organization, is the
Right.
largest in the world. You know.
Okay.
And so, like I said, we was out in Dallas. They invited us out to Dallas back in April. I was in Dallas, Texas, back in April. You know, bottom
Labor
line.
is a business expense in
Hold
any.
on.
Hang on, labor is the biggest expense in any business,
They
right?
have hold
So
on.
if they can replace you with
Hold
AI,
on.
their
You don't
profits will
understand
go
something.
up. You don't see how the profit margin would increase
You
if you were AI.
don't get it, right?
You don't get it,
We have tens of thousands of people in our book of business.
right?
Like they don't make no money off of no AI because you cannot have a residual book of business off of a non-entity. It doesn't work. They make their money when you have agents, and the agents have a downline, have clients, whatnot. There has to be an agent of record, a physical human agent, a licensed agent of record. In order for insurance to make any money.
But okay, one licensed agent of record with 100 AIs working for him. All he has to do.
Why would look? That doesn't even make any sense. Look, the company I work for, the technology, we use AI. We basically use AI for everything, right? But what still has to happen is that we basically have to be the ones that basically do the
What
sale.
you're doing, you're training AI how to take over your job. I hope you realize that.
They're not gonna do that, you know, until you get a robot that's humanoid that could go to knock on somebody's door and say sign here and let me put your stuff in. Let me like this. Until you get robots to do this, then you can talk about that. But just somebody talk about AI and it's gonna know, dude, it's not gonna happen.
No, you're right, Kyle. It's never going to happen. We're going to be fixed in the same way we do things right now in 2025. It's never going to change.
The bottom line is this: we're right down to Dallas, right? They show us the whole operation, you know, integrity market. I'll tell you what, integrity market, right? The friggin' they showed us they have cyber security all over the damn planet, you know, everything. They got AI technology. We got the latest AI technology. When I'm talking to somebody on the phone, right? I have a recorded call. They transmit the thing in AI, right? In Word, they gonna print it out. This was everything said verbatim. Boom, boom. You said this. She said this. She said this. Boom, 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 boom. Like this, like that. I can basically do a whole bunch of stuff in AI. I can basically plan my week out and whatnot. You know, okay, I need to call this person this time. But yeah, technology is great, right? But you still need somebody steering it. You know, as simple as that. You know, you can have all the AI you want. But if you don't know what to do or whatever like that, you know, and this is what it comes to, you know, you still need human input. So it is what it is. And so my business is secure. I don't know about anything else. Now, if you're somebody that works in a laboratory or something like that, and you're getting paid a salary, yeah, I can probably replace you. You know, but we're independent business people.
Insurance sales cannot be replaced.
It's not sales. We do more than sales. We market. You know, we basically also what I do is we also credential doctors, you know, and hospital networks. Well, let's say I have a dentist, right? and let's say he doesn't take United Healthcare, I could basically get him credentialed in United Healthcare. That's another thing we do. We credential doctors, and we bring them to different carriers and whatnot. You know, we working on several doctors networks in our area to several different companies. We do a lot of stuff like that. You know, when a company comes to this area, right? Well, area like me, I'm thinking about going to Delaware. That's the next thing next year. I'm thinking about working in Delaware. But now, if you're what you were saying was right, then the companies that, because we have a couple of plan exits in Delaware, right? That means these companies are going to basically need to replace a lot of people's plans up there, right? Now, according to you, Chuko, if AI is so great, why don't AI do it? But do you know who they're trying to recruit to go up there? Us. They need people on the ground. We do events. We host events, you know. We do call campaigns, you know. You know what call blitzes are? We do call campaign. When I do a call blitz, I make 100 calls a day.
So AI can make 100 calls a day.
So what is the AI? What exactly AI going to say to somebody?
It could get them on the phone, and then
And do
you
what?
pick it up.
And do what?
All right. I'm looking in the future, Kala. So
Oh yeah, well you just keep looking in the future.
okay.
AI is not gonna know how to dial 100 calls and get some angry sister on the phone saying, "What the motherfucker you calling me for in my day? You interrupted my soap operas or whatnot." You know, excuse me.
Oh, okay.
He don't know what he don't. Truco,
AI can't deal with Bonquisha. You don't think you could train AI to talk to
Hey,
Bonquisha?
what if that Bonquisha is qualified for a certain plan and whatnot? That Bonquisha sales could mean the difference between me getting no sales and $1,000. You know, so I doubt if AI is going to be able to do what I'm willing to do. Right?
What are you willing to do, Kala?
Doesn't know her social security. I can look that up. I can look up her Medicare number.
So no computer program can look up a social security.
No, hold on. Why would somebody trust that information to a fucking robot? Think about it. Some random robot is gonna.
Why would they trust collagenesis?
Oh, because trust me, because I'm a reputable business person. Look me up online.
And when you be like, you be held accountable, you know.
And I'm held accountable when something goes wrong. That's a difference.
Right. Okay.
AI is not held accountable. You can fuck up. That'll be the system.
Whoever owns the AI will be held accountable.
Look,
the owner of the AI is accountable. You said it yourself. The broker of record. The broker of record will be held accountable.
I just got a thing from AT&T. They said they got a class action suit because their data was breached and whatnot, and people's information got so people got these robocalls and they're ready to do a settlement. Man, AI ever took over insurance and whatnot, and people's PII, personal identity information, get in there, and there's nobody that can be held accountable for it or not. See, what happens with us is because I got people's personal identity information, HIPAA laws and all that, right? I'm responsible, you know? AI is not going to be responsible.
I guarantee you, AI will make less mistakes.
Oh, no. The AI, if it does fuck up, no, it's too much risk. It has to be a person responsible for that, you know? That's when you come up here and talk to and act like you know what you're talking about, you know? I had to do it to you, you know? And insurance, somebody always has to be responsible, you know?
Right.
At all times, you know? There's no whatever like that, pass the buck, whatever like that. Look, if one of my clients' information gets stolen, somebody comes in my office, steals something off my desk or whatnot, and use somebody's information, I'm in trouble for that. I can't hide behind no AI, whatever like that. If somebody's personal information gets a hold of me, if I don't have it locked up and whatnot, and in my file cabinet and whatnot, and just sitting there, somebody steals that information and uses it whatnot, I'm held accountable for that.
You don't have to worry about AI not doing anything. It's not.
How do you know? How do you know that?
Because you program AI.
Oh yeah, no. Look, dude. Nothing is foolproof. Nothing is foolproof, bro.
All right, you're right, Kala.
The only thing is foolproof is the fact that if you're human and it happens, your ass is doing time in jail. That's what makes the system work.
But human error is the
Yeah, hold on, hold on,
primary
hold on,
error.
hold on. If you
Human
have
error is the thing that
hold on,
fails
if
the
you have
most.
AI error, there's nobody going to be held accountable.
Yeah, the person who owns the AI, that's the person who is held
No, it
accountable.
doesn't work like that, bro.
Yes,
It
it
doesn't work like
does.
that. It doesn't work like that. You know, it doesn't work like that. You have an AI. You're very naive, Chuko.
All right. Well, I was just
My
throwing it
business
out
is not
there.
going. My business is not going nowhere. You know.
Okay, yeah,
I
you're
know.
solid. Your insurance
Hey,
salesman will always exist, Kala, for the
The problem
how do you
is,
say your name?
until
I'm not just
the
an
end of
insurance
time.
salesman, right? I'm doing a bunch of stuff besides insurance. All this financing. It's a whole bunch of stuff. You know, annuities and what you see he dropped off. Like I said, man, I give people see. Don't you see? I give them a chance. You know, I give people they gonna come tell me about my business, man. You know, I tell you right now, you ain't no way in the world. I know for a fact, right? The bottom line is that every time when you do moments or insurance or not, you have to sign your name on that dotted line, right? And you are responsible for the money collected. You're responsible for everything. You know, if something goes wrong, man, that is your ass, man. You know, they ain't no coming back. The state commission board will investigate you. If you got any allegation, they will stop what they're doing. People from the and you know what they do? They go and investigate your whole book of business. Really, if you got one allegation, right, of impropriety, they go investigate your whole book of business. They interview everybody that you have on the book. You have 1,000 people on the books. They'll go sit down with every last single one of them and ask how you did, whatever like that, and make sure that you didn't do nothing like that. That's how how guarded insurance is. You know, because if the insurance system collapsed, the whole system collapsed. They don't play with that. You know. And all these people like Chuko think AI is going to be the. No, bro. You know, I think people are getting ahead of themselves. You know. And I keep seeing how AI is going to become millionaires. Have you known anybody became a millionaire of AI yet, bro?
I haven't heard of one. But I ain't paying attention to it. But
No, I'm saying you would know. If all these people make a millionaire, you would by now know somebody in your family or somebody that became a millionaire, right?
I mean, I'm pretty sure it will require you to, actually, be into
No, but
AI.
people are basically online talking about AI is a future and download this app or not. And I have not seen nobody. All I see is a bunch of struggling people. Where's the AI when those people were out with SNAP benefits? And all these people got AI, they got all this shit like that. They got YouTube channels, they also like that, and they're still broke, you know. I'll stick with what I'm doing, you know. Somebody said the future of AI is right. That's what they've been saying for a long time. It's around the corner, man. Yeah, just turn the damn corner, you know.
Man, this the hip hop head guy. He also in the AI too. Future AI is around the corner.
Well, yeah, I think AI is going to replace. Look, I hope AI replace the current music scene. You know, that's what I hope. You know,
Have you heard some of those AI songs people make?
I
Like
don't know,
they
man.
take modern day like songs, like rap songs, like make them to like old.
You see that one video that's out when they said Africans were rapping when that, and they were making the click sounds when that was fucking cool.
Oh man, I ain't see that.
Which MC click 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 click. They were like, man, that was an FBA dude that did that, man. That was so messed up.
It probably was. You want to know something scary about AI? Like some people actually believe like them Sora, whatever it is
Yeah, they
video.
were making black people look.
Yeah, like it was the one with the lady that talking about she got 7 kids and whatnot.
Yeah, but that was all fake when that.
I thought it was real at first, but then somebody.
And one of those AI videos made Fox News.
Yeah. And I was like, I thought that video was real at first until somebody broke it down, because I didn't really I saw it on Afro Dama's channel, so I didn't really like pay attention to it. But then when I actually like went and looked at it, I said, wait a minute, like the child's arm in the background was clipping and whatnot. It wasn't, and I was like, okay, this is AI video.
Or I didn't know the videos with the kids saying, "How you doing?" And the baby was like, "What do you think, mom?" something, man.
It
They
was
keep
a
talking that. And AI.
it was another one with a little girl. Like, of course, it is always black people for some strange reason. It was a
I know
little
they always
girl.
pounding on black people with that shit.
It was a
And
little
the
girl,
gorilla,
right? And
the
her grandma,
gorilla chick,
and her
the
grandma
gorilla.
said something to her. And she was like, she said something heifer. And when I was like, wait a minute, and I was like, this is AI. And people in the comment section thought it was real. They're like, oh man, this ain't funny. This is da da da. I was like, y'all, this AI. Like, it's not
And the
real.
white boys are doing the female ghetto gorilla chick. You see
No,
those?
no, I haven't seen those.
Oh no, man, the gorilla. Let me see if I can find that.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's kind of
I
messed
got
up though. Like, people really want to. It's crazy.
yeah, they say, let me play this gorilla chick. This is fucking, it's wrong, but it's hilarious. You
And when
know?
you see it, it's like at first you think it's real, like this. Oh my, this is real. But then you start looking at it, you can always tell. But I mean, as soon as it's gonna be to the point where you can't even tell if it's real or not.
I know they're really good. It's real good.
And it don't came a long way because I remember like when first AI videos started coming out, it wasn't this good. But so it definitely has improved.
I hate fucking this TikTok shit. I'm trying to play a video. I did not ask you to fucking play a song. I'm trying to log in, right? Like, you know, I didn't ask you to play a song. Man. I got a show going on.
Ah man, where I'm about to say, what's her name? Honeyflower. She was
What
on.
about
She was on. She was on Afro Diamond show. Like I think it was like 2-3 shows ago. And she went up there talking about her like the whole African men thing, man. I don't know what it is with her African men, but they was on the panel. They was on the panel. They fussed her out. I was like, she always has a way to make people upset, to make the African dudes upset. I said, I don't know why she does it.
because all these guys in America, they all talk to me. Like what she told me was, she goes, I hate when African guys talk shit about Black American guys. It's not even a. That's what she said. Not even a comparison. You know, not even a freaking comparison. She's like, you guys basically ruin the. Like, let me give you an example. What do you think? What I said yesterday? I said Africans like fucking rule. You know, like to rule. And we talk about governance. You understand the difference? You know?
I mean, yeah, I get the difference between both.
Yeah, we like to govern. It's like this. I told Elvis, well, native rule. I don't want to rule, you know?
I don't know, man. You might not want to, but I'm pretty sure there's Black Americans that actually do want to rule, and they just want to.
Well, I'm not. That's what look what they've done to Black America, right? Certain people want to freaking rule, you know.
Right.
And the bottom line is, some people want to govern, right? We have never really had governance in Black America, you know, anywhere. You know, we have people ruling us, you know. We have nobody govern us, right? And governance, man, people is a responsibility, you know. You know, there's responsibility, you know. So it is what it is. Oh, yeah, TikTok. What is it? September. I don't know. My TikTok is not working. I don't know what the hell. Log in with passcode. Log in with code.
I saw some video. What was it? I didn't see the video, but I heard about some lady from Sierra Leone. No, she was from Sierra Leone, right? No, was she Sierra Leone? I think that like somebody was in Ghana getting dragged across the ground. I said it's crazy.
Oh yeah, that was what happened. Was that lady got deported from America, right?
Yeah.
After being here for 20 years, bought a house, thought she was Black American. You know, that's what people think. Right? Anyway, immigration came and got her and deported her to Ghana, third country from Sierra Leone. She said that she went to Sierra Leone. That's what they always do. They always say they will be killed. Like Elvis got deported from America, he would say they would try to kill him in Liberia. When they always say that, so they don't have to go back to the country, you know. They went to Ghana, and Ghana said, "Lady, we don't want you." You know, so she would refuse to leave Ghana. From Ghana, you could get a thing back to America now, right? She was like, refused to leave. Yeah, when you get on the bus, so they had to drag her.
How old was she?
She was like in her.
She probably wasn't planning on leaving America. America was her new.
Yeah, so So the bottom line is this, that immigration shit. Good. I mean, I feel bad for people and not, but it's not, that's not my fucking fight, man.
So
That's
she been
not,
here for like, what'd you say, 20 years?
yeah. And what do you think
Man,
what Kwame said? You trying to tell me I need to be worried about Donald? Has Donald Trump done anything to upset you or scare you?
nah, Donald Trump's not doing nothing to black America.
Yeah, so but all these immigrants, like, I say, dude, man, I'm not seeing it. I'm like, I'm on my y'all. I don't know. I hate to say it like that, but
Right. Oh, they gonna send the National Guard into. Like, first of all, I don't stay anywhere where they will stand the National Guard into.
right,
Like, where I
and
stay.
bottom line, and when they said they were sending National Guard to these black areas, I was relieved.
Exactly.
A
Yeah.
lot of black people
And
were
a
like,
lot of
bring
black
it,
people
man.
that live there are
But
happy.
what
So
about the YNs might get shot? Okay, you win some, you lose some.
like,
The
oh,
fuck
they
out
stay.
of here,
You won't worry about getting shot.
Where you see how Chupo trying to be like, what about they always make this little black people that's suffering that we got to be sitting there crying over,
I mean, here's the thing though. I can understand if we didn't have so many people that came and warned us and told us how to behave or how to how to go about life. We got the internet. We could find all this
You
information out
got
now.
libraries on every corner.
Exactly. It's
Like I
more
said,
important.
you could try to get a trade skill. You try
Right.
to get a contract with the government. When not, you can pull yourself up if you really want to. But some people choose not to. So why should I
Exactly.
waste my time on people at this? I want to get together with the black people who's trying to do shit with their life, right? Let's get
And
together.
and I agree with you because that's the problem a lot of black people have is that it's like, we always say you can't take everybody or you can't bring everybody with you.
I am
You
not
only got
trying to bring everybody. I'm done doing that. The bottom line is this. Like I said, like even when I'm talking about Liberia, I don't want to bring everybody to
right.
Liberia. I don't want to bring everybody. I don't want to convince them. People think I'm trying to convince them to go like, no, I don't want half these niggas. I don't want nothing to do with them, right? But those who could be productive, like my guy Dave, I sent them the specs for this Liberian stock exchange we're trying to build. I said we're gonna work on that. We're gonna work on a lot of stuff, right? The people that want to work with me and build something productive, hey, I can work together, And I welcome you in Liberia. We can work together on that. But my goal is not to try to convince pretendians and FBA about anything I'm doing. That's a problem with the Pan African thing. They're trying to convince people who unconvincible believe in what
And
they're
that's
doing.
the problem with Pan-Africanism. They try to like no, y'all need to stop worrying about everybody else. You
Right?
just
They
need to
always try to bully everybody into supporting some bullshit or not. And it's a predatory thing.
people that share your ideology and get to work. Stop trying
So,
to
hold on. First of all, the Pan Africans have no land.
right.
That means you have no diplomacy. You don't exist. If you had a land, right, you would have friends. You would have Japan talking to you. You would have all these countries around the world giving you assistance for that. You will be on a different level. You will have credibility in the eyes of the people. You know, you have no land, so you don't exist. You know, all they do is talk about Marcus Garvey, somebody that lived like 100 years ago. What's the Tony Martin, Kwame? He does that too. Bring all these freaking people that don't matter anymore. Neely Fuller said this. I don't care. Carl Genesis said this. So what? So all they do is all Pan Africans do is just sit there and beat you over the head. He's you know what said, when he went to, I don't give a shit what they said, That does not change my situation right now. You understand? And I'm setting people free right now. You don't have to listen to a bunch of eggheads from back in the days. Respect them when not, but you gotta think for yourself, And don't let no dusty ass Pan African intimidate you into following them because they're the heir apparent to Dr. Such and such.
Shoot.
So I'll put the link out one more time. I give it 5 more minutes, and I gotta go. And folks, hold up. 5 more minutes. I'll let somebody up in. Everybody want to come in? You got 5 minutes to make your piece. I'm gonna do a part 2 to this show too.
I know we talked about it yesterday, but I really do hope Dave, bring some of those elders to the panel so we can.
Yeah, well, bottom line is look, that white guy that was talking that shit, that priest, whatnot.
Hmm.
You'd be surprised. See, one thing Idi Amin did, he wiped those fucking the Catholic priests shit out of look between the CIA, the Vatican, and all that. They have people have no idea how entrenched the white power structure is in Africa, and they operate through churches. You know, they appear like they're charity and stuff like that, but they're nothing more than agents of destruction and whatnot. You know, the Catholic Church and mission in Liberia has always been at odds with the government. They thought they had more power in Liberia than the government, right? And they tried to convince the local people that their religion, their church trumped the state, whatever, like that. In other words, in the West, we go separation of church and state, right?
Right. Uh huh.
In Africa, it's just the opposite. Church is trump
Okay.
over state, you know? And people don't have a respect for the state. That's what they were doing, teaching native people not to respect the state by saying these are miracle Liberians and all stuff like that. What I would have did was back in the days, man, we have to do it all over again, man. You know, I swear to God, it's gonna be different. You know, people preach that side of stuff, man, will be executed. Will be tried, given a trial, and executed, you know, for treason. You know,
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't think it was gonna work out because you know the Miracle Liberians were a minority. So
yeah, I know it will never be a minority, but they was the ones who basically said we want to be part of your civilization because they didn't want to be carved by French. You know how brutal the French were in that region. They saw
yeah,
how
I
brutal the French
remember
were,
watching
how the French
videos.
were enslaving and whatnot. They
Remember the
said,
worst
man, we want
colonizers.
to what we say?
The French was the worst colonizers and whatnot.
Yeah, French
All
were real brutal, right? Half the population of the Ma people, right? After the French won, right? Because that area of Guinea used to be part of Liberia. You know, a lot of the people fled to Liberia. You know,
I didn't hear that.
and they
I
say like
didn't.
this: they fled to Liberia. Even to this day, a lot of people come from Guinea over to Liberia. You know, because Liberia is a free country. You know, when you go to Liberia, it's the only country untouched by the Europeans. You know, when you see vast tracts of land and whatnot, you know there's no fucking mining corporation that owns all that, or some corporation in London somewhere that owns that. You know what I'm saying? Liberia is the only free country, you know. So Elvis sitting there, I don't like Elvis. He always down in Liberia. I don't like that shit, you know. He was down and putting down his own country, right? Yeah, your people destroyed the country, and always said, "Well, us natives rule." I said, "Why don't you talk about governing? Why don't you talk about administrating? You know, what is it about rule? We want to rule. I don't want to rule nobody. Our ancestors, the True Whig Party of Liberia, didn't want to rule nobody. Okay, speaking of which, right? Let me get my favorite spear chucker right here, Mike Olawale. My favorite spear chucker. What's going on, Mike?
Oh, man.
What's
What's
up,
going on?
Kala?
Yo, Steve, you gotta. I'm gonna mute you, man. Your mic, bro. Go ahead, Mike.
What are you talking about tonight? Man?
Talk about hip hop and
Hip-hop.
and you people, you Africans, every time
Kala, you talking about hip hop.
yeah, or talk about hip hop.
At your age, you're still talking about hip hop. I thought hip hop was for kids.
Well, who told you that, Mike? Mike, hip hop is something I grew up with, man.
Well, that's when you were a kid, man.
Yeah, I know I was a kid, man, but still, though, I don't want nobody stealing my childhood, right? Well, I'm saying that Jamaicans, I
You
gotta be
got to,
grateful for some dusty Jamaicans,
Kala, you still thinking about your childhood. Are you kidding me?
Mike, I am look if somebody went to your house or whatnot, Mike, what did you like doing when you was in childhood?
Kala, the things I was doing in my childhood was
Well, what
childish.
if I was come
Hold
over
on,
and
hold on,
say,
hold on. I'm gonna answer your question, man. Things in my childhood were childish. You understand? At this point, the kind of things I'm concerned about are things more serious. Like
oh, I think was there too, huh?
we look talking about age where Indians are building fighter jets, Europeans are building Chinese are building hypersonic missiles, and America, That's kind of thing, grown man like you and
Yeah,
I.
look, Mike, I talk
No
about that
hip hop,
too.
no
I
childhood
talk about that
bullshit.
too. But let me say this, right? Even Donald Trump takes the time to talk about something as trivial as like NASCAR, the NFL, something like that, right? So we could do walk and chew gum at the same time. I agree with you. It's childish, right? But I do want to set the record straight
Hold
because
on, with Donald Trump when he talk about NFL when he season, they talk about Super Bowl kind of thing politically, just to set campaign something. But he doesn't spend all. He doesn't sit around arguing
but
somebody else.
what about when he injected
Serious
him?
conversation or
What about
serious.
when he injected himself in the Colin Kaepernick situation?
Say it again.
He injected himself in the Colin Kaepernick situation.
That's all political. He's campaigning. He's kind of
Right.
like he wants to win votes. So you see the division is divide and
Yeah.
conquer.
So what? Yeah. So even
But
Barack
you talking
Obama.
about childhood bullshit? Like
Well, no, Mike. I'm gonna say this. Let me say this. Now, my whole thing about the hip hop controversy is this, right? I remember growing up, right, and I'm saying like this: hip hop there was a major part of my childhood. Matter of fact, shaped a lot of ways I'm seeing today, right? And I like the fact that even though I don't listen to it no more, I don't listen to that music anymore, really. I still basically or say I remember how it came out. Right, it was something we did as young Black and Hispanic men back in the days in New York and everything like that. Spread to the suburbs or whatever like that. We were having a good time.
listen,
And
I share the same feeling with you. Hip hop, reggae, juju music, so many makossa, Congolese music, so many of these kind of things were part of my childhood, right? Right? But I grew out of it. Like,
so
okay,
look, I grew out of it too.
hold
But
on,
I'm
calm
saying my
down, man.
point. You're missing my point. I grew out of it, right? I'm only did the
But
show
I'm not gonna
because
sit around and be fighting people.
hold on. I only
I
did
mean,
the show
it's for
because
kids.
somebody basically is trying to make it seem like the music that I grew up with, right? And I have no doubt that Jamaicans and Caribbeans and all these other people contribute to hip hop. But listen to this very carefully, Mike. Hip hop was a brand, and I just have to state this, right? Hip hop, as we know it, that they try to brand out there, not all the rap around the country, right?
Mhm.
Was something unique to the South Bronx. And it started hip hop, five elements and whatnot, was only practiced in the Bronx River in the South Bronx region of New York, right?
Mhm.
So when they basically say, and TJ Cool Herc, which is going around that now, was a Jamaican. What they're trying to do is make it seem like this whole art form, which basically was much bigger than New York, much deeper than New York, right, was created by. That's not the truth. Even though they say, "What's the difference?" It's like I don't want people to think that, look, man, this art form, right? Uh, it came from our experience in America. Did Cool Herc contribute to it? Yeah, he created something called hip hop, right? But that wasn't the whole entire culture. In Queens, the music looked different. In Brooklyn, the music looked different. Long Island music looked different. Staten Island music looked different, right? Hip hop, as we know it, right, was something unique to that region of the
New
Bronx.
York City, right?
Yeah, well, not just New York City, the Bronx, the South Bronx specifically, and the South Bronx River Projects, right? Because there's other parts of South Bronx, right? But Bronx River Projects is where that hip hop was born, you know, and that's where it stayed. It never went beyond that. And the only time it went beyond that is when we heard it on the radio and people talking about it. The hip hop that we listened to in the Queens and every place else. Now, when I lived in upstate New York, right, we basically adopted the Bronx style of hip hop, and we were like sort of laughed at.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. To me, entertainment to me is really something for kids. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying if they
I don't
keep
know
this
why people.
idea,
Oh,
you got
wait,
grown people in their 40s and 50s talking about hip hop origin. You know why? Because it's spread throughout the world, and everybody wants to take credit for this genre. Let me give you something. It's a powerful genre. You got to do it. They're doing it in Japan. They're doing it in Germany. They're doing it
yeah,
this.
so what? So what? Well, I
You
drive.
know what I'm saying? No, what people I
I
say I say so
hold
what
on,
too.
calm
I don't
down.
even listen to it, right? I
I,
don't think it's important. But the
I,
thing is though, some
listen,
people basically are trying to say, okay, we could like hip hop, but we don't have to respect Black American
See,
culture.
why is it
Pop
so personal
was
to you?
actually Jamaican. That's disrespect, you know.
Why does disrespect? Why is it so personal to you? Man?
No, because it's like this. If I'm looking at Afro beats, right, and I
Mm-hmm.
look at your Afro beats, and I say, you know something, Afro beats sounds like hip hop, but we created Afro beats. No, we didn't. You guys created Afro beats. When I realized that, you know, even though no matter who says, like Burna Boy says, it was influenced by hip hop, whatever, like that. Yeah, okay, it's fine. But I'm not gonna get up there and say, you know, when I see people around the world listen to Afro beats, when oh, you got us to thank for Afro beats, you know, that would be disrespectful, you
No,
know.
it's not. No, hold on. The Burna Boy and all these guys Afro beats. The element of Caribbean, Black American, Congolese, Ghanaians, and
No
all these
kidding,
things.
but I am not gonna get up there. I'm
I'm
not
down.
gonna be one.
I'm down. I'm down. There's the element of it in it. Get what I'm saying? Now, if you Black Americans say it, we part of it. I'm not gonna get butt hurt. It's a fact that
They could probably
with
say
us,
that, but
some
when hold up, but when somebody said go to the point of saying, hold up here, you guys can't listen to Afro beats without
listen,
paying
man, listen,
respect
listen.
to us.
The last thing that hurt my feelings is some goddamn
That
entertainment.
right there is out of line. Black America
I'm like
should
60
not
years
go
old.
and say,
Entertainment is
look,
something to be fighting over, man.
you should not go to Nigerians and say, you guys got your music rush. You guys need to pay us respect. Like you always say.
Nobody's telling you gotta pay anybody anything.
No,
Stop.
no, no. I'm saying that's what a lot of black people
No,
could
no.
do.
Hold on,
You could
hold
be
on,
like,
Kyle.
hey,
Kyle,
look,
Kyle,
man,
Kyle,
hip hop. Burna Boy admitted that hip hop was influenced by Africa. So technically, it's ours and whatnot. Y'all gotta pay us respect with that. No, the
I'm
fuck.
not going to say you to pay anybody anything. Stop lying. Stop
Oh, I'm
making.
saying no. I'm saying the black people in America could say the same thing that the Jamaicans.
Yeah, you can say it. That's fine. I'm not going to get butt hurt over it.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Entertainment.
butthurt over Jamaicans, but I'm just trying to clarify
Well,
that
it's just
'cause the
entertainment.
only reason why I clarify because I'm like this. I lived in New York at the time, right? I lived in New York at the time, right? And the bottom line is this: hip hop was black culture. It was Puerto Ricans. It was all these other people like that, right? But it's
Mhm.
all based on the black experience in New York City. You know,
Exactly. So that I don't see. Okay, I've lived into all these conversations you guys are having, even though I find it to be childish. But I've
this
lived.
guy hip hop was
I'm down.
Caribbean said,
Hello.
dude,
You
man,
think,
dude, get
hello, you
out of
know
here
the
with
problem
this
with
stuff.
you?
You're like,
When you're having a
uh,
conversation with somebody, you want to do 99% of the talking.
this guy. So when
99% of the talking. That's your problem.
people say nonsense like this, it was created by Caribbean descent. That's a lie.
At one point, would that guy would be able to land a statement?
This guy says hip hop was created
I
by
don't know who you're talking about.
Caribbean. First of all, there wasn't a lot of Caribbeans in the
Allah,
Bronx.
you talking to me or you talking to 10 other people?
What?
I, you're not being. You spoke 99% of the time. I haven't even said a
Go
word.
ahead. Go ahead. Speak what you gotta say.
You're gonna just. How about you let me know when it's time for me to talk?
Go ahead. I'll mute. Go ahead.
God damn, man. Have some. God. Okay. Like I said, I've been listening to all these conversations with you guys. It would have find it childish. What I listen to everybody's like, you're all making points. I don't see the reason why you guys are fighting. A lot of these Caribbeans and Puerto Ricans are just saying things that are just, like, hey, yeah, New York was a hip hop culture. The same thing you say. It's a hip hop. It's a New York culture. You started in New York City, whatever. Okay, fine. And point where you disagree is okay, but I don't see why he has to be turned into a beef. The fact of the matter, New York City back then was like a place where black from the South migrated to New York.
Right, and we were the
Okay, let me land, man.
majority
Let
in
me
all
land.
the boroughs.
Well, let me land. At the same time, Caribbeans were migrating there.
In
Puerto
small
Ricans,
numbers, in very
can
small
you,
numbers.
can you calm down, dude? Can you calm down? At the same time, Italians were migrating there. The bunch of people from different places of the world were migrating there. And then they created a culture there. And I can tell you the black Americans of New York, their culture is completely different from every other black Americans I know. They're different. I could tell a New Yorker from a Louisiana, Texan, black, and West Coast blacks. Black New Yorkers are completely different from all American New Yorkers. They're just unique. And what makes the black New Yorkers, when I say black New Yorkers, I mean the black American Caribbean, it's a melting pot. And what created New York culture is a culture from both Italy, Jamaica, South, Southern blacks. They all brought their culture together and created New York City culture.
Well, I
New York
agree with
City
that.
culture make is what that's how I see it. And everybody that speak about it, they're all saying fact, making factual point. The Black Americans are making factual points. We are the people. They were, the American citizens or whatever, whatever.
Oh, let me
And then the Caribbeans are saying, "Look, we came here through we things, and the
let,
Puerto Ricans."
let
So,
let me say
and
this.
I don't know why. And whatever you disagree is fine, but I don't see why it has to become a beef and,
Let me say this. Let me say this. I
and
agree with you, right?
childish
But,
argument.
but here's the thing, right?
If you
We
ask,
understand that all these groups of people came to New York and everybody had influence in this culture. I agree with that, right? Hip hop was this music New York, right? But what they did was take. It's like me if somebody from a black person from Queens basically got up there and said, you know something, we're gonna name this hip hop, right? And we're gonna say we started this, right? And it goes out there, right? Now, all over the city, everybody was doing this music, right? Everybody was doing this culture, doing this music. When it was a New York thing, the subway system, when people used to do hip hop, started in the subways, people going from borough to borough, dancing, meeting up, and stuff like that. That's when it started. It was a New York City thing, from Union Square to freaking Manhattan, Brooklyn, Bronx, whatever like that. In the Bronx, they did it mostly in the South Bronx, is Bronx River, right? And all the elements of this thing where people would get together, it's like youth, right? You got 12 and 13-year-olds getting together, graffitiing, vandalizing, jumping around, dancing, listening to beats and whatnot. Out of that, that's why hip hop rose out of chaos. It rose out of chaos. And something was created out of chaos, right? Now, the whole thing is if something was created out of chaos, right, it was never really organized or never really had a name. It was just something we did. We just got together, we did these dance moves, we listened to records, scratch records, beats, and whatnot. We got amped up. We did some dance moves on the floor called breakdancing, and we enjoyed ourselves, just kids, enjoyed ourselves, right? Then somebody had the idea of naming this movement or art form and calling it hip hop, right? That was Cool Herc. He named it hip hop, right? He said, this is what we normally do when we get together. We have the DJs, we have the MCs, we have the pop lockers, we have the graffiti artists, like that. Let's call this thing hip hop, right? Now, all over the city, people were doing their own thing, right? So he called it hip hop, right? And people make it seem like that's how hip hop was. Well, hip hop was already in existence. All he did was name something, gave it a brand, and he gave it life, and it
so when you
existed.
say was already existing where?
It's always existed in the
In New
70s.
York City?
Yeah, it is New York City, all over this New York.
Okay, New York. Okay, fine.
Harlem. Look, I play videos of Harlem when
But it
that
wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't existing in Mississippi, right?
it was just all around New York,
Okay, in New
Jersey.
York only, but not in Mississippi.
Oh no. Look. Also, basically, the dance moves and stuff like that came up in New Orleans.
New Orleans.
So it was nothing really defined. It was just black bebop music. They used to call it bebop movement, doo
Okay,
wop,
I get your
bebop.
point. I
You
get your
know.
point. But here's the deal. You lived in New York City, and I also lived there for some time. And I got most of my family, the Nigerians and New Yorkers. I spent a lot of time in New York. And one thing I can tell you about New York compared to other black or other part of America is New York. It's a kind of unique culture where when I study very well, I realize the New York culture was highly influenced by Italian and Caribbeans, mainly. Not,
Hey, look,
I,
no
I
one's
say a
no one doubt.
sprinkle. Hold on, calm down. I say a sprinkle of. To me, a real Black American culture is more of a Southern culture, more country, kind of like a redneck kind of culture. I've been all over outside of New York. When I go to other part of
But
America,
let me tell you
the
something right
Black
now, Mike.
Americans I see, they're more like redneckish kind
Yeah,
of
but
people.
Mike, you understand something. There's also an old
They're
black
usually low
Yankee
IQ kind
culture.
of mentality.
You know, there's an
But New
old
York
black
City is
Yankee
more of a
culture
high
in New York
IQ.
too.
A lot of it, when I study very well, their
You
philosophy,
know, there's an old
the
black Yankee.
philosophies come from Caribbean and Italy.
Oh, you know, there's an old black Yankee culture too of Harlem.
Even in hip hop, the fashion part of hip hop is more Italian. Even to today,
Oh
you
yeah,
start
well, like black people, a lot of black people
Prada,
imitate
they're more
Italians
Italian.
when I. But we
The
also had the we also
Gucci,
had the
Prada,
Harlem. We also had
Versace,
the
they're
Harlem.
Italian. Italian.
We also had the Harlem look and whatnot, Harlem style.
The, the,
A lot of hip
the
hop,
gangster
a
part of
lot of
hip hop,
look, a lot of people don't understand something.
the gangster part of hip hop is Italian.
Oh yeah, the gangster part, yeah.
Right?
But what I'm
Exactly.
saying, hold up, the Harlem was the culture capital of the black world at the time. Hip hop and all
Yeah.
that stuff like
With
that
the
grew out of
Caribbeans,
Harlem. You know.
even the activists of New York, a lot of them are from Caribbean. The
Well,
Malcolm X,
not necessarily. Most of them are from Black America, but you understand something. The Caribbeans
the
basically.
Caribbean really brought even your what do you call it, the enlightenment, the activism.
Well, the
It
thing
was
is,
the Caribbeans that brought
a lot of people in
the nation of Islam.
a lot of people.
It
Yes, that's
wasn't a black American that started it.
a lot of people.
Elijah Muhammad came from
Hold on.
somewhere else.
A lot of people in New York, right? The Caribbeans, basically, black Americans from the South were the vast majority, right?
Yeah, they came
Caribbeans,
from the South with MC Brain.
Caribbeans that have
But
to
when they
come.
got to New York, it was the Caribbeans and Italian
Hold on.
civilizing.
Caribbeans that came to New York moved into black neighborhoods, Harlem, black areas. They
And they
had to live
came
in
with
black
from the
areas, right?
South with MC Brain.
And so therefore, there was no look. Look, some of my family's from the Caribbean, and the bottom line is
And they
this:
were the one that
the
civilized Black
bottom
America.
line is this:
The Marcos
we
Garvey and all
basically
of them.
had to assimilate into the black community
No,
culture.
they didn't. They didn't. They
Yes,
had to
they did,
completely
bro. Look, Mike,
listen.
I
Yeah,
have them in my
they did
family.
to
What you
some
talking
degree.
about?
But hold on, we agree that they did, but they did in a manner of they saw the Black
No,
American.
no, no, no. Look. All the Caribbeans went to black churches.
Yeah, but they came as
Hold on. You know, Madam Stephanie St. Clair, right there. She was a
you know
Madam.
Dolores Tucker's from the Caribbean too.
Hold on, Madam Stephanie St. Clair, the Queen of Harlem. She was from the Caribbean, the
Okay,
island.
exactly.
You know.
You were saying the same thing, Carla.
So what I'm saying is the black people. She
Carla,
went to
Carla,
a black church, and she
Carla.
was part of the black community. She was Madam Queen.
Yeah, she was.
There was no distinction between black. All the black people in New York were together in one.
Carla, I agree with you. We're saying the same thing, Carla. The Caribbeans came and they merged with the Black Americans. The Black Americans back then were not like the Black Americans today. They were not people that have this ego where they look
No,
down on.
no. I don't think. I think the Caribbeans back then knew that they couldn't. They had no choice but to blend with the black community. Nowadays,
Yeah, I agree with you
now,
as well. That
now black immigrants got options. They can move
Carla,
into.
can you calm down? Can you? We're not saying we're not disagreeing. The Caribbeans, of course, just like any black, they come to America. Their first instinct is to connect with the people that look like them, right? That's their first instinct. Like me, when I came from Nigeria, for example, my first instinct was to click with the Black Americans before the whites or anybody else, because I see they look more like me. So natural instinct is to click with you. But what I'm saying is, the blacks in the 40s, 60s, or whatever at that time, their mentality is different from the blacks of the 90s, 80s, and today. They didn't have this ego mentality of, oh, look at me, I'm fresh and
Well, there's a
cookie.
lot of black people who don't
They
get
didn't
along like
have that.
that.
Calm down. They didn't have that same mentality. They were more humble. They were more humble. They were coming from a tough situation. They were not pampered. They didn't have welfare and all that stuff. They still have their grinding, hustling mentality where you have to survive. So they didn't have time to be acting like, look at me, yo, my shit don't stink. They didn't have that time. They were real black. They reason like third world people. You get it? They have that, discipline. Like, I gotta be uptight because I had time to interact with when I came to America in the 90s. I had opportunity to interact with black people in the 60s. These were people that were from that era. Their mentality were different from the black they were born in the 70s and 80s. They were more humble. They talked to me. They were humble, even if they see me as someone from a third world country. They still they were humble enough to say, I can teach you something. You can teach me something. But the blacks, they were from the 70s when the welfare was created. They became pampered and spoiled by white people, where they think that shit don't stink. When American government start brainwashing American to believe that anybody from outside of America is beneath them. It's a subhuman. And that's how a lot of black Americans reason today. They see someone from Africa as just a subhuman or from Caribbean as you can teach me shit. That's why you see a moron, a black American guy that's a high school dropout. You would say African professor and look down on him.
Yeah.
You're just an African. Hey, you're African. Hey. So what I'm trying to say is back then, when the Caribbeans came, yeah, the blacks back then were not people that just saw them as subhuman or beneath them. They were easily open. And the Caribbeans came in, they met with them, they easily blend and got along and they share culture, they share whatever they have together. And together they're able to live peacefully and intermarry and just no one looked down on anybody. And then the Caribbeans saw their issues, they saw their problem. A lot of the Caribbeans coming from outside, they could see things from an angle the black Americans couldn't see. And the black Americans also see things from an angle Caribbeans couldn't see. That's why you have people like Marcos Garvey and some of the Caribbeans started becoming revolutionaries trying to help the black Americans, even though some of them had it wrong. But the intention was like, these are my brothers. We gotta save them. That's all like Marcos Garvey from Jamaica. Like, I don't know. I gotta help the Negroes. People like Malcolm X, people like even Elijah Muhammad, they were more trying to fight for black Americans because the black Americans kind of were humble back then. They walk with them. But today, an African, they will come in and see where he can help the blacks. If he didn't open his mouth to even tell the blacks, like, look, I can see something from an angle you're not seeing. And I think we can work together. He's gonna look, the black American will look at him like, you're an African booty scratcher. How the fuck you gonna, you're a dumb African. I seen a movie where you dumb. So you dumb. You can't even open your mouth. Even if I'm a professor, he's gonna look at me like I'm stupid, like I'm too beneath him. So that's the difference between blacks back then and blacks today. And that's why blacks today have this ego, like, nah, yeah, dusty motherfucker ain't creating no Africa, no hip hop. You know, I think the
No,
blacks today
I
gotta
don't.
learn how to be
Me
humble.
with me, I don't think it's that. I just think the fact that
I think that's what it is.
no,
You have
no,
this,
Mike,
you
it's
have this
not, no, I'm
supremacist
seriously.
mentality.
Look. I'm guilty of a lot of shit, right? But not this time.
Supremacist mentality. You know where I fell off with you and I didn't fall off with Diney's, but a little bit, when you guys start talking about black Americans superior blacks, I
I
don't
don't think you look. Look. Have you listened
listen,
to my
man.
show?
You can tell me you're superior to me, expect
Hold on.
me to walk
Have you
with
listened
you.
to my
I can't
show?
walk with you if you think you're superior.
Look.
I'm not
I
gonna
just
tell
had
you I'm a superior.
I just had
superior to you.
Chuko.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
walk with
Mike. I just had Chuko on here. He stopped by a little while ago, and he basically told me, "Black collar, why don't you care about?" See, look, Mike. This is my new leaf right here, right? Chuko's trying to kill my joy. He said my business is gonna be taken over by AI, which I told him, explained to him, it never will. So he dropped off. He's an idiot, right? And then he's telling me, I'm telling me, Black America financially is doing well. All the stuff that they threw at you, they took away affirmative action a couple of years ago. Remember that? We're still doing good. We still got record college enrollments up, right? There's more black millionaires being created in America and whatnot. Like, fine. But Chuko's telling me, well, Colin, but what about the statistic right here that says black? I said, I don't care, you know? But what about so long as you got yours, you don't care? I don't get, look, let me tell you something, right? If you're black and you're making it and you're doing building whatnot, if you're not making it, I feel sorry for you. I can just be all I can do is be a role model to you, right? But I am not going to lose my joy worrying about Negroes who don't want to get their shit together. I'm telling you like that. So this
you.
idea that I think I'm
Let me say
superior
this.
is
Let me
insane.
tell you what your number one problem is. Let me tell you what number one problem is. Like when I came to America, that was my first time ever meeting most Africans. I'm telling you. When I say most Africans, I'm talking about people that are not Nigerians. When I was growing up in Nigeria, I never met majority of Africans. I never met people from Congo, Senegal, Kenya, all like 54 countries. The only few Africans I met when I was growing up in Nigeria was a couple of guys from Cameroon and Ghana. And then I also know some people that were from, but I never got close. So I didn't know shit about most people from Africa and Caribbean and United States. So when I got to the United States, it was the first time. I started seeing all these communities of people from different African countries. It was the first time I met Liberians. The first guy I met was a Liberian. See, today we're still cool friends. And then I met guys from just the first time. I used to think the old Caribbean was Jamaica when I was growing up in Nigeria because I didn't really know too much. What we all in the Caribbean, all we learned about was Bob Marley, and we know Jamaica more than first time I heard about Trinidad was when I came to America, and the guys like from Trinidad. And you started, so I started meeting different people from blacks from all over the world in America, right? And then at the same time met black Americans because in Nigeria the only Americans I met were white people, white Americans. Because we used to live in Nigeria. My cousin used to live in Victoria Island. They have this American International School. The American embassy is close there. So there's a lot of Americans that were there. And virtually all of them were white. So when I interacted with them, it was white. I never met black Americans. So when I came to America, it was the first time I met black Americans, met the Caribbeans, met Africans, other Africans. And
Hey,
then
Mike,
hold on, let me.
Mike,
I'm
one
saying
second.
something very important. Just let me learn. Let me learn. Please, let me learn. But the point I'm trying to make, I'm going somewhere. So, being the first time meeting everybody, what I learned eventually was it was easier for me to connect with all these other groups. It was so difficult for me to connect with Black American because they have this ego that have to set a standard for you to even connect with me. Automatically, they want me to. When I meet a Caribbean or other African, they don't care. They just want to. Oh wow, tell me about yourself. Tell me about yourself. We just know each other. That's it. But the Black Americans want to tell me that you have to accept that I'm above you before I can even welcome you into my circle.
That's stupid.
That's
Mike,
you
hold on for
know.
a second. Hold on for a second. Let me say this. Somebody named Be Active. You want to come on? You please turn on your camera first. I gotta see who you are.
So you have to understand. Like you can tell a fellow man, man, we the way God created man. He created all men with ego. No man alive want to balance on another man unless you showing power. You understand? The only time another man will gonna kiss your ass or trying to bow to you, which will be fake, is if he wants something from you. You get it? Like if I want a job from you, there I mean we kind of pandering to you because I need something from you. But if you have nothing to offer me and you want me to do pandering to you, you just wasting your time. I'm gonna look at you like you're stupid. So if the Black Americans when I came here were people that were so powerful and they won't really like I go to for employment or opportunity or something, and then you say, hey, panda to me to get something, it will make sense. But literally, these guys were all in the ghetto struggling. Like, literally, this guy I just want to be friends with you. Same way the Caribbeans and the other Africans have nothing to offer me either. But I just see them as I want to learn about you. I want to be friends with you so we look alike. It makes me richer in terms in knowledge because I get more exposure. That's the only reason I want to be friends with you. I can get more exposure, learn about you, learn about things like.
That's
But
really
then you're telling me that look at this dusty African. Oh, you ain't cool. Look at your shoes. Get out of here. You
yeah.
stupid.
Well,
You, you know
that's unfortunate. I
that's
don't
where you guys have problem. That's why
I
other
don't
people don't want to rock with you.
I don't condone that. You
Because
know.
yeah, I think it's the hip hop that introduced it to you.
Hold up, Mike. Hold up, Mike. The reason why we need to ask, I want to know who you are. You never been on my show. How about this? I'll put my email in the chat. You respond to my email. At least I got a friggin' IP address. I don't let anybody on my show that has never been on my show before. You know, not that. And I want to know who am I talking to. You know, I want to know who I'm talking to. You know, I want to know your state, your race, ethnicity, whatever like that. I want to know who I'm talking to. You know, as simple as that. You know, I don't take no random ass people on my show. You know, if you want to come on the show, you got something to say, you want to debate me and whatnot, show me who you are. You know, if you shoot me an email, the email's across the street right there. Shoot me an email or be like that. But that's for the next show because I'm about to end the show right here. It's been a long night, 6 hours show. Mike, you gotta come in a little earlier, bro.
Nah, I really don't come on shows like that. I
What's up,
just
Frenchie? Thanks, Frenchie. Thanks for joining. Frenchie.
yeah. So you get my whole point, right? I think what you guys
Look, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear, man.
you do
Bottom
it
line
among
is
yourselves too. The reason why I don't hold against you that much is because you do it among yourself. And I think it's the hip hop that created it because I didn't see that sentiment, I didn't see that mentality with the old generation. Because when I came around the old generation, they were a little more humble. They didn't care. They didn't. I think it's a hip hop thing. You even look at the rap battles and hip hop. It's all about dissing each other. Just trying
Yeah,
to put
that's
each
a hip
other
hop
down.
culture. Not a lot of us fall victim to that same shit too, bro.
So that's why you got to change, man. I'm sorry.
That's the truth.
You
All right,
got.
Mike. Well, good seeing you. Good seeing you. Don't be a stranger. Be nice. I'll catch you next time. Remember something. You see my email in there, nation.collar5@gmail.com. Shoot me an email. Tell me who you are. And now that's how you introduce yourself to me. And I'm glad you're on the show. This show is going to grow back to the numbers it was before. You want to be part of it? Hey, look, get in line. Tell a friend. College Genesis is back, back in action. And with that, folks, y'all have a good night. Thank you. It's been 6 hours, 6 hour long show. Take care.